Age of Anxiety by Robert Silverberg. Choose, said the robo-nurse. Choose, echoed his entire world, but either choice was impossible. That morning, when Larry awoke, the robo-nurse was standing at the foot of his bed, smiling benignly. It made no attempt to help him into his housecoat and give him his morning unworry capsule. Instead it waited, poised delicately on its humming treads, making no motion toward him. "I'm awake," Larry said sourly. "Why aren't you functioning?" He paused, frowning slightly, and added, "And where's my capsule?" "This morning is different," said the robo-nurse. "This is your birthday, young man." It clicked twice, hissed, and rolled forward at last, holding Larry's capsule box in its grips. The box flew open as the robot approached Larry's bed, and the boy saw, within its gleaming interior, 3 capsules, one the usual light blue, the other 2 a harsh green and a bright yellow respectively. "What's this?" "Choose," the robo-nurse said inexorably. The trigger word echoed in the room for an instant. "Choose," the robot said again, and the repetition unlocked a chain of synapses, unleashed data hypnotically buried in Larry's mind years before, opened doors and brightened dark corridors. Choose. The terrifying word held promise of conflict, pain, anxiety. Larry's fingers quivered with terror for a moment. His hand hovered over the capsule box, wavered for a long second of indecision, while a glistening bead of sweat rolled down his smooth face. His hand grazed the light blue capsule, the capsule that could end the sudden nightmare forever. He fingered its glossy surface for a moment, then shook his head and touched the bright yellow one. A shudder of fear ran through him as he did so, and he swept up the green capsule hurriedly and swallowed it. "Okay, I've chosen," he said weakly. The robo-nurse, still smiling, closed the capsule box and rolled away. It replaced the box on its shelf and said, "You've chosen, Larry, but all you've chosen is postponement of final decision." "I know." His voice was dry. I'm not ready yet, but at least I took a step forward. I didn't take the unworry drug." "True enough," the robo-nurse said. "You can still go in either direction, back to the unworry of childhood, or on to the full anxiety of adult life." "Let me think." Larry glanced up and saw the stooped figure of his father at the door of the bedroom. The robo-nurse scuttled away hummingly, and Larry swung around in bed. His father's face, wrinkle-etched, baggy-eyed, and despairing, stared intently at him. The tired face broke into a feeble grin. "So you've arrived at the age of anxiety at last. Larry, welcome to adulthood." Behind Larry lay an entire 17-year lifetime of unworrying, and behind that lay the 3 centuries since Kolsky's development of the unworry drug. It was tasteless, easily manufactured, inexpensive, and, despite its marvelous properties, not permanently habit-forming. Adults under the influence of the unworry drug found themselves free from anxiety, from nagging doubts about the future, from any need to worry or grow ulcers or to plan and think ahead. Kolsky's drug made them completely irresponsible. Naturally, the drug was highly popular among a certain group of adults with low psychic resistance to panaceas of this sort, and for a while the unworry drug was a considerable source of worry to those still clear-eyed enough to look ahead. Hundreds of thousands of people a year were yielding to the synthetic bliss of the unworry drug, returning to childhood's uninvolvement with the world. Naturally, one of the remaining worriers invented an anti-unworry drug, and with that, a new social alignment came into being. The new tablet provided gradual weaning from the unworry drug. It took 4 years for the treatment to be completed, but once so treated, a person could never bring himself to touch the Kolsky drug to his lips again. There was an inflexible guarantee against backsliding built into the bonded hydrocarbons of the drug. This second discovery left the world in possession of 2 remarkable phenomena: a soothing drug and its antidote, both of 10% efficiency. A new solution now presented itself, a solution whose details were simple and obvious. Give the drug to children. Let them live in a carefree paradise of unworry until the age of 17, at which time apply the 4-year withdrawal treatment. At 21, they were ready to step into the adult world, unmarked by the horrors of childhood, and equipped to face maturity with a calm, if somewhat blank mind. At the age of 17, then, a choice, forward or backward. 1 out of every 10 elected to remain in the synthetic dream world forever, thereby removing themselves from a world in which they probably would not have been fit to contend. It was an efficient screening process, eliminating those dreamers who would not have withstood the grind, who would have retreated from reality anyway, would have slipped into neurotic fancies. The remaining 90% chose maturity and reality and anxiety. The light blue capsule was the way back to dreamland, the bright yellow one, the first step in withdrawal. The third capsule was the one most frequently chosen. It was a delayer. Its effect, neither positive nor negative, was to allow its taker's hormones to remain suspended during the period of choice. "I've got 3 days, don't I, Dad?" The terms of the situation, implanted in each child's mind long before he could possibly understand the meanings of the words, now stood out sharply in Larry's mind. Larry's father nodded. "You took the green one." "Yes. Was that wrong?" "It's what I did when I was your age." The older man said, "It's the only sensible thing to do. Yes, you have 3 days to make up your mind. You can go on taking the unworry capsules for the rest of your life, or you can begin withdrawing. You'll have to decide that for yourself." Something fluttery throbbed in the pit of Larry's stomach. It was the first sign of worry, the first agony of decision-making. He remained calm. Despite his lifelong use of Kolsky's drug, its peculiar properties were such that he felt no need of it now. Yet, how did he choose? In 3 days, how? Uneasily, he wiggled his feet against the cool, yielding surface of the floor for a moment, left the bed, crossed the room, threw open the door. Across the hall, the robo-nurse was ministering to his younger brother. The sleepy-eyed 8-year-old was sitting up in bed while the pseudomother washed and dressed him. Larry smiled. His brother's face was calm, relaxed, confident-looking. "The lucky devil," he said out loud. "He's got 9 years of happiness left." "You can have the rest of your lifetime, son." Larry turned. His father's voice was flat, without any hint of emotion or any trace of value judgment. "I know," Larry said, "one way or the other." Later that first day, he dressed and left the house. He crossed the pedestrian walk that led from his block to the next, feeling curiously impermanent in his between-status status. The pedestrian walk was empty except for a wandering vendor struggling along under a load of bubble toys. Larry doubled his pace and caught up with the man, a short, long-nosed individual with worry creases furrowing his thin face. "Hello, son. Got your bubble ship yet?" He held forth the inflatable vehicle and smiled, a forced, slick smile that faded when the vendor noticed the luminescent arm band that told of Larry's status. "Oh, a changer," the vendor said. "I guess you wouldn't be interested in a bubble ship, then." "I guess not." Larry took the toy from the vendor's hand anyway and examined it. "You make these yourself?" "Oh, no, not at all. I get them from the distributory." The vendor scowled and shook his head. "They keep cutting down my allotment all the time. I don't know how I'll stay in business." "Why, won't there always be a market?" "There must be something new out." The vendor said gloomily, "The young ones just aren't interested in bubble toys these days. Things were good last year, but," he frowned dismally, "they're getting worse all the time." "Sorry to hear that," Larry sympathized. He felt vaguely disturbed. The bubble toys were vastly popular among his friends, and it was upsetting to learn that the vendor was doing so badly. "I wish I could do something for you." "Don't worry about me, son. You've got your own problems now." The vendor smiled bleakly at him and turned off the pedestrian walk into the side road that led to the playground, leaving Larry alone. Those were strange words, he thought. He revolved them in his mind, getting used to their feel. "You've got your own problems." He looked around at the neat, clean suburb with its attractive little 10-story units and carefully spaced splotches of green garden, and shook his head. Problems, to be or not to be. It was a line from an old play he had found taped in his father's library. The play had made no sense to him at the time, but now it troubled him. He made a mental note to ask his father about it, sometime in the next 2 days, and walked on. He wanted to see as much as he could of the adult world, before it was time to decide which he preferred. The city was a maze of connected buildings, redoubled avenues, tangled byways, and confusing signs. Larry stood in the heart of the business district, watching the grown-ups zoom past him, each walking alone, face set determinedly as he pursued some private mission. "Move along, boy," someone said roughly. Larry glanced around, saw a man in uniform scowling at him. The scowl softened into something like pity as the man noticed the badge of Larry's status. Hastily, Larry walked on, moving deeper into the web of the city. He had never been here before. The city was someplace where fathers went during the day, during the pleasant hours of school and playground, and from which fathers came, grimy and irritable, in the evening. Larry had never considered going to the city before. Now it was necessary. He had no particular destination in mind, but after 17 years in the unworrying world, he would simply have to investigate the world of anxiety before making up his mind. A car buzzed by suddenly, and he leaped to one side. Out here in the city, cars ran right next to the pedestrian walks, not on flying skyways above them. Larry hugged the side of a building for a moment, recovering his calm, stay calm, make a cool, objective appraisal. But how? 9 out of 10 people picked this world. Larry ran his fingers over the rough brick of the building, and felt the tension beginning to curdle his stomach. 9 out of 10. Am I the 10th? Am I going to decide to go back to a lifetime of unworry? It seemed so. This dirty, hyper-tense, overcrowded place seemed boundlessly undesirable. The choice was obvious, but still, he shook his head. After a moment of complete unthought, he let go of the side of the building and took a few hesitant steps forward. He was really frightened now. Suddenly, he wanted to be home, wanted to know again the smooth placidity of an unworried day. He started to walk faster, then to run. After half a block, he stopped suddenly. Where am I running? He didn't know. He felt trapped, hemmed in, overwhelmed by despair. So this is the city. Sorry, I don't care for it. You're all alone, aren't you? Said a sudden voice from behind him. It's not wise on your first day off the drug. Larry turned. The man behind him was tall and narrow-shouldered, with the pinched, baggy face of a grown-up and a wide, sly smile. "Yes, I'm all alone," he said. "I thought so. I can tell a changer when I see one, even without the armband." Larry glanced down at his arm quickly and saw that the identifying armband was gone. Somehow, somewhere, he must have ripped it off. He looked at the stranger and in a hoarse voice asked, "What do you want?" "A companion for a drink." The stranger said affably, "Care to join me?" "No, all right." Larry said with a firmness that surprised himself, "Let's go have a drink." The alcohol stung his mouth, and the flavoring in the drink tasted rancid. But he put the whole thing down and looked across the table at the stranger. "I don't much like that drink," he said, not surprising. The other grinned. "It's one of our favorites. Our city people, I mean, ulcer people. We gobble the stuff up. Not surprising you don't like it." Larry touched his forefingers lightly together. "I don't think I'd ever like it, no matter how long I tried to get used to it." "Oh." The stranger's left eyebrow rose slightly. "Never," Larry shook his head, or the rest of the city for that matter. He sighed. "I don't think I'm the city type. I think I'm going to give the whole thing up and go back home. The city isn't for me." "Have another drink." The stranger said, "Go on, I'll pay. It'll take your mind off your problems. There's a capsule that'll do it a lot more efficiently." Larry said, "I don't need bad-tasting drinks to ease my mind." "You're definitely cashing in your chips, then." "What?" "I mean, you're definitely choosing Kolsky for life, eh?" Larry paused a while, letting the images of the city filter through his mind again. Finally he nodded. "I think so. I really do. 2 full days more, and you've made up your mind." The stranger shook his head. "That'll never do, son. You'll have to think more deeply." "How deep do I have to think? Tell me what anxiety is." The stranger countered. Taken aback by the sudden and seemingly irrelevant question, Larry blinked. "Anxiety. Why, worry, isn't it? Fear, ulcers and headaches. The stranger shook his head slowly and dialed another drink. Anxiety is the feeling that things are too good, that you're riding for a fall, he said carefully. It's a sense of things about to get worse. Larry remembered the bubble vendor and nodded. But they have to be pretty good to start with, don't they? Right. You've got to have something pretty good and be worried that you're going to lose it. Then you fight to keep it. Challenge, response, that's anxiety. Fear's something different. Then you creep into the corner and shake. Or you hang onto the side of a wall. I think I'll take another drink, Larry said thoughtfully. You get what I mean. Anxiety pushes and prods you, but it doesn't make you shrivel. You've got to be strong to stand up under it. That's how our world works. So, you haven't experienced any real anxiety yet, boy, just fear, and you're reacting out of fear. You can't judge your response to something if you're really responding to something else. Larry frowned and gulped his drink. It tasted a little better, this time, though only imperceptibly so. You mean I'm deciding too quickly, then, that I ought to look around the city a little longer? Yes and no. The stranger said, You're deciding much too quickly, yes, but looking around the city won't do. No, go back home. Home, go back to your playground, look there, then decide. Larry nodded slowly. Sure, he said. Sure, that's it. He felt the tension drain out of him. I think I'll have one more drink before I go. The playground was crowded on the second day of Larry's 3-day period. Small children played happily near the shimmering wading pond. Older ones gathered for games in the playing field farther on. And far in the distance, a group of permanent unworriers sat complacently in the sun, neither thinking nor moving. Humming robonurses threaded here and there through the playground, seeing to it that no one got into any trouble. They were necessary, of course, because the unworried children would have no fear of leaping from a tree head first, or walking into the path of a speeding baseball. Larry stood at the edge of the playground, leaning against the confining fence, watching. His friends were there, the boys he had played with only 2 days before, still happily occupied with their games and their bubble toys. Walking carefully, in order not to be seen, he skirted the side of the playing area and headed for the green fields where the permanents were. There were about 100 of them of all ages. Larry recognized a former playmate of his, a boy of about 19, now, and there were older men, too, some well along in middle age. They sat quietly, unmoving, most of them, smiling pleasantly. Larry entered the field and walked to the nearest bench. Mind if I join you? The man on the bench grinned. Not at all. Sit right down, friend. Larry sat. You're a permanent, aren't you? He asked suddenly. A shadow seemed to cross the man's face. Yes, he said slowly. Yes, I'm a permanent. Who are you? I'm changing, Larry said. Oh. The permanent studied him idly for a moment or two, then leaned back and closed his eyes. It's nice here, he said. The sun's warm. Larry frowned. What do you do when it rains? We go indoors, the permanent said. Look, I think it's starting to rain now. Larry pointed at the bright, cloudless sky. There'll be a terrible thunderstorm any minute. The robonurses should be here, then. Yes, Larry said. Where are they? Why aren't they here? They'll be here. The permanent said blandly. I don't think so. I don't think they're coming. They're going to let you get wet. The permanent shrugged. They wouldn't do that, he said. Of course not. A new voice said. Larry glanced up, startled. The copper alloy face of a robonurse looked down at him. He goggled confusedly. The robonurse's grips seized his shoulders gently. You'll have to leave here, boy. We can't have you disturbing these people. Larry stood up. All right, he said. I'll go. He had seen all he needed to see. The stranger in the city had been right, Larry thought, as he made his way back to his home. The place to look had been in the playground. He had seen something even more frightening than the city. His father was waiting for him as he entered. Well, Larry sat down heavily in a pneumochair and knit his hands together. I've seen the playground, he said. Yesterday the city, today the playground. What's left to see? You've seen it all, son. Larry studied his father's pale, harried face for a moment. I thought the city was pretty horrible. I decided yesterday I'd become a permanent. I know, Your watcher told me. Watcher. You know, the man who took you in for drinks. You don't think I'd let you go into the city alone, do you? Larry smiled. I thought it was too neat, the way he met me and sent me back. But, he looked up helplessly at his father. Today I saw the playground, Dad, and I don't know what to do. His voice trailed off indistinctly. What's the trouble, son? Tomorrow I have to make my choice. Well, the playground seems to be out. They turn into vegetables there, but am I ready for the city? I don't understand, Larry. I was sickened by the place. He leaned forward and said, Dad, why are children raised on the unworry drug? We try to spare you. His father said, 17 years of tranquility, it's good, isn't it? Not when it ends. It's the worst possible preparation for a life in your world, Dad. I'm not ready for it, and I never will be. My childhood hasn't taught me how to worry. Suddenly, his father began to chuckle, first deep in his stomach, then high up in his throat, a ratchety, rasping laugh. What's the matter? Larry asked angrily. What's so funny? You say you don't know how to worry. Why, you're practically an expert at it. What do you mean by that? Suppose you tell me what you've been thinking of the past 2 days. Everything. Larry stood up, walked to the door. The robo-nurse was waiting in the next room, patient, unmoving. After a moment, he turned to his father. Well, I've been thinking that I don't like the city. That I'm afraid I wasn't properly prepared for it. That I think raising me on the unworry drug robbed me of any chance I'd have to learn to stand the strains of city life. That even so, I don't like the playground either, and I'm caught between. He checked each item off on his fingers. That's enough, Larry. You've analyzed it nicely. Slowly, the truth opened out before him, and an embarrassed grin widened on his face. Resistance to strain could be acquired overnight, by 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 didn't need a long, grueling childhood to prepare them for adulthood. The 10th would never grow up anyway. I've been worrying, he said. I'm the worrying kind. I've been worrying since yesterday, and I didn't even know it. His father nodded. Larry took the capsule box from its shelf, opened it, stared at the 3 different kinds of capsule inside. There never really was any choice after all, was there? No. Your choice was made yesterday morning. If you didn't have the stuff for city life, you'd have grabbed for the unworry capsule the second you saw it. But you didn't. You stopped to make a decision, and won your citizenship right then and there. You proved it to us, and by fighting with yourself over the decision you thought you still had to make, you proved it to yourself. Larry's smile spread. Sure, the ability to worry is the measure of successful city life, he said, and I'm a regular worrywart already. The excitement of the past 2 days still thumped in his stomach, and it was only the beginning. I belong here. Why, it won't be long before I'll get my first ulcer. His father was radiant with paternal pride. Welcome to your heritage, son, the heritage of the civilized man. You've got the makings of a first-rate citizen. End of Age of Anxiety, by Robert Silverberg. A Cold Night for Crying, by Stephen Marlowe. It's much easier to believe than disbelieve, whether it's a truth or an untruth, when you have to, and when the brain and body are weak. The snow sifted silently down, clouds of white confetti in the glare of the street lamps, mantling the streets with white, spilling softly from laden, wind-stirred branches, drifting with the wind and embanking the scars and stumps of buildings that remained of what had been the city. Mr. Friedlander trudged across the wide, quiet avenues. His bare, balding head burrowed low in his tattered collar for warmth. Chin against chest, wet feet numb and stinging with cold inside his torn overshoes which could not be replaced until next winter. And then only if the karate did not decrease the clothing ration still further. All the way home, he conjured fantasies from the white, malt, eye-shaped exhalations of his breath. Here it was the smoke of a good Havana rolled cigar, and there the warm hissing steam from a radiator valve, and later the magic carpet clouds from the funnel of an ocean liner that might take him to far, warm places the karate had not reached. Almost, he thought he heard the great sonorous drone of the ship's whistle. but it was the toot of an automobile horn as the sleek vehicle came skidding around a corner, almost running down Mr. Friedlander before it disappeared in the swirling flurries of snow. He thought if he followed the tire tracks before the snow could cover them, he would discover in which section of the city these particular karate lived. But he shook his fist instead, knowing the gesture would bring, at worst, a reprimand. In the dim hallway of his tenement, smelling pungently of cabbage and turnips, and from somewhere way in back the faint, unmistakable aroma of beef, Mr. Friedlander shook the snow from his coat and stamped his numb feet before he climbed the 3 dark flights to his apartment. At each landing he would pause and look with longing and resentment at the door of the unused elevator shaft, then shrug and wonder why the karate had denied man even this simple luxury. On the floor below his own, Mr. Friedlander heard the unmistakable crackling sound of a short-wave radio receiver. The fools! He wasn't going to talk. He lost no love on the karate. But there were others. There were neighbors, friends, brothers, even wives. There were the obvious quislings you shunned, and the less obvious ones you didn't suspect until it was too late. One thing you never did was listen to the short-wave radio so defiantly its crackling could be heard not merely on the other side of the door, but all the way out on the landing. The punishment was death. Mr. Friedlander paused in front of his own door, where the odor of strong yellow turnips assailed his nostrils. It was so unsatisfyingly familiar, he almost gagged. The new generation hardly remembered the delightful old foods, but if Mr. Friedlander shut his eyes and thought, he could clearly smell steak and roast chicken and broiled lobster swimming in butter and a dry red wine to wash everything down slowly. So slowly he could taste every tiny morsel. He pushed open the door and began to shrug off his worn coat. "I'm home," he said to the scabby walls, the gas range which had been converted to wood when the karate suspended all public utilities, to the bubbling pot which exuded the turnip smell, to the drab sofa, the 2 wooden chairs, the table he had constructed from 2 old saw-horses, and the planking he had found long ago after the 14th Street bomb. From the small bedroom he heard sobbing. Mrs. Friedlander blinked red-rimmed eyes at him and squeezed his hand, wringing it as if it had been a wet rag. She was 44 years old, 6 years younger than Mr. Friedlander, with a face which once had been comely, but now was lined, gaunt, and big-pored. She was even thinner than Mr. Friedlander, but looked shapeless in her thick woolen sweater and the baggy work trousers he had stolen from the quartermaster store of the plant where he worked. "Try to tell me, Martha," he said. "It's good to talk." She looked at him mutely, opening her mouth to talk but swallowing instead. "You tell me, Martha. There now." She managed to get the words out. "It's Freddie." Mr. Friedlander placed a tired arm about her shoulder. The feeling had started in the pit of his stomach, like when their son George had died of pneumonia 2 years ago this month. The karate had outlawed all wonder drugs, all hospitals, all medical schools. Helpless, they had watched George die, his big child eyes not understanding, asking for help. Mr. Friedlander always wondered if he had died hating them. People die and you see them. You know. Mrs. Friedlander said, "They are sick, and you can't do anything but try to nurse them, anyway." Or the big karate cars run them down and you see the broken body. You see them, alive, then dead. It's hard, so hard you want to stop living too. But there's God, and God shows you they are dead, and you have the memories, all the sweet ones. You know they're dead because you see them dying. You can forget. In time, you forget. You have to forget because otherwise you don't want to live, but you. Hold me tight. Mr. Friedlander patted her hair awkwardly. The karate not only condoned but encouraged displays of simple emotion, and for that reason Mr. Friedlander tried to avoid them. "What are you trying to tell me?" he asked. Freddie, his plane was shot down over the mountains, they told me. Freddie is dead. Freddie." Mr. Friedlander stopped patting his wife's hair, stopped stroking the tangles into a smooth glossiness. He bent down and carefully unbuckled his torn overshoes, placing them carefully in a corner of the room. Then he walked to the window and stared out at the snow sparkling in wind-blown puffs under the street lamp, which remained only because the karate liked to drive their confiscated autos at night. "What are you saying?" he asked his wife. Just because they tell us Freddy is dead. Stop it. Don't say that. Freddy is dead, because they tell us, that's no reason to believe. How can we believe? We saw Freddy alive, but now they tell us Freddy is dead. Far away, 2,000 miles, over the mountains. Did we see him die? He's dead. Oh, he's dead, but we'll never learn to live with it. Don't you see? How can we believe? How can we know? We saw him alive. Now he's dead. Freddy was flying a karate plane against the last strongholds of free man in the Rocky Mountains. Not because Freddy had wanted to pilot the Dart-Swift craft particularly, but because they had made him. The karate announced their own human losses readily, almost as if they took great pleasure in the impressive figures. They told you this, Mr. Friedlander asked, that Freddy's plane was shot down, that he is assumed dead. You saw nothing in writing. They sent a man. You knew him. No, he wore good clothing. He drove up in a sleek karate car. Quisling. Freddy died a hero's death, he said, against the rebels. Rebels, trying to preserve their own freedom. Freedom which we lost because the bombed cities couldn't survive. I only know what the man told me, but how can we? How? All my life, always, forever, I will be praying and waiting for Freddy to walk in, right behind you, through that door. We never saw him die. They should at least send something, some proof, anything to make me understand he is dead. Mr. Friedlander had been thinking the same thing. If you loved someone, your son, all his life, and then a stranger came and said he was dead, you could forget the stranger came and go on thinking of that someone, your son, alive and not dead, but too busy to come and see you, eating the food you could only dream about, sleeping in a warm bed, in some clean place far away. Only it was like the cat he once had read about. You took the cat and gave it food, catnip, but every time it ate you also fed it electricity, a shock. It wanted to eat, but it was afraid of the electricity, the shock. It starved to death screeching from hunger in a room full of food. If that was what the karate wanted, he would say Freddy was dead. He would believe and laugh every time he saw them because they thought he was screeching from hunger in a room full of food. Stop it. Mr. Friedlander told his wife, you stop that. If they say so, then Freddy is dead. We must put an announcement in the karate newspaper and make plans for a funeral. In all this snow, it's so cold. Anyway, Mrs. Friedlander walked to the stove and stirred the bubbling turnip water. You come and eat your supper. She said, we'll talk about Freddy later. There's nothing to talk about, only the funeral. Maybe he was lying, the stranger. Stop that. It's what they want. They want us to be animals. They want us never to know, always doubting, always clean in dirty places, working hard, using all our energy to be only a little better than animals. Every time you see a karate, you won't hate him. You'll think maybe he's going to tell you some good news about Freddy. It was all a mistake. They want that, too. They feed on our sorrow and despair and confusion. There is a word for them and their invasion and why they are here. They don't need us, our resources. They feed on what we feel. They are a sadistic fungi. Fred, eat your supper and you'll feel better. You must be half frozen. It's warmer in here. Mrs. Friedlander shivered, although she stood near the stove. It's still cold. I hope it's warm where Freddy is. He slapped her and was glad when she cried, then sorry, then glad again when she came into his arms, sobbing. They would make funeral arrangements in the morning. After supper, a man from the karate newspaper visited them. He wore a new overcoat and shining plastic overshoes and a bright scarf of red wool around his neck. His face was plump, his cheeks rosy, his well-groomed hair smelling of some expensive perfume when he removed hat and earlaps. Mr. and Mrs. Friedlander, he said, his voice like the dimly remembered taste of pure maple syrup, I bring you the heartfelt sympathies of the karate newspaper. If it is any consolation, know that your son, Freddy Friedlander, Jr., died a hero's death against the barbarians of the mountains. His nose was running with the cold. He patted it daintily with a pale blue silk handkerchief. He offered Mr. Friedlander a small, dry, crackling cigar, took one himself and touched flame to them with a monogrammed lighter. Mr. Friedlander inhaled gratefully, allowing the unfamiliar smoke to sear his lungs painfully before he exhaled a long blue plume at the ceiling. For Mrs. Friedlander, the man from the karate newspaper had a small box of candy, the chocolate frozen over with powdery white, but, by the expression on Mrs. Friedlander's face, succulent nevertheless. At times like this, the man from the karate newspaper said after he had politely refused what was left of the yellow turnip mash, "It is customary to place an ad in the newspaper in memory of the departed. The cost, in such cases, is quite reasonable, benevolent, you might say. 7 days of overtime for Mr. Friedlander." "But," said Mrs. Friedlander, "if we place the announcement in the karate newspaper, don't you see, we are admitting Freddy is dead." The man from the karate newspaper cocked an eyebrow in practiced surprise. "He is quite dead, Mrs. Friedlander. What my wife means is that, well, we didn't see him die." "Then you don't believe the karate?" "That's not it at all," said Mr. Friedlander. "If Freddy is dead, it is unhealthy not to believe. We want to believe. We find it difficult." "I understand," the man said. "I would suggest a large ad in that case. 2 weeks overtime, Mr. Friedlander. Write it yourself. Don't use any of the forms. Write it from your heart, from what you feel deep inside." "I suppose that is best," Mr. Friedlander admitted, secretly amazed at his own objective reaction to his son's passing. The sorrow would come later, he told himself. The grief, when it came, would be good. It would wash them clean so they could live again. Even at the funeral, he guessed, they would walk slowly with measured tread and be sad, but they would expect Freddy to join them in their sadness, as if it were a funeral but not his funeral at all. Mr. Friedlander was about to tell this to the man from the karate newspaper because he thought it was a great truth, and he had discovered it, when there was a knock on the door. It was Mr. Davidson from downstairs on the 2nd floor, a small old man, just bones and clothing and a high voice, who lived alone in the apartment where his wife had died 4 years before of old age. It was said the karate wanted old men like Mr. Davidson to go on living because they were unproductive and had to be cared for by younger people who could hardly make ends meet, thus lowering the standard of living. Everyone in the tenement took turns inviting Mr. Davidson in for dinner. "Beautiful snow, isn't it?" Mr. Davidson demanded, puckering his dry lips in a toothless grin. "Have you heard about Freddy? Have you heard the news?" He seemed spitefully cheerful, Mr. Friedlander thought. Happy because he had outlived a man 2 generations his junior. If, indeed, it was such a case of sadistic glee, so like the karate themselves, Mr. Friedlander made a mental note to stop inviting the old man to share their dinner. "Yes, sir, great news," chirped Mr. Davidson. Then, "Who's your friend?" "He's from the karate newspaper," Mrs. Friedlander explained. "Here to see about placing an announcement in the paper." "Damned quisling," spat Mr. Davidson. The old folks certainly had privileges. That remark would mean a month of overtime for Mr. Friedlander, who turned earthenware kitchen pots on an archaic wheel. All it earned Mr. Davidson was a scowl from the man from the karate newspaper. "What great news are you talking about?" The man wanted to know. Great news. Who said anything about great news? Why don't you mind your own business anyway? "You said it, old man. Great news, you said. I want to know." "Maybe I did, and maybe I didn't." "You did." "Don't always remember. Just what were we talking about? Freddy Friedlander, wasn't it?" "Yes. Like I said, great news. We all don't get to die a hero's death. No, sir. Look at me now. Die in bed one of these nights, just like that." Claw-like fingers snapped and made a singularly dry sound. "Who'll care? Who'll know until I don't show up for dinner one night? Great news. Great thing to die a hero's death, I always say." The man from the karate newspaper smiled. "I certainly misunderstood you, old-timer. I like your attitude. If the boy is dead, let's look at the bright side of the picture." All at once, Mrs. Friedlander wailed Freddy's name and cupped her face in coarse, work-hardened hands. "Freddy's dead," she sobbed. "Dead, dead, dead." Mr. Friedlander gulped and turned away. If he touched her now, he would break down too. He plopped a fork in the turnip mash and made little tracks with the tines, criss-crossing them like the tracks in the deserted railroad yards down by the river. "You see," the man from the karate newspaper said, "that's exactly what I said. The announcement is good for you. Let other people know about Freddy, and you'll be able to live with your terrible loss. This man has been very helpful. Please. Mr. Friedlander told him, not now. But now is exactly the time. The man explored through his pockets and found an announcement blank for Mr. Friedlander, a stiff yellow sheet of paper folded over crisply 3 times, with words printed in upper-case letters and many blank lines to be filled in. Mr. Friedlander read it, handed it back to the man from the karate newspaper, who then asked questions and filled in the blanks with a precise hand as Mr. Friedlander answered him. The man stood up, giving Mr. Friedlander another small cigar and giving 2 of them to Mr. Davidson. "Karate blessings on you," he said. "You'll be notified at work about your overtime, Mr. Friedlander." "When will we see it in the newspaper?" "Tomorrow, afternoon edition. Karate blessings." The man was gone. "There," said Mr. Friedlander. "Go ahead and cry. It will do you good. Cry all you want." "Young jackass," muttered Mr. Davidson. "Thought he'd never leave. And don't you cry, young lady. Laugh, sing, jump for joy. I couldn't tell you the great news about Freddy while that man was here." "We heard about Freddy," Mr. Friedlander said in a chill voice. "Will you please go downstairs? You heard baloney, or you wouldn't be talking like that. Freddy ain't dead." "What did you say?" Mr. Friedlander stood perfectly still in the center of the room, his back to the stove, trying to peer through the window which by now had frosted over. Mrs. Friedlander had stopped her crying, hands clasped in front of her, below her waist, in an obsequious oriental pose which the karate promoted. "I said Freddy ain't dead." "What are you talking about? Heard it on the short wave, by God. Wouldn't kid about a thing like this. I came busting in here to tell you, only that Quisling was here and I had to wait." "You mean it's you who owns the short wave set downstairs?" demanded Mr. Friedlander. "I never stopped on the landing. I always ran upstairs. You see, I didn't want to know who owned the short wave, who listened to the free radio, other side of the Rockies. Go ahead, say it. Listen to me, Mr. Friedlander. Those karate ain't here to stay. If you stopped to think of it a minute, you'd understand like the rest of us." "The rest of you?" "Well, a lot of us, anyway. They don't need us. We have nothing they want. They enjoy making us knuckle under is all. Something in their makeup, I don't know what. They won't stay here forever, though some of us won't be around long enough to see them go." "What's all that got to do with?" "With Freddy and the short wave. He's been captured, Mr. Friedlander, by the free folk. He's on their side now, the side all of us want to be on but can't be. He's alive, you understand. You wouldn't just be saying this. You're sure? Wouldn't you trust the word of your own people, the people who saw him come down by parachute, who took him in, got his name and beamed it back here so you, his folks, wouldn't have to worry none? Well, wouldn't you?" "Yes," Mrs. Friedlander cried in a tremulous voice. "Oh, yes, sensible girl," said Mr. Davidson, walking to the window and wiping away a circle of frost with his hand. Mr. Friedlander felt a spring in his step he hadn't felt for 20 years, since the day the karate came swooping down from space and caught the world in a tired breathing spell in World War III. Freddy was alive and Freddy was free. He must tell everyone. He must shout it now, to all the neighbors, and shout it again at work tomorrow, and withdraw his announcement from the karate newspaper and 100 other things. He lifted the warped window, with cardboard replacing 2 of the shattered panes, and breathed in the crisp, cold night air. "I'll visit the newspaper in the morning," he said. "Tell them to forget all about the announcement." He turned around and faced his wife and Mr. Davidson. "What are you crying for? Stop crying. I'm so happy, Fred. Maybe I can get down to the newspaper now and see their nightman. Hold on there." Mr. Davidson said, "Are you crazy or something, young feller? Want to fit the noose around my neck yourself? Not just me, but all the others. Think I'm the only one. There's Mr. and Mrs. Peters, and the Schwartzes, the McDonalds, the Kopacks. You're just slow catching on, that's all." "You mean they all have short waves, all those people?" "That's exactly what I mean. We have to find freedom our own way. Oh, we conform. We cry when we're supposed to, and laugh. But at night we listen to the radio and learn some of the truth. so that when the karate get bored with us and decide to leave, we can take our places in a free world. Took me 2 years to build that short wave out of spare parts, but it was worth every minute. What do you do when they come around hunting? Mr. Friedlander asked. Hide it, of course. Son, you're afraid of your own shadow. I am not. I just didn't know. For a time we were worried about you. Thought maybe you was a quisling. Now I had to take the chance. I just had to tell you. Listen, here's the thing. Here's what we'll do. We'll let the announcement stick in the paper. Got to make them think we believe. Then we'll have ourselves a real solemn funeral out to the graveyard near 92nd Street. Know a preacher who will wring every last tear out of all of us. I mean all. We'll all go. The Kopacks, the Schwartzes, the Peters, everyone who heard in on the short wave about Freddie and how he's alive and everything. The sadder we look, the happier we'll feel later on. Then we'll have ourselves a real old-fashioned celebration, like before the karate came. Mr. McDonald says he has a bottle of real champagne he was saving for when his girl Betty got married, but I talked him into letting us use it. Son, we'll pull out all the stops. Of course, you can't really get looped on an ounce or so of champagne, but we sure can try. Well, see you at the funeral. And Mr. Davidson went downstairs, cackling and whistling the dirge from Beethoven's Eroica. Well, said Mr. Friedlander to his wife, what do you think? I think it's wonderful, that nice man going to all that trouble. I'm not so sure. What do we know about Mr. Davidson? Maybe he's lying. Maybe he wouldn't lie, not about a thing like that. I know how you feel. I felt that way at first, too. Free and, well, relaxed for the first time in so long I can't remember. But then I got to thinking. What if he's seen? What if he imagined the whole thing? It would be a sin to celebrate with Freddie dead. We could ask Mr. Peters or the others, and Freddie's not dead. That's what you want to believe. It's what I want to believe, too. Mr. Friedlander walked to the window again, where the pane was frosting over once more, giving a ghost-like quality to the street, the lamps, the facades of the other tenements, the snow-laden trees outside. He wanted to believe, but he had wanted to believe in his youth that the killing war would one day end. When it did, the karate had come, with talk of peace, although with their invincible weapons they had disarmed all the world's armies, and, instead of rebuilding, had made a shambles of our civilization. Every day the karate told lies and told you to believe, and planted spies to see that you did, and visited you at unexpected moments to see that you conformed, and trained your children to fight against free people who they said were your enemies, and gave extra clothing rations to a spy, to a believer, to a man in the karate image. We can't ask the others. Mr. Friedlander said, what if Mr. Davidson was lying or making it all up? You can't go around talking about short waves and things. It isn't safe. We have to know. Do you want to be turned in as an undesirable? Is that what you want? We already know. The karate told us. The more he spoke, the easier it was to convince himself. You couldn't live with doubt. The karate fostered doubt and taught you that. You had to avoid it. You had to know. This is so. This is not so. If this other thing may or may not be so, I don't want to talk about it. Alternative A or alternative B, simple. Concise. What did old Mr. Davidson know, anyway, listening to his subversive radio? Why should the barbarians in the mountains tell the truth any more than the karate or their agents? The barbarians are our enemies. It's propaganda. Maybe Mr. Davidson is a saboteur for them. Is that clear? Mr. Friedlander demanded. Is that quite clear? Cry if you want. Freddie is dead. Freddie is dead. Dead. You can't believe all the wild stories you hear. Mrs. Friedlander was smiling at him through her tears, wiping them away, assuming again the oriental pose. You believe what you want. She said, we won't celebrate. We won't pretend. We'll say Freddie is dead. But I'll believe what I believe, and I'm thankful to Mr. Davidson. So you can live in doubt all the rest of your life. For that you're thankful. I'm thankful for a crumb when I expected nothing. Where are you going? Mr. Friedlander was buckling his worn overcoat and forcing his shoes into wet overshoes. Out for a walk. He said, I want to think. It's a cold night. I don't care. Outside, with the snow still falling, drifting down in unhurried silence, he found himself hating Mr. Davidson. The man should have minded his own business. Old meddler. He was a menace to the community, too. Whose side was he on, anyway? A scene. I'll old man. An agent provocateur for the barbarians in the western mountains. Was his self-appointed mission in life to see to it that people like poor Mrs. Friedlander never knew another moment of peace all the rest of their lives? The short-wave radio, all lies. It had to be lies. If it weren't lies, you could understand nothing. Black is white or white is black. Everyone's saying something else. You don't know. You never know. He didn't want to start any trouble. He wasn't looking for trouble. He was only a good, karate-fearing citizen who knew his place. But Mr. Davidson had made a revelation to him. If all those people Mr. Davidson had named, chuckling over each name, taking secret delight in each one as if he, the patriarch of the tenement, had converted them, one at a time or in groups, into clandestine outlaws, if all those people were subversive, thought Mr. Friedlander, why should he suffer along with them? Was it fair that he received the same inadequate food, the same squalid lodging, the same menial jobs to perform? He knew his place. But they had told him about Freddie, or Mr. Davidson, their spokesman, had, and he owed them something for that, for the one brief moment in which they had shoved back the snow, the grim cold winter, the bleak building and the smell of turnips, as a curtain, and revealed his own youth to him, sparkling with hope, with promise, with a life unfulfilled. No, even that had been unkind, premeditated. His lot would be all the more unpleasant for it, and Mrs. Friedlander's. They'd sealed her in a half-mourning, half-hoping future. They'd ruined her whole life. He'd have to move, of course, with his wife. But perhaps they'd earn the right to a better neighborhood. He walked up the 6 snow-covered steps to the police station, went inside, sat down and started telling the uniformed figure at the desk about the subversives in his building who owned short-wave radios, starting with Mr. Davidson and going right on down the list. He hoped the karate would come and take them away before the funeral. End of A Cold Night for Crying, by Stephen Marlowe.
The Monkey Spoons, by Mary Elizabeth Counselman. Weird Tales, May 1950. Funeral spoons. What a gift for a man to give his bride. The little shop seemed to have taken the musty, worm-eaten quality of furniture and relics it offered for sale. There was an all-pervasive odor of mildew and decaying wood. Dust motes whirled in a shaft of sunlight as the street door opened, with the hushed tinkle of a bell above the sedate gold letters, Jonathan Sproul, Antiques. The 3 young people who entered, arm in arm, looked as out of place in such a shop as 3 children at a board meeting. The girl, a vivacious brunette with a large diamond solitaire on her left hand, linked the 2 men together. One a tall, easygoing Norse blonde, the other small, wiry and dark, with sensitive features that resembled those of the girl. They stood for a moment, laughing and chattering together, but in lowered tones, somewhat subdued by the atmosphere of the old shop. No, not 3 rings, Bob. Rings are so trite, the girl was protesting. What we want is something unusual, Alan? Something distinctive to link us 3 together always, like the 3 musketeers, and remind us of our undying. She broke off with a stifled gasp as a stooped, wrinkled gnome of a man, a hunchback, scuttled out from the shadowy recesses at the rear of the place. There was something spider-like about his appearance, until he smiled. Large, luminous brown eyes beamed upon each of them in turn. "I overheard," he murmured in a mellow, friendly voice that matched his eyes. "You are looking for some little memento?" His eyes drifted keenly to the girl. "Soon is your wedding day, yes?" He hazarded. "And you and your brother, and your fiancé wish to buy some antique curio, in revolting term, triplicate, as a bond of love and remembrance?" The trio glanced at one another, jaws dropping. "Why, yes," the girl laughed. You must be psychic. Observation, merely observation and deduction. The old proprietor chuckled pleasantly. I have very little trade here, worse luck, and much time to meditate. Now, what did you have in mind? 3 identical snuff boxes, perhaps? 17th century? Or what about lockets, Renaissance Italian, with your pictures in each? I have some that fold open in 3 sections. 2 of them could be worn as watch fobs, of course. He smiled at the 2 utterly unlike but congenial young men. They grinned back at him, wandering curiously among the cluttered displays of crow's nest tables, hammered brass fire dogs, old spinning wheels, and 100 other reminders of generations past. Idly they wandered over to a showcase of antique silverware, ornate gold and silver sugar shells, pickle forks with tiny demons on the handle, little salt spoons, and graceful kriss-shaped butter knives. The girl strolled away by herself, poking about with quiet fascination. Presently her eyes fell on a small, worn, black velvet case pushed half out of sight on a shelf. She leaned to open it and called out eagerly, "Look! Oh, Alan, Bob, look, I found some monkey spoons." She beckoned to her brother and fiancé, then smiled across the shop at the old proprietor, whose sudden look of agitation she failed to notice. "These are monkey spoons, aren't they, Mr. Sproul? I've never seen any with a drinking monkey perched on the knob. It's always something stylized, a fawn or a skull. These must be very old." The 2 men moved to her side, fondly amused at her excitement. The blonde one, Bob, looked at the dark one, Alan, and spread his hands humorously. "What on earth," he drawled, "are monkey spoons?" "Alan, if we're going to open that antique shop of ours, with my backing and Marcia's and your experience, you'll just have to brief me on these." The brother and sister started explaining, both at once, interrupting each other. They gave up, laughing. Then suddenly Mr. Sproul stepped forward, edging unobtrusively between the 3 young people and the black velvet box. Monkey spoons, he explained diffidently, were presented by the old Dutch patroons to honored guests and relatives as late as the 17th century. They were mementos of some occasion, a funeral, most often, as you can see from these very fine specimens. Skillfully, he steered the trio away to another showcase, shutting the black velvet box behind him with a furtive gesture. "These," he pointed out 1 set of 5, "are typical. Note the wide, shallow, fluted bowl of the spoon, very thin silver. Bearing a hammered-out picture symbolic of funerals, a man on horseback delivering the invitations, with a churchyard in the background. These bear a likeness of St. Michael, weigher of souls on Judgment Day. This one has a picture of a mourner weeping over a cinerary urn. Brah! Cheerful little trinkets, aren't they?" Bob laughed, resting one hand on Alan's shoulder and sliding his other arm about his fiancée's waist. "Mean to say they passed out these things at funerals, like flowers at a party?" "Not exactly." Mr. Sproul smiled. "They were hung around the rim of the punch bowl at the Dude Feast, Dead Feast. Something like the Irishman's Wake. A small silver lozenge, the seal, was always welded at the center of the handle, engraved with the name of the deceased and the dates of his birth and death. The handles are quite slender, as you see. They curl backwards like the end of a violin to form the knob, on which is mounted a silver fawn, or a skull, or a monkey," the girl asked eagerly. "Why monkey spoons, Mr. Sproul?" She drifted over to the black box again and picked up 1 spoon. "I've always wondered why they're called that." "That," the old dealer shrugged his humped shoulders, "is an enigma among antique experts. One theory is that the monkey was simply a symbolic invitation to come and be gay at the Dude Feast. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow. Zwieging der Monkey was an old Dutch expression meaning to get drunk. Ugh! Marcia's delicate nose wrinkled in distaste. "I certainly wouldn't want everybody getting soused at my funeral. They'll just have to sit around and cry soberly, or they'll get no monkey spoons from me. Remember that now, Bob." She laughed and planted a kiss on her fiancé's cheek. "Hush!" Her brother, the more sensitive of the two men, shuddered visibly. "Marcia, don't be so morbid. People shouldn't joke about." "Who's morbid?" The girl laughed more gaily, winking at Bob. "Oh, Alan, you're a sissy. Do come and look at these darling monkey spoons over here. Those with the drinking monkey are very rare, aren't they, Mr. Sproul? There are only 3 of these." Her face lighted, and she whirled about at a sudden idea. "Oh, why don't we choose these for our keepsakes? I could have mine made into a scarf pin, Bob. Yours and Alan's could be watch fobs, or you could have them welded on silver cigarette cases. Some old Dutchman's funeral spoons. Wouldn't that be just too gruesome and clever? And," she added eagerly, "we can call our antique shop the 3 Spoons, and people will drop in by the droves just to ask us why. Bob, darling, please buy them." Her fiancé grinned at her fondly, winked at her discomforted brother, and reached for his checkbook with a light shrug. "All right, my precious, all right. Anything your foolish little heart desires. But funeral spoons," he roared with amusement. "What a gift from the groom to the bride. Mr. Sproul, how much are you asking for?" He broke off, caught by the expression on the face of the hunchbacked antique dealer. Mr. Sproul looked frightened. There was no mistaking that quiver about his mouth or the agitation in his kindly old eyes. I. Wouldn't you prefer something less expensive?" he blurted. "Those particular spoons are almost a collector's item. Besides," he added in an oddly loud tone, "they are not mine to sell, really. They are not mine." He emphasized the words queerly and glanced toward the dark rear of the shop as though he were speaking for the benefit of some skulking eavesdropper whom they could not see. "The former owner," he lowered his voice again in apology, "was a Mrs. Havisham, an elderly widow. Her heirs have not yet been located. She died intestate about a month ago, shortly after buying the set of. She kept 1 spoon and left 3 of them with me to sell for her at a profit. Merely as her agent," he emphasized sharply, with another odd glance toward a particularly dark corner. "She kept a 4th spoon, not wanting to part with her entire collection. She was asphyxiated in her garage," he added with apparent irrelevance. "Carbon monoxide gas from her car. An accidental death, of course," he said quickly, again with that nervous glance into the shadows. The girl Marcia, her fiancé Bob, and her brother Alan looked at one another significantly. The old hunchback was certainly peculiar, to say the least. "A borderline mental case," Bob's raised eyebrows suggested. With a glance at his fiancée's disappointed expression, he became brisk and businesslike. "Well, you have the legal right to sell the spoons, though, and collect your commission," he pointed out shrewdly. "How much?" $500, Mr. Sproul murmured, then added with a manner of pleading, "That's exorbitant, of course, and I can find you something much more attractive for the price." "Exorbitant, you can say that again. For 3 little spoons?" The blond young man whistled good-humoredly, but uncapped his fountain pen. That's $500 apiece," Mr. Sproul said hurriedly, "for each spoon. Now I'm sure you wouldn't care to pay so much for a whim. Let me just show you." Bob set his jaw stubbornly, giving the old dealer an oblique look. "Mr. Sproul, don't you want to make this sale?" "Look, if you're trying to run up the price," he snapped, "just because my fiancée has taken such a fancy to—" He broke off, grinned abruptly, and spread his hands in rueful defeat. "All right, you old pirate, 1,500 it is." He smiled indulgently at the girl beside him who was shaking her head violently. "If it's something you really want, darling, you shall have it." Old Mr. Sproul sighed deeply, with a tone of resignation rather than of satisfaction. "The price," he said heavily, is $500 for the set if you insist on buying it. But I must tell you this, although I am sure you young people will laugh at me or perhaps be even more intrigued by these devilish spoons, you see, Mr. Sproul gulped. They are supposed to be cursed. The two men did laugh, but the girl's face lighted up. She clapped her hands as pleased as a child with its first jack-o'-lantern. Oh, a curse! How marvelous! Why didn't you tell us before? Now I simply must have them. The old hunchback nodded and shrugged. As I predicted, he murmured. Then doggedly, the spoons are mementos of the funeral of an old Dutch patroon, Schuyler van Grooten. You'll see his name on the seals, who owned and tenant-farmed about half of the Connecticut Valley in the Ees. Mrs. Havisham had an old Dutch diary written by one of his ancestors. I was able to translate only a few pages when I called at her home, but it seems there were 13 spoons originally. Rather a significant unlucky number, as the patroon was secretly murdered by friends and relatives who would inherit his estate. One by one, the story goes, he caused 6 guilty ones to die, exactly as he himself had died. The remaining owners of the monkey spoons became frightened finally and gave theirs away, thereby escaping his vengeance. But anybody who owns the spoons inherits the curse. Is that it? Marcia cried delightedly. Alan, isn't it exciting? Oh, Bob, do give Mr. Sproul a check before somebody comes in and buys our haunted spoons right out from under our noses. The antique dealer looked at her and sighed. He saw the girl's brother bite his lips, frowning. But the blonde young man grinned at his fiancée and wrote out a check for the 3 monkey spoons. Opening the black velvet box, he presented one of the spoons to Marcia with an exaggerated bow. The second he gave to Alan, holding it over his wrist like a proffered rapier. The third spoon he thrust carelessly into the pocket of his tweed coat. Then, laughing at his horseplay, Marcia offered an arm to each of the 2 young men, and they marched out together, whistling in harmony, into the sunlit street. Behind them, old Mr. Sproul, although he was not a very devout Catholic, crossed himself. He ran a finger around under his collar and inhaled noisily, aware all at once of the extreme stuffiness of his little shop. It was unusually close in here today, he thought, almost stifling. He scurried to a window and flung it open, gulping in lungfuls of cool autumn air, as if, for some reason, he found it terribly hard to breathe. It was almost closing time, about a week later, when the bell over his door tinkled again, and 2 of the attractive young threesome walked into his shop. Mr. Sproul scuttled forward to meet them, beaming in recognition. But his smile faded at sight of the grim expression on the blonde man's face, and the stunned, swollen-eyed look of the pretty girl. She had been crying, the old dealer saw, and Bob, her fiancé, was tight-lipped and cold with anger. Yes, Mr. Sproul murmured hesitantly. You were not satisfied with your purchase. An odd look of hope leaped into his eyes. You wish to return the spoons, perhaps. Of course, I shall be glad to refund your... For answer, the blonde young man thrust one of the delicate little monkey spoons under his nose, pointing to the tiny silver seal welded at the center of the handle. Is this your idea of a joke? He snapped. The antique dealer blinked, and putting on an old-fashioned pair of square-lensed spectacles, peered at the spoon. The blood ebbed slowly from his face. I don't understand, he stammered. When I sold them to you, the inscriptions read, Schuyler van Grooten, born August 3rd, 1586, died June 8th, 1631. But now it reads Alan Fentress, born September 14th, 1924, died November 3rd, 1949. Why, he broke off, that's yesterday. A sob burst from the girl, and she buried her face against her fiancé's shoulder, weeping wildly. Bob glared at Mr. Sproul. Yes, he said harshly, And Alan was drowned yesterday, November 3rd, 1949. The death date engraved on that, damned. How the devil did you get hold of Alan's spoon? He towered over the old cripple threateningly. You, sadistic old. You took that seal off, didn't you? And welded the new one on, just to stir up some freak publicity and boom, trade for your crumby little shop. But Alan, he ground out through clenched teeth. Why did you have to pick on Alan? Because you knew he was moody and susceptible to suggestion. Because you knew he'd brood over your little hoax, not telling us. His painting wasn't going well lately. So you thought it would be a cinch to drive him to suicide. Out there in the lake yesterday, he just stopped swimming and went under. When I got his clothes from the locker room, I found this damn spoon you changed. Like a death sentence, Mr. Sproul gasped, looking first at the dead youth's angry friend, then at his grieving sister. Oh no, he protested. My dear young people, you surely don't accuse me of. You're upset. Who wouldn't be? It's the curse, he said quietly. Remember, I did my best to warn you. To plant your story, you mean? The young man snarled. Glaring at him furiously, he led the girl toward the door. Come on, darling. I might have known we'd get no satisfaction out of this. This cold-blooded old ghoul. But let me tell you, he threw back furiously at the antique dealer, when I locate the engraver who changed that inscription, or find out how you learned Alan's birth date, I'll come back here and kill you. The door slammed with an agitated jingle of the little bell. Mr. Sproul stood for a moment, wringing his hands miserably. He had liked those three light-hearted young people on sight, and would not for the world have wished harm to befall any of them. But there were forces a crippled old man could not combat. Forces older than any item in his musty little shop, older than logic, older than time. Oh, dear heaven, the hunchback moaned. Why didn't I tell them to give those other 2 spoons away? Melt them down, bury them, anything. If that diary had only told how Van Grooten died, perhaps I could have warned them to avoid. But there were only hints. The writer never did come out and say, but that young man is perhaps he could come to some conclusion that I've missed. He turned and ran for the telephone directory, leafing through it hastily to find the names Fentress or Milam, the signature on the young man's check. For an hour he clung to the phone, calling every Fentress and Milam in the book, but there was no Robert Milam. Mr. Sproul tried the hotels, then the funeral homes to trace the dead brother, Alan. Finally he hung up, defeated, concluding that they were all from out of town. He sat staring at the telephone then, wringing his wrinkled old hands in the helpless anguish of one who can only wait. Wait for disaster. But the period of waiting was not long. 3 days later, just at noon, the doorbell tinkled again. Mr. Sproul looked up from a 6-branched candelabra he was polishing to see a disheveled figure swaying a few feet from him. It was Bob Milam, his face drawn and covered with a stubble of beard, his eyes bloodshot and puffy from drinking. In his hand he held an ugly little automatic. Mr. Sproul caught his breath and stood very still. Then, despite his own fear, he burst out, "Oh, my poor young friend, the second spoon? Your fiancé?" The blond man's mouth twisted with pain and bitterness. For reply, he flung another of the monkey spoons at the old dealer's feet. Mr. Sproul stooped to pick it up. He paled and nodded. The tiny oval seal on the handle was engraved to read, Marcia Fentress, born April 17th, 1927, died November 6th, 1949. At the old man's nod, Bob's eyes narrowed. He said not a word, but the ominous click of the safety catch on his gun was eloquent enough. Yet there was more pity than terror in Mr. Sproul's face. "Oh." His murmur of shocked sympathy had a genuine ring. How did she? My fiancée, the young man grated bitterly, was terribly grief-stricken at her brother's death. You figured on that too, didn't you? You insane, twisted. His voice broke on a sob of impotent rage. Alan and Marcia were inseparable. We three were, in fact. Marcia couldn't sleep, so last night she took a big dose of sleeping pills. While he gulped, then plunged on miserably. While she was drugged, a very large beauty pillow on her bed fell over her face somehow. It wasn't the sleeping pills, smothered to death. The coroner called it an accident. He lashed out. But I call it murder. You murdered Alan too. I can't prove it, but I surely as hell can. With a sob, he leveled the gun at the old antique dealer's heart, his mouth working with hate and grief. At sight of his tortured young face, Mr. Sproul dabbed at his eyes, oblivious to his own danger. "My poor, unfortunate young friend," he murmured pityingly. "You can't believe I would cause such tragedy for a few paltry dollars?" "I did not change those seals, but I cannot hope to persuade anyone as matter-of-fact as yourself to believe in the supernatural. The diary recounts that when each guest at Van Gruten's dude feast died, their spoons changed too. Mrs. Havisham's seal altered also. The lawyer found it later among her effects, but assumed it to be the grim jest of some house servant." Bob Milam snorted derisively, but the murderous anger in his eyes ebbed slowly, and the gun in his hand wavered. "You're insane," he said heavily. "Maybe you don't even realize you changed those seals. Maybe your twisted mind really believes all that silly guff about some old Dutchman who—" His shoulders slumped all at once. He swayed, passing one hand over his bleary eyes. The gun in his other hand clattered to the floor. Suddenly he snatched the monkey spoon and flung it down the furnace, grating. "Insane," he mumbled. I can't shoot a crazy crippled old man in cold blood. But oh, why did you do it?" He groaned, staring at the hunchback. "Why, Mr. Sproul? Why? My best friend, and then my fiancée. I'd gladly have signed over my whole bank account to you if it was money you—" "Oh, please," the antique dealer cried out in despair. "You must believe that I had no part in. I tried to phone you to warn you, tried to figure out the manner of death so you could avoid, but they all died so differently. Mrs. Havisham, asphyxiated. Your friend, drowned. And your lovely fiancée." The old man's eyes widened suddenly. "Ah, now I understand. It's true. It all ties together. Listen to me." Bob Milam had turned unsteadily toward the door, but Mr. Sproul sidled after him like a small, persistent crab and seized him by the arm. No, wait. You must listen," he gasped. The diary mentioned that Schuyler Van Gruten was subject to sleeping fits, a cataleptic. His intimate friends and relatives must have known that, but they— "Wait," he begged. "Your monkey spoon, where is it? You must give it away. At once," the old dealer insisted excitedly. To some impersonal agency. The scrap metal drive, yes, that's it. Get it out of your possession or you too will. So much hate, such hunger for revenge hovers about them. Like a piece of metal that has been magnetized, they can actually draw disaster to anyone who— But at that moment, the blond young man jerked his arm loose and plunged out into the street, wanting only to get away from this crazy old man who had caused him so much grief in the space of a few short days. Mr. Sproul pattered after him, calling excitedly for him to wait. But by the time he reached the curb, Bob Milam had whistled down a passing cab and was climbing into it. The old hunchback hurried to the curb and strained to catch the address. But the young man was only telling the driver wearily, "Drive around. Just drive. Anywhere. I don't care." The antique dealer's arms dropped to his sides limply in defeat. He watched the taxi speed out of sight, then turned slowly and walked slowly, thoughtfully, back into his shop. The evening paper, left under his door as usual, carried the story. A taxi was ambling along 187th Street, where wreckers were busy raising an old warehouse. Somehow the dynamite charge went off sooner than was intended, and a crumbling wall of bricks and mortar fell on the cab as it passed. The cabbie managed to dig his way out, but the single passenger, an intoxicated young man identified as one Robert Maylam of New Jersey, could not be pulled out of the wreckage for almost an hour. He was dead when frantic workmen did finally reach him, not crushed, but trapped without air in the rear seat of the taxicab. And in his pocket, the police found a peculiar-looking spoon, inscribed with his name, the date of his birth, and the very date of his death. Mr. Sproul finished reading, then took off his square-lensed glasses and polished them with a hand that trembled. There was nothing, he mused philosophically, really nothing at all that he could have done to save those three nice young people, who had all three died the same way, fighting for breath, smothered to death by one agency or another, just exactly as Mrs. Havisham had died, in her exhaust-filled garage. And just as, centuries ago, an old Dutch patroon, one Schuyler van Grooten, had died, clawing and screaming and gasping for breath in his coffin, awakened from one of his cataleptic trances to find that his greedy heirs had deliberately buried him alive. End of The Monkey Spoons by Mary Elizabeth Counselman.
Assignment in the Dawn by Bryce Walton. There stood Roland, deep beneath a static, dying civilization, fiercely ready to destroy it, and himself, if need be, for love of Frances. Yet a question nagged him. Who was she, and who was he? His consciousness filtered in slowly. It stirred like roiled water, and the first lucid cycle of cause and effect in associative memory was beginning. There was a kind of awful searching loneliness, but that was broken by the pleasantly soft voice of the woman who asked, "Is he waking?" A sweet, clear voice. It drew him as if it were some part of him that was missing. She could give meaning to that lonely despair. If he could only remember, a man answered tensely, "He's waking, all right. Check the spy circuit again, Fran. Their newly developed rapport clan is dangerous. They might find out about our new Adam." Adam. He heard light footsteps fade off and return. Circuits clear, Billy boy. A pause. He's attractive, isn't he? Aha. He heard the man muttering close to his ear. He felt some kind of pressure withdrawn from about his head. There was a sharp, clenching pain, and a flash of agonizing brilliance. Well, that's it, Fran. The man breathed heavily. He felt her warm, soft hand moist on his forehead. Why did she remove it? But he heard her say, "All right, Superman. Open your eyes and see the light." Adam, Superman. He blinked blindly in the newness of the light until the small, naked cubicle and the two people in it clarified. He looked at her first, beauty and warmth. She smiled brightly and winked. A small, delicate but full-bodied figure in shorts, bra and sandals, and a lot of olive skin. But their 8-fingered hands. He looked at his own hands. 8 fingers. What? He studied the man. He was gaunt and bald, very sad and cynical with his lower lip stuck out. He put out a thin white hand and said sardonically, "I'm Bertie. This is Frances, and I suppose you'd like to know who you are." He shrugged as he turned his eyes back to the woman and openly appreciated her. She blushed, and he was pleased. Finally he answered the man, "That depends on who I am. An amnesiac is supposed to have good reasons for not remembering." The man frowned. "You've never had a name, and you're not an amnesiac, not exactly. We've stored your brain with plenty of information, and it will soon become properly integrated as you apply it. But what would you prefer as a label?" He had never had a name. Somehow, he figured that he should have had one. He shrugged again. "If I've never had a name, it must not be very important." "Peculiar personality," muttered Bertie, "not uninteresting." "That's wonderful," giggled Frances. "Now I can pick something that will make an adorable nickname. How about Roland? Then I can call you Rowley." He nodded and sat up while she giggled eagerly. He looked at his body. He seemed to know all about his body, yet he had never been conscious of it before, somehow. Translucent shorts and sandals fitted well to a tall, muscled form that he was proud to display to Frances. Did she like his body? That was the important thing. His eyes shifted back and forth from the woman to the man. Finally he said quietly, "We've got to come to it. What do you want me to do?" Bertie's sharply ridged face puckered. "Rowley, you have a highly selective education administered by us. But is it worthwhile? Science progress is a maze, a labyrinth. And when you reach the end of the quest, the Minotaur always waits." Fran's voice interrupted seriously, black eyes shining. "We've given you most of the necessary information, but have omitted details. This the end of the era of world brain. It must be the end. It's a 10-acre expanse of electronic brain which is the unescapable dictator of World City. Absolute mechanical dictator. And there are 1,000 plastico-mechanical creations which act positronically under world brain to carry out its functions." Bertie looked sharply at him. "Roland, doesn't that seem terribly unjust to you? Monstrously inhuman." "If it's mechanical, obviously it's inhuman," said Roland. Bertie said, "Human, organic. What is life? Only chemistry, and that's all any machine is." "No, by human I mean one's emotional, thalamic reactions. Do you react negatively to a dictatorial machine that destroys all human characteristics?" "I'll even hate it," said Roland. He looked at Frances. "If you do." She smiled very pleasantly at him, and he asked, "But why did humans create this mechanical dictator?" "We didn't feed your brain much history. A waste of time," she said. "Anyway, world brain was a reaction to the atomic war. That almost finished Earth life, and remaining humanity decided it couldn't afford another. Human governmental agency is too unreliable. Even human dictatorship was, of course, variable. So all the greatest scientific minds pooled their brain cells and created world brain. Now, human culture is fixed and static. For a human, that's death. Nothing can change unless world brain changes, and that's impossible." "Well," said Roland, "isn't that what was wanted? It didn't work out, Rowley. 1 billion people turned into stagnant automatons. When organisms stop moving and changing, they're better off completely dead. Don't you agree, Rowley?" "Yes," said Roland. "So why not destroy world brain?" "We're going to," interrupted Bertie, "and it's got to be done right now. Civilization, I use that word liberally, has simply stopped. And as long as the entire working culture is mechanically fixed, it's absolutely hopeless." Bertie's narrow shoulders drooped. "Not that everything isn't in its cosmic sense. But even the cosmos doesn't make sense, does it, Fran?" She shook her head at him. "He doesn't believe in anything. But we don't care, do we?" "No," said Roland. He wanted her to keep on talking to him personally. "We want to get rid of world brain," said Bertie. "But there are difficulties. There are the conditioners. They're directly tied in with world brain. From birth, everyone is conditioned to unquestionable, unbreakable bondage to world brain. These matrixed minds can't be altered. We've tried. The only alternative is to throw a lot of great big heavy air atoms and molecules among world brain's overheated electrons. But there are always difficulties." Roland was mad because Bertie was talking instead of Frances. He kept looking steadily at her. He asked, "Then how have we three escaped these conditioners?" She answered this time, and Roland soaked up her sweet musical voice sensually. "We're members of a secret underground organization that began when world brain began, to escape its static death system. Having gone underground, we escaped the original conditioning and have since lived completely free of the brain's dictates. But even though unconditioned, we've been helpless against the rigid system." "Then how can you expect to destroy world brain now?" asked Roland. "There must be a great deal I don't know." "Possible also that you know too much," said Bertie irritably. "But then who doesn't?" Fran laughed freely. Then her voice became suddenly grave. "We have to act now. There isn't much time. We have bogeymen, too. Martians." Roland started violently, stared. "Martians, you mean from Mars, the planet?" "Yeah," growled Bertie, and Frances smiled. Do you find a Martian menace credible, Rowley? He should, snapped Bertie. We certainly endowed him with enough credulity. An organ that believes in its own existence will believe anything. I believe you, Roland said. He was looking at Francis, and the Martians. Francis said, you see, the Martians are trying to preserve world brain, and to do that, they've been trying for a long time to destroy the underground. Why? Asked Roland. Roland was hating Bertie because he talked so much. That should be obvious. The Martians know that, if we cancel world brain, we'll have a variable, anarchistic government again. And naturally, that means the return of the atomic war threat. And along with atomic power and subsequent space flight, that also means, according to the Martians' logic, that we'll wage an atomic war against them. And that, concluded Bertie, is good logic. All right, said Roland. The Martians are fighting you, so you've got to hurry and get world brain before the Martians finish the underground. Right, Rowley, beamed Francis. How can you accomplish that now if you couldn't before? Francis came very close. Roland smelled the intoxicating aroma of a very effeminate, very suggestive scent. She bounced up beside him on the table. He was afraid to look at her for a moment, afraid she would go away. You see, Rowley, you're the agent. You're going to destroy world brain. Roland tried to clarify scattered thoughts. Here in a hidden cell, he seemed so far from any reality. Alone with two people who seemed so strange, so apart from hopeless, defeated humanity. He was suddenly aware of feeling cold. Cold, yet the room was warm. Something was lacking between these two members of the underground and himself, something vitally important. There was an isolated sensation. He noticed the utter silence, a dead, despairing silence. Abruptly he wanted to be a part of movement and noise. He wanted to get out of this small buried cube somewhere on Earth. And if it wasn't for Francis, he would have gotten out. Right then, but he didn't. She held him there. A human, conditioned scientifically, could only react as he was reacting now. He felt no irritation. That was the way the human organism functioned. He wanted to do it for Francis. He loved her, of course, that was it. He had known that when he first heard her voice before he had opened his eyes. He heard himself saying, when, where, and how do I start? Bravo, said Bertie sardonically. A man of virtue. Only an objective realization of the need for unity prevailed Roland from attacking the man. He was jealous, too, and he was ashamed of that. Somehow, these people had taken him from the birth center when he was born, and had kept him hidden and had taught him to be a true, pre-world brain human. He should be grateful, very grateful, and he determined to be. Bertie was crossing the room toward a panel. Well, Prometheus, we start right now, right here. And here's how, he tensed, eyes narrowing. The form was only a faint mist at first. Roland hardly knew it was materializing until he saw its wavering, translucent shadow in the middle of the room. A flash of panic and fear jerked him to his feet and sent him backing toward the further wall. He saw Francis and Bertie standing stiffly, perspiration oozing visibly from their bronzed skin. Roland had never seen anything so grotesque and alien before. At least he couldn't remember having seen, but then he couldn't remember. Roland. He heard Bertie say tensely, "You're now being treated to the personal appearance of a Martian menace. Take a good look, because it just might be that you won't see another." Bertie moved with shocking agility, a blur in the corner of Roland's fixed eyes. He dropped the cap over the fluorbulb. The room was plunged into pitch blackness. Roland saw a high, narrow column of shimmering phosphorescence dart about the room. He couldn't tell whether the thing was attacking or in flight. Something about its alien contortions suggested panic. But then he felt a hand grasping at his. It gripped hard and pulled. The voice was a hurried whisper, either that of Bertie or Francis. It had to be Francis. "Follow me. Keep running." He followed blindly. The hand was soft and small. Bertie, Francis. Francis had to be with him. That was the only thing that really mattered. They plunged through the thick blackness and onto a levitation platform and down. They paused once, briefly. Roland heard a panel opening. Then they were in a room, smaller even than the first one. A slight glow bathed the room in a soft blue haze. It was light enough for him to see that Francis wasn't with them. He grabbed Bertie's arm, noting how frail and weak he was. "Where is she? Where is she?" But Bertie seemed more interested than concerned. "Do you really feel that way about her? Where is she?" He said it louder this time. He shook Bertie harshly. Bertie smiled thinly. The Martian menace got her. They were bound to get her sooner or late. They've gotten us all, one by one. Roland backed the thin bony outline up against the glowing wall. "Why did we go off and leave her there? Why? To save you. You're more important than anyone or all of us. She wanted it this way." "No," yelled Roland. "What's more important than Francis? Nothing is to me." "Are you sure?" asked Bertie. "Remember her faith in you, Prometheus. The destruction of world brains more important. Relax." Roland stepped away, breathing painfully. "No, you haven't told me yet. Why am I so important? What am I, Bertie? What are?" Bertie's eyes shot wide open, narrowed quickly. The scientists even prepared for the eventuality that some organism might defy the conditioning processes and try to attack world brain. It's surrounded by an area of ultrasonic radiation. All around it, under the ground, in the air. No living organism can step into that field without its cellular structure dancing itself madly to death in seconds. A lot of the underground have tried it. In the last one we developed, we'd built up resistance that let him into the field about 100 meters. That was all. But we've learned. You can make it. "What makes you so sure? We're not," said Bertie laconically. "You might die, afraid. Francis didn't think you would be. I don't know. We did our best with you." "I'm not afraid, Bertie, but I'm going back after Francis first." "You're our only hope, man. Don't hand yourself to those dissectors." "Dissectors," choked Roland. "They analyze us. They're curious. They think humans a low form of mammal because of their insane record of self-destruction. The Martians work out of their observatories and laboratories on the moon. They want to learn all they can about humans in case they have to destroy humanity." "Why don't we destroy them, now?" Roland's voice trembled. "The underground is the only Earth agency that knows the Martians even exist, and we can't act against them anyway until world brain is destroyed. Atomic energy is locked behind impenetrable shields as long as world brain rules. Violence or conflict of any kind is forbidden by the fixed laws of world brain. The Martians are persistent. Only a few of us left. They know if they can wipe out the underground, world brain will keep on its fixed orbit, and then they won't have to destroy Earth because humanity won't be able to use atomic power against them, and eventually humanity will peter out. Why don't the Martians destroy Earth, underground and all, if they're so afraid of world brain being destroyed and atomic power returning as a threat?" "Because," said Bertie dryly, "their planet's old and exhausted. They want to colonize Earth, but not while the underground's here." "I don't care about any of this confusion," yelled Roland. "All I care about is saving Francis. Maybe it isn't right according to the way you've conditioned me, but I've got to." He thought he saw a thin smile on Bertie's dour face as he turned and ran back down the black corridor. About the instant that he realized he had no conception of how to get back to the first cubicle. He ran hard into a pair of arms and a thick, reeling cloud of that intoxicating scent. A wave of weakening relief and gladness almost overpowered him as he touched her. It is you, Fran. You're all right." "Yes, yes." Her breath came fast, impatient. "We've got to hurry, Rowley. I got rid of that one. But the new Rapport clan know about you, maybe. We don't have much time. Come on." The levitator shaft panel slid shut behind them. The car whined, and Roland felt the sudden suffocating pressure of rapid acceleration. They emerged in the darkened, damp basement of a vacant ruin just outside World City. He saw a pallid, three-eyed lizard and a huge gray rat with 6 legs. He followed Bertie and Francis into a beautiful, lazy summer day, with genuine sunlight. A hawk sailed easily across a pale blue sky. In the distance, rising like a gigantic bubble, the plastic dome shell that covered World City gleamed in the sun. They walked silently on down the cracked, weed-grown concrete highway. Bertie started talking again. Roland wanted Frances to talk, but she seemed too absorbed in the scenery. Special excursion monorail systems were set up for trips into the natural areas. Psychological balance, you know, but it was too late. No one cares any more. An almost completely catatonic world is a pretty terrible sight, I suppose. World brain blocked any action of free thought, the one spontaneous, progressive, and unique characteristic of the human. That broke Frances' reverie. Yes, Rowley. Block that characteristic and you kill the human. The human is a step above the beast because of his free associative brain. But it also persists in dooming him as a species. The human heart and muscle belong to the jungle, his overdeveloped brain to an environment of his own creation. She was swinging freely along beside him. Bertie said, civilization subjected the human body to a vast and critical experiment. But the exaggeration of a part, like the fossil nautilus, intended the experiment to fail. But man isn't licked yet, said Roland vehemently. He's got his highly specialized brain, and complexity and specialization aren't necessarily fatal, simply dangerous. You're proud of him, said Bertie, cutting off the tops of weeds with quick slicing motions of a green branch. Even with his brain, he was never much better than the beast. A living anachronism, an unbalanced grotesque, an ape-top heavy with gray matter. Quiet, hissed Frances, then to Roland. He isn't that way, really. The sophistry lapsed. Roland was grateful because it allowed him to concentrate on watching the smooth, graceful movement of Frances' lithe body. There was an almost terrible casualness for people going to save the world. Aren't you afraid of the Martians, out here in the open? He asked. Bertie's green switch sang. A four-legged quail fluttered up, and Hedge hopped across a wild, brush-choked hollow, piping excitedly. We know them. They're, he hesitated, a kind of instinctual intelligence, somewhere above the survival value of the human intelligence. We've learned to cope with them on their own ground. But how? Roland was curious about how Frances had gotten rid of the Martian back in the cubicle. He was swinging his hand close to hers in the fond hope of grasping it sooner or later. Frances kicked at a small piece of dislodged concrete. Rowley, you're so inquisitive. That would be awfully hard to explain in the short time we have. They've advanced far above humans' mere intelligence, and you learn to deal with that height, or they get you. They've always had superiority of numbers, so they've been winning. That's why we've got to destroy World Brain quickly before they finish us. But if World Brain is destroyed, and variable, unpredictable government returns with human control, atomic energy returns with it, and humanity will try again, and probably destroy itself this time. Roland hit his forehead with his flat hand. It seems very involved. Doesn't it? Agreed Bertie tightly, but we'll control atomic energy all right. If we can't, let the termites have it. Roland thought of one other thing. After World Brain's out of commission, what about the Martians, then? First thing they'll do will be to blow up Earth, regardless of their own desire to colonize. Bertie looked narrowly at Frances. He grinned thinly. I told you we should have taken less time with his logic and reason. He thinks too much. Frances laughed carelessly. He'll have to be smart when he goes into the heart of World Brain. You know that. Bertie said, aha. But if he's smart enough, he wouldn't even go into World Brain at all. Frances smiled at Roland. Well, are you that smart? He looked into wet, promising glowing eyes, and he didn't feel logical at all. If you want me to, Fran, I'll do it. It seems to mean a lot to you, so I guess I'm not really smart, not in the Bertie sense anyway. Am I? Bertie swirled the green switch in a vicious slash. Not as smart as Fran is. Later, in a secret underground apartment, Roland sat waiting for his final orders to destroy World Brain. He was proud of his assignment. He knew it was justified. He had seen the people of World City. Terrible standardization. Mass production and mass consumption had become possible only because of complete unity of common desires and tastes. Individuals were no more. Beneath the rigid unchange of World Brain, there had been a final leveling off. The whole system was mechanical like its electronic dictator. Frightened by another possible atomic war under unreliable human agency, They had established foolproof laws, then subjected themselves and the laws to a machine dictator that could never alter them. Suicide. The world city was beautiful and magnificent, even without the available atomic power. Towering synthetic buildings, their block-square bases pierced by wide-tiered boulevards. There were many people packing the boulevards, dull-eyed, listless, uninterested. Without their free associative minds, they were not even beasts. "It's about time," said Francis softly, leaning toward him. "Are you ready? It's a big job." Roland sat next to her on a deep couch, her shoulder touching his. He wanted the contact to remain as long as possible. She broke the contact several times, but renewed it. He was grateful. She had called him dear twice. "I've already told him he might not come back," said Bertie. "It's dangerous. The Martians' new rapport clan are difficult, and the destruction when World Brain stops will be terrific. The Martians will immediately jump in and try to knock out Earth as soon as they see World Brain go. If they don't get you first. As soon as we take over the atomic laboratories, our first job will be to blow up the Martians' moon bases. It's a risky business." "You'll be safe," Francis said. "You're not afraid, are you, Rowley?" "Not too much," answered Roland. "You have three dangers: the Martians, the plastico-mechanical men, and the ultrasonic field. The last you're prepared for. The Martians might get you. The plastic men, you might have trouble with them. They're one-track, highly specialized," said Bertie, studying Roland with a quizzical, unwavering stare. "Anything that blocks their specialized assignments they'll push aside. They have no conception of violence as such. It's just a means to carry through their fixed patterns of behavior." "If you're waiting for my decision," said Roland, "you know it. I couldn't be any different. I'm human. Humanity means more to me than my own life." He looked at Francis closely, searching for some deep, full reaction to his bravery. He got a warm, soft smile and damp eyes that shone darkly. He leaned a little against her shoulder as he got to his feet. He walked to the exit panel and turned slowly. "I can recall conditioned directions now pretty well. Any last briefings?" Francis shook her head, and a healthy cloud of black hair reflected the steady glow of the fluoros. "You know about the electronic setup. The originators didn't bother to shield the vital parts of World Brain on the logical premise that if anyone could get that far, it was inevitable, only a matter of time, before they could wreck it anyway. Wreck the grids, Rowley, the pipes of the electrons. Wreck the big vacuum brains in which our little wild electrons play. They've been free too long. Imprison them again in the air. It's exciting, isn't it, Rowley?" His eyes, his brain were filled only with her image, her vivid loveliness. He hesitated, thinking Francis might get up and come to him. She only smiled, her eyes wet and glistening with pride. Roland turned and left the room. There was promise in those eyes, and he would be back. He was walking toward the levitation shaft at the end of the corridor when he met the Martian in the hall. Somehow, he had an idea that unless it wanted it that way, no one could see it there. It seemed less grotesque now, standing there against the wall looking at him. He stood tautly, watching it, and suddenly he knew why it didn't seem so grotesque. Why its formless, limbless, upright length of almost translucent stuff swaying like an underwater plant seemed less a peril now. It was afraid. It was not an attacker or even a pursuer. It was frightened, and telepathically, in sharp bursting impressions, it pleaded with Roland. "No. Oh, no, you do not understand. Wait, wait, and you can know of the countless facets of Re." Something like pain shot through his skull. The Martian trembled, vibrated, and then disappeared. Roland spun around. Francis stood there. She was smiling, but there had been another expression. He couldn't, she was close to him now. He felt her animal warmth. "We sensed it out here," she said softly, "and came to your rescue, Rowley. He was a weaker one, and we got him. We must work fast. Go, dear Rowley. This is for good luck." He leaned against the wall. She was gone, the kiss. He had been waiting for that. None of the other things made any difference now. But now she was gone, and the wall felt cold. He wanted warmth. He wanted Fran's warmth. He wanted it more than anything. He He was out on an auto walk among the shifting, listless crowd. He moved toward the 5-acre expanse of world brain. He was aware of nothing about him, only of Frances. He would soon be back with her. Destroying world brain was only a means to that end. He noticed then, abruptly, that the people around him had only 5 fingers on their hands, but he didn't think about it. It had no meaning anyway. Then, suddenly, he was aware that there were no more people, no more buildings either. A cool wind blew across his hot face. He stood awed on the long, sweeping rim of an abyss, the edge of a bowl. Its sides curved down and away in gracious, gleaming sweeps, down, down and away into a colossal valley. In its center was world brain, a gigantic, unbroken cylinder, a mile away and 1,000 meters down. He knew he was on the periphery of the ultrasonic field now. He walked along the railed edge of the abyss until he faced the plastic man who was standing before the opening of a levitation shaft that would take him directly into the arteries of world brain. He tried to edge past the plastic man. There wasn't room enough. The plastic man wasn't designed to make any room. The creation was very close to a perfect synthesis. There was no other way. Roland charged head down into the waiting figure and hurled him upward over the railing. Roland watched him spin out end over end, then flatten out on the sweeping curvature and go sliding with fantastic silent slowness, away and down the long, seemingly endless curve into the depths of the gigantic plastic bowl. Roland stepped into the shaft. Dwarfed, Roland walked slowly across the gleaming expanse of floor toward the nakedly exposed rows of electronic brain cases. A few blows, a pull or two, and the circuit would be shattered. His sandals rustled softly, but he hesitated. There was a guilty feeling and a lost loneliness. Who was he, really, taken in infancy from some birth center by the underground? Conditioned precisely as they desired, a completely selective mentality. Had never had a name, but a label someone pulled out of a hat to satisfy a beautiful woman's peculiar liking for nicknames. The amnesiac's isolated fear of what he didn't know and couldn't remember, mustn't remember, but what he must know. But Frances waited for him back in the secret apartment. Warmth would replace a cold emptiness. Meaning and purpose would fill the lonely places in his heart. He went forward. Later, Roland paused outside their apartment door. He had come back. Frances had brought him back. World brain was finished. He knew that. He could remember the subtle changes beginning to occur even as he came back through World City. Soon the whole intricate structure would collapse. The hall was still. He looked at the back of his hand against the wall. It shook a little, and the coldness came back. It crept into his muscles from his extremities, his hands and feet, and worked inward. He wondered why the loneliness should return here. There was a steady comfort, though, in knowing that behind that panel, Frances was waiting with her gigglings and her soft shoulders and promising eyes. The photoelectric banks opened the panel and closed it behind him. They were standing there together, looking at him. He stumbled back against the flat panel, resting his back against it. Something had happened to them. They made him feel alien and afraid. And then Bertie said, "Odd. It has come back. What went wrong with our charts, I wonder?" Her voice wasn't emotional now. It had never been, he knew that. Her giggling, the smile, the wet eyes. False. Our calculations couldn't have been off very much. It'll die soon. Roland edged toward her. "Frances," he said weakly. "Frances, you said it. You mean me, Fran." "Fran," Bertie said, "our conditioning was most effective. Fran, it actually loves you. Remarkable." She didn't smile now. She couldn't. There was no feeling at all, never had been. All false. Nothing now but cold awareness of power. He felt weak and dizzy. A hazy outline moved toward him. "Bertie, I still regret seeing you die. You're interesting. A peculiarly interesting experiment. If I had time, almost 50 years of trial and error to create you, Rowley." "A good job, too," said the woman, "though we did take an awful chance, making it so rational. It might have solved the enigma of its own existence." Bertie shook his bald head. "We had to make it human so it would be sympathetic, emotional. No human was ever able to solve the enigma of himself. We can't either, Fran, or can we?" From a far hazy distance, he saw Bertie's head turn back, his pouting lip thrust out, his shiny head reflecting the cold light. And you never suspected at all that you were a robot, Rowley. Just a lot of electrons and polarizable cells, eh? Remarkable. But then, the last thing a robot would ever realize would be that it was a robot, I suppose. Roland shut his eyes. He was tired. He wanted to sleep. He wanted to forget about the imaginative creature he had known for a time as Francis, too. We gave you a heavy overload of romanticism and sentimentalism. So you would be glad to die for Francis, for humanity. But you needed logic with it, and that was a very delicate balance to establish. All that work to construct a machine that was to function only a few hours, and your allotted time is about up, Rowley. We misled you by omission only, Rowley. Our purpose wasn't humanity. We needed you to destroy World Brain, not for humanity, but for us. World Brain restricted our development, kept us from defeating the Martians by shielding atomic power. Rowley, the Underground was a race of mutants that developed after the atomic war. Humanity never knew about us. Homo superior. We've developed the same degree above mere human intelligence that the Martians have. We're their equals. That's why we could fight them. They outnumbered us, though. That's why we had to have your help. You have all the human attributes, Rowley. You want to know what qualities the next step above human is, don't you? Roland was cold. He wanted to rest. Roland scarcely heard the man. He was cold. He was tired. We've developed the physiological relation between the nervous system and the consciousness. Instinctualism, a high degree of predictability. But then your human brain wouldn't understand. Roland sank to his knees. He dropped his head in his folded arms. "Let's go," said the woman. "Leave it here. It'll die soon." "Just a minute, Fran. Don't you find this interesting? This creation of grids, filaments, plates, vacuums is probably the last genuine human type we'll see. That's sane. And we made it." She sighed resignedly. "It probably wants to know what the fate of its beloved humanity is. We gave it that social consciousness. Tell it." "Of course it's concerned, but Rowley's dying now, and the important thing to it is that it's dying for humanity." Bertie paused. "And the horrible thing for Rowley is to know that humanity really died from over-specialization when it launched the final atomic war." Roland's head raised slowly and shook back and forth. "No." Bertie smiled. Human intelligence never had the slightest possibility of survival. Its high cerebral specialization never had any physiological unity with the primitive muscles and nervous system. A slight chemical disturbance of the blood and the human went mad. Take away a little oxygen, his great mind was gone. Decrease the blood's calcium, convulsions, coma, death. Slight reduction in sugar, and his mighty cerebrum blotted out, died. A slight environmental change could destroy man, aside from his obvious willingness to destroy himself. But, Rowley, in one way, perhaps, extinction, the price of evolution, isn't too high. After all, you made us possible." Roland heard himself say weakly, "But they still live out there, humans, surely they're not. But we rule," said the woman coldly. "They, what will they do? That will be interesting. Anyway, it's their twilight, like apes and saurians. Our dawning." "You're almost gone, Rowley, dwindling away like a stream," said Bertie. "World Brain was proof against any organic enemy, including us, but not against you. A matter of kind against kind. Remember De Morgan's familiar lines, but then you wouldn't, would you? Great fleas have little fleas upon their backs to bite 'em, and little fleas have lesser fleas, and so on, ad infinitum. And the great fleas themselves in turn have greater fleas to grow on, while these again have greater still, and so on. We used you, Rowley. A machine to bite a machine. That was the only way it could have been done." Very far away, dim and wavering, Roland heard the woman saying, logically, "Any species has some overly specialized characteristic that might defeat it. I wonder what particular little flea will bite us. And that, too, will be interesting," thought Roland grimly, as his electronic brain thinned into meaningless chaos, and he returned into the hazes of unconsciousness from which he had emerged 3 hours before. End of Assignment in the Dawn by Bryce Walton. As Long as You Wish by John O'Keefe. If somehow you get trapped in a circular time system, how long is the circumference of an infinitely retraced circle? The patient sat stiffly in the leather chair on the other side of the desk. Nervously, he pressed a coin into the palm of one hand. Just start anywhere, I said, and tell me all about it. As before, without waiting for an answer, he continued, the coin clutched tightly in one hand. I'm Charles J. Fisher, professor of philosophy at Reiser College. He looked at me quickly, or at least I was until recently. For a second his face was boyish. Professor of philosophy, that is. I smiled and found that I was staring at the coin in his hand. He gave it to me. On one side I read the words, "The statement on the other side of this coin is false." The patient watched me with an expressionless face. I turned over the coin. It was engraved with the words, "The statement on the other side of this coin is false." That's not the problem, he said, not my problem. I had the coin made when I was an undergraduate. I enjoyed reading one side, turning it over, reading the other side, and so on. A fiendish enjoyment like boys planning where to put the tipped-over outhouse. I looked at the patient. He was 38, single, medium build, had an M.A. and Ph.D. from an Eastern university. I knew this and more from the folder on my desk. 8 months ago, he continued, I read about the sphere found on Paney Island. He stopped, looking at me questioningly. Yes, I know, I said. I opened my desk drawer, took out a clipping from the newspaper, and handed it to him. That's it. I read the clipping before putting it back in the drawer. Manila, Sept. 24. INS archaeologists from University of California have discovered in earth fault of recent quake a sphere 2 feet in diameter of an unidentifiable material. Dr. Carl Schwartz, head of the group, said the sphere was returned to the university for study. He declined to answer questions on the cultural origin of the sphere. There wasn't any more in the newspapers about it. He said, I have a friend in California who got me the photographs. He looked at me intently. You won't believe any of this. He pressed the coin into the palm of his hand. You won't be able to. The photographs, he continued as if lecturing, were of characters projected by the sphere when placed before a focused light. The sphere was transparent, you see, embedded with dark microscopic specks. By moving the sphere a certain distance each time, there was a total projection of 360 different characters in 18 different orderings. Or 19 different orderings if you count one which was a list of all the characters. I made a mental note of the numbers. I felt they were significant. As I said, he continued, I obtained the photographs of the characters. Very strange shapes, totally unlike the characters of Oriental languages, but yet that is the closest way to describe them. He jerked forward in his chair, except, of course, ostensively. Later, I said, I wanted to get through the preliminaries first. There would be time later to see the photographs, the characters projected by the sphere. He said, weren't like the characters of any known language. He paused dramatically. There was reason to believe they had origin in an unknown culture, a culture more scientifically advanced than our own. And the reasons for this supposition? I asked, the material of the sphere. It could only be roughly classified as ferroplastic, totally unknown, amazing imperviousness, a synthetic material, hardly the product of a former culture. From Mars, I said, smiling. There were all kinds of conjectures, but, of course, the important thing was to see if the projection of characters was a message. The message, if any, would mean more than any conjecture. You translated it. He polished the coin on his jacket. You won't dare believe it, he said sharply. He cleared his throat and stiffened into a more rigid posture. It wasn't exactly translation. You see, to us none of the characters had designation. They were just characters. So it was a problem of decoding. I asked. As it turned out, no. Decoding is dependent on knowledge of language characteristics, characteristics of known languages. Decoding was tried, but without success. No, what we had to find was a key to the language. You mean like the rune stone? More or less. In principle, we needed a picture of a cow, and a sign of meaning indicating one of the characters. For me, there was no possibility of finding similarities between the characters and characters of other languages. That would require tremendous linguistic knowledge and library facilities. Nor could I use a decoding approach. That would require special knowledge of techniques and access to electronic computers and other mechanical aids. No, I had to work on the assumption that the key to the sphere was implicit in the sphere. You hope to find the key to the language in the language itself. Exactly. You know, of course, some languages do have an implicit key. For example, hieroglyphics or picture language. The word for cow is a picture of a cow. He looked at the toes of his shoes. You won't be able to believe it. It's impossible to believe. I use the word impossible in its logical sense. In most languages, he continued, looking up from his shoes, the sound of some words themselves indicates the meaning of the word. Onomatopoetic words like bow-wow, buzz. And the key to the unknown language, I asked, how did you find it? I watched him push the coin against the back of his arm, then lift it to read the backward letters pressed into his skin. He looked up at me and smiled. I built models of the characters, big material ones, exactly proportionate to the ones projected. Then, quite by accident, I viewed one of them through a glass globe the size of the original sphere. What do you think I saw? What? I noticed he had the boyish look again, a distortion of the model. But that's not what's important. The distortions on study gave specific visual entities, like when looking at one of those trick pictures and suddenly seeing the lion in the grass. The lines outlining the lion are there all the time, only the observer has to view them as the outline of a lion. It was the same with the models of the characters, except the shapes that appeared were not of lions or other recognizable things, but they did suggest. He pressed the coin against his forehead, closed his eyes, and appeared to be thinking deeply. Yes, impossible to believe. No one can believe it. In addition to the visual response, the distortions gave me definite feelings. Not mixtures of feelings, but one definite emotional experience. How do you mean? One character, when viewed through the globe, gave me a visual image, and at the same time, a strong feeling of light hilarity. I take it then that these distortions seem to connote meanings, rather than denote them. You might say that their meaning was conveyed through a gestalt experience on the part of the observer. Yes, each character gave a definite gestalt, but the gestalt was the same for each observer, or at least for 35 observers there was an 80% correlation. I whistled softly, and the translation. Doctor, what would you say if I told you the translation was unbelievable, that it couldn't be seriously entertained by any man? What if I said that it would take the sanity of any man who believed it? I would say that it might well be incorrect. He took some papers from his pocket and laughed excitedly, slumping down in the chair. This is the complete translation in idiomatic English. I'm going to let you read it, but first I want you to consider a few things. He hid the papers behind the back of his chair. His face became even more boyish, almost as if he were deciding on where to put the tipped-over outhouse. Consider first, Doctor, that there was a total projection of 360 different characters, the same number as the number of degrees in a circle. Consider also that there were 18 different orderings of the characters, or 19 counting the alphabetical list. The square root of 360 would lie between 18 and 19. Yes, I said. I remembered there was something significant about the numbers, but I wasn't at all sure that it was this. Consider also, he continued, that the communication was through the medium of a sphere. Moreover, keep in mind that physics accepts the path of a beam of light as its definition of a straight line. Yet, the path is a curve. If extended sufficiently, it would be a circle, the section of a sphere. All right, I said. By now the patient was pounding the coin against the sole of one shoe, and, he said, keep in mind that in some sense time can be thought of as another dimension. He suddenly thrust the papers at me and sat back in the chair. I picked up the translation and began reading. The patient sat stiffly in the leather chair on the other side of the desk. Nervously, he pressed a coin into the palm of one hand. "Just start anywhere," I said, "and tell me all about it." As before, without waiting for an answer, he continued, the coin clutched tightly in one hand. "I'm Charles J. Fisher, professor of philosophy at Reiser College." He looked at me quickly, or at least I was until recently. For a second his face was boyish. Professor of philosophy, that is. I smiled and found that I was staring at the coin in his hand. He gave it to me. On one side I read the words, "The statement on the other side of this coin is false." The patient watched. The end of As Long as You Wish, by John O'Keefe.
Birthmark, by Seabury Quinn. Weird Tales, September 1941. She was haunted by a curse, a blight born in the steaming jungles of equatorial Africa. Last-minute shopping at Liberty's and the Garrelys Lafayette had taken more time than I'd reckoned, and the six-seated compartment to which I'd been assigned on the Treves Rapide was nearly filled when I finished checking. Through the Provost Marshal's booth at the Gare de l'Est and scuttled down the inner platform. 3 of the 4 early arrivals I recognized. Amberson, who as a former New York police lieutenant had been assigned to the intelligence, Weinberg of the medical corps, like me, assigned to base hospital work in Treves, and Fontenoy Apkern, an infantryman about to take up duties at the Provost Marshal's office at the old walled city. The 4th man was unknown to me, and for no reason I could think of, I disliked him with the sudden spontaneity of a chemical reaction. The double braid on his cuffs marked him as a captain, and where the raccoon collar of his short coat was thrown back, I saw crossed rifles on the neckband of his blouse. His uniform was well cut and expensive, English-made, I guessed, his blonde hair neatly trimmed, his slim, long white hands sleekly manicured. More of a fop than a soldier he seemed, some dandy from the fashionable East 50s with a bulletproof commission going from the Secretariat at Paris to staff headquarters at Koblenz. But in the army one goes where he is sent and does the work they set him at. It wasn't mere resentment of a grime and blood veteran for a panty-waist soldier that stirred my quick, instinctive dislike. It was the smug arrogance of him. Clear-cut as the image on a coin, his profile silhouetted against the window, high-cheeked, hard-eyed, sharp-chinned. Prussian as an Oberleutnant of the elite Guards Corps, that face would have seemed more in its proper setting above the field grey of a German uniform than the olive drab of our army. The stranger glanced up quickly at my advent, and I had a momentary glimpse of faintly sneering mouth and hard, cold, haughty eyes. Then he resumed his reading of the Paris edition of the London Daily Mail. Greetings were in character. "Hullo," said Amberson, sweeping me with a quick look of suspicion which is the mark of the professional policeman. "Thought you'd gone AWOL," grinned Weinberg. "Wouldn't. Blame you if you had. Lotta flew up Treves way, lots of work for us poor suckers in the MC. Hi, Lug." Apkin saluted me, mopped 'em all up on the Paris sector and going up to croak a few in Germany. The blonde captain of infantry took no notice of me, nor any of us. I stumbled over an assorted lot of feet, stowed my duffel in the rack above my seat, and dropped down on the hard cushions. The place across from me was vacant, but a white card indicated it had been reserved. Wonder who'll draw it, Apkin wondered. Pity the poor bloke, having to look at your ugly mug from here to Treves. Gosh, when I came to up at Catigny and saw you staring at me, I thought I still was under ether and having a bad dream. If I could have talked, I'd have asked the nurse to slip me a fresh dose of anesthetic. Quiet, cut in Weinberg. Who'd know when you were conscious or anesthetized anyhow? If I'd been there, I would have operated on you as they brought you in, you. His amiable insult stopped, half-uttered. and a sudden blankness wiped expression from his face as he looked past Apkern to the compartment door. Followed by a railway porter, a girl stood at the entrance, and I felt my own heart skip a beat as I looked at her. Mentally I commented, "There ain't no such animal." She was quite young, not more than 23 or 4, quite breathtaking in her loveliness. A red cross gleamed upon her overseas cap. Beneath her heavy dark coat with its wide fur collar showed a white stock and the well-cut, smoothly fitting whipcord uniform of the Red Cross Motor Corps. 3 service chevrons on her left cuff showed she was no post-armistice importation, and her utter lack of self-consciousness showed she was at home with soldiers. More like an effeminate boy than a young woman she seemed as she stepped lissomely between the rows of booted feet and dropped down in the seat across from me. I realized her eyes were golden, a light brown that was almost orange, harmonizing to perfection with her copper hair, her smooth, pale cheeks and slim red lips. When she took her cap off and shook her hair, I saw that it was close-cropped, almost like a man's, and riotous with curls. I cast a glance at Apkern, sitting 2 seats from her, and he must have read the malice in my eyes, for almost instantly he sounded off. "See this?" He tapped the dispatch case that rested on his knees. "Lot of valuable dope in here. List of suspected enemy agents and so forth. I'm taken up to Treves. Captain Apkern," the general says to me, "I've got some very confidential documents to go to Germany. They're so secret that I daren't trust them to an ordinary courier. Only a man of proved sagacity, indomitable courage and more than usual cleverness can be entrusted with these papers, Captain. You're going up to Treves, aren't you?" "Sure, General," I tells him. "I'm fed up with all this coffee Colin in Paris. Want to get where there's a chance for action. So I'm joining the MPs at Treves. I'll be happy to accommodate you by taking those papers, and you need fear nothing. They'll be safe with me as if you published them in the New York Times," completed Amberson sarcastically. I glanced across the narrow aisle at the girl. She was joining in the laugh that followed Amberson's deflation of Apkern. Her lips were opening like a flower, and a smile glowed in her orange eyes. "Lovely," I whispered to myself. "Perfect," as I eyed the long sweet line from her waist to knee, from knee to ankle, the small gentle bosom and the long slim hands and feet. "She's just perfect." The guard had blown his absurd tin trumpet, and we slid out of the station, past the platform bright with French officers in fur coats or long capes of horizon blue. Like birds of brilliant plumage among the sombre OD of our own and British uniforms, through the blinking lights that marked the station yard and out into the fog-blurred night. The train had a wagon restaurant, and presently the girl went forward, followed in a moment by Apkern, Weinberg and Amberson. I'd lunched late at the Café de la Paix and had no wish for food, so settled back in my seat with a copy of The Bystander. Our coach was German taken over by the Allies, and a sign phrased with Teutonic arrogance stared at me from the farther wall of the compartment with the information that such indiscretions as smoking or falling from the window were stringently verboten under penalty of heavy fine. I grinned at it. I was an American soldier on my way to conquered territory. Presently their officers would be saluting me as I walked down the street, their civilians crowding to the curb to give me sidewalk room. Their signs meant nothing to me, and I broke out a packet of Fatimas. "Smoke?" I proffered the pack to my silent companion. "No," he returned shortly, never glancing up from his paper, and with renewed irritation I realized that he had not added "thank you" to his refusal. In a little while the diners came back from their meal on the best possible terms with each other, and I was duly presented to Miss Fedosia Watrous of Philadelphia. Moved by common courtesy, I bent to catch the aloof infantryman's eye, intending to introduce him. For just a moment he looked up at me above his paper, and I was fairly chilled by the cold challenge in his agate stare. To hell with him. All of us, except Amberson, who was a major, were his equals in rank. Where did he get off treating us like a lot of railway porters? Let him read his London Daily Mail and be damned to him. Stories of the front and service of communications lines, of base hospitals, Paris, Brest and St. Nazaire sped the time till we passed Epernay, and the air grew cold with a hard bitterness, while the fog congealed to sleety rain that spattered like thrown sand against the window and gushed down the glass, like the backwash of a sullen tide. The window casing somehow rattled loose from its sides, and a current of chilled air, with now and then a spit of sleet, came straight against me. After several ineffectual efforts to right matters, I turned the collar of my trench coat up about my ears, slid down until I rested on the extreme end of my spine, and sought forgetfulness of my discomfort in sleep. Conversation had died down to monosyllables. Even Apkern seemed drained dry of wisecracks, and Amberson rose lurching from his seat. "See you in the morning, I hope," he rumbled, jerking at the leather cord that worked the single light in the compartment. For a moment, the globe glowed with fading incandescency, then we were smothered in Cimmerian darkness. Was it a trick of tired nerves, the retention of the light image upon my retina in the dark, I wondered. Somehow, it seemed to me that as night flattened on the window, and the blackness closed about us, the orange eyes of the girl sitting opposite me glowed with a sort of smoky, sulphurous luminance like those of a cat. In the gloom. The impression lasted but a moment. Either she had lowered her lids, or my eyes had grown accustomed to the lack of light, and I was staring sightlessly into a shadow as impenetrable as a velvet curtain. Memory was scratching at my brain, softly but insistently as a cat demanding admission to a room. Miss Waltress's face was poignantly familiar to me, and dimly I connected it with something vaguely unpleasant. I tried to fit the pieces of the mental picture puzzle together, assembling key words, fumbling with my thoughts. The riddle of her strange familiarity, that persistent thought, "I've seen her somewhere," was within reach of my brain if only I could get the facts in proper perspective, I was sure. Her name, Fedosia Watrous. Did its syllables strike some note of memory? No. Try again. That face, that sweet pale oval face, almost too perfect in its symmetry, the long red lips of that red, sensitive mouth. Those glowing orange eyes and hair as russet as the leaves of a copper beech in autumn. She came from Philadelphia. I had it. The triumph of remembering brought me up right in my seat. I almost snapped my fingers in delight. Not faintly, but clear-cut as a motion picture flashed upon a screen. I saw that scene in Fairmount Park. I was in my final year of internship and, as always, short of money, had gone to the zoo for the afternoon. Beside the monkey cage, a boy and girl stood idly. Through closed lids I could see them perfectly with my mind's eye. The lad in baggy trousers rolled high above his ankles to display bright socks. A V-necked sweater with the F that showed he was an athlete at Friends' School, the girl in Peter Thompson suit, hatless, her small, proud head aflame with copper hair as sweetly poised as a chrysanthemum upon its stalk. They had a bag of sugar cookies, and had tossed one to the ravenous little rhesus monkeys swarming up the bars. One of the greedy little simians fastened on a cake fragment with its hand, then, not content, seized another with its hand like foot, leaped to an overhanging perch and proceeded to feed itself, nibbling first from the bit clutched in its hand, then from the fragment grasped in its prehensible foot. "Look there!" the lad exclaimed as he nudged his companion. "Look at that glutton feeding his face with hands and feet. Bet you couldn't do that." The innocent remark was devastating in effect. The girl seemed suddenly to lose all strength and wilted brokenly against the railing set before the cages. Her face was twisted in mute agony. Her brow was glistening with sweat. Her cheeks had gone pale with a pallor that passed white and seemed grey verging on green. And from the tortured mask of stricken features, her eyes seemed to beg for pity. I ran to offer her my help, but she smiled away my kindly meant assistance. Little faint," she murmured, in a voice that shook as if it took her last remaining ounce of strength to speak. "I'll be all right." Then, with the frightened boy assisting me, we got her to the red-wheeled dog cart waiting by the fountain, and he had driven her away. That had been in 1910, 9 years ago. I had been a barely noticed bystander, a member of the audience of her brief drama. She had been the star of the short tragedy. No wonder she had failed to recognize in the uniformed medical officer the callow intern who had helped her. Was there, I asked myself, as I leaned back against the hard, uncomfortable cushions of the German railway coach, some connection between the lad's reference to her inability to feed herself with her foot and her collapse? Or had she been seized with a fainting spell? If she had, it sounded like a cardiac affection, yet the girl who slept so peacefully across from me was certainly in the prime of health. More, he must have passed a rigid physical examination before they let her come overseas. Puzzling over it, I saw the lights of Chalons station flash past, watched the darkness deepen on the window pane once more, and fell into a chilled, uncomfortable sleep. Consciousness came to me slowly. The window had worked farther down in its casings, and sleet-armed rain was stabbing at my face. My feet and legs felt stiff with a rheumatic stiffness. My head was aching abominably. Damn these jerry coaches, I swore spitefully as I rose to force the window back in place. If I ever see a Pullman car again, I'll... My anger protests slipped away from my lips. The blackness of the night had given way to a diluted grey, and by this dim, uncertain light, I made the forms of my companions out, and there was something horribly wrong with them. Apken was slumped down in his seat, as if he had been a straw man from which the stuffing had been jerked. Amberson lay with feet splayed out across the aisle. Weinberg's shoulders drooped. His hands hung down beside his knees and swung as flaccidly as strings with each movement of the train. The girl across from me lay back against her cushions, head bent at an unnatural angle. Thus I called the roll with a quick, frightened glance and noted that the stranger was not present. Yes, he was. He was lying on the floor at Apken's feet, one arm bent under him, his legs spread out as though he'd tried to rise, felt too tired for it, and decided to drop back. But in the angles of his flaccid legs, their limpness at the hips and knees and ankles, I read the signs no doctor has to see twice. He was dead. The others? I jerked the leather-light cord, and as the weak bulb blossomed into pale illumination, took stock. Dead? No, their color was too bright. Their cheeks were positively flushed, too flushed. I could read it at a glance. Incredibly, I was the only person in that cramped compartment not suffering carbonic oxide poisoning. I drove my fist through the window, jerked the door open, and as the raw air whistled through the compartment, bent to examine Miss Watrous. Her pulse was very weak but still perceptible, so were Weinberg's, Amberson's and Apken's. The stranger was past helping, and the air would help revive the others. My first job was to find the chef de train, the conductor, and report the casualty. Find whoever is in charge of this confounded pile of junk, I told an enlisted man I met in the corridor of the next coach. There's been an accident back there. 4 officers and a Red Cross woman gassed. Gassed, he echoed unbelievingly. Does the captain mean? The captain means just what he says, I snapped. Go get me the conductor toot suite. Shake it up. Yes, sir. He saluted and was off like the proverbial shot, returning in a few moments with a young man whose double bars proclaimed him a captain. With the red R denoting, he was in the railroad section on his shoulder. It was no time to stand on ceremony. Technically, I suppose, the medical corps outranked the railroad section, but I tendered him a salute. Gas? He echoed, as the corporal had when I completed my recital. If we haven't 5 cases of carbon monoxide poisoning, one of them fatal. Back there I never rode an ambulance, I answered shortly. How it happened, I don't know. How'd you happen not to get it? He broke in suspiciously. I was sitting by the window, and it worked loose in the night. Air blew directly in my face. That accounts for the girls not being more affected too. She was facing backward, so didn't get the full effect of ventilation, but her case seems the mildest. Major Amberson, who was farthest from the window, seems most seriously affected, but all of them were unconscious. We had reached the compartment as I concluded. "Help me with this poor chap," I directed, bending to take up the dead man's shoulders. "If they have a spare compartment, we can put him in that." "There's one right down the corridor," he told me. "Party debarked at Chalons when we took the train over from the Frogs." "Thank the Lord for that," I answered. "If the French were still in charge, we'd have the devil of a time explaining, 'Ah!'" Amazement fairly squeezed the exclamation from me. "What is it?" "This," I answered, reaching under Apkern's feet and holding up a metal cylinder. The thing was 6 or 8 inches long by about 2 inches in diameter, made of brass or copper, like those fire extinguishers carried on trucks and buses in America, and fitted with a nozzle and thumb screw at one end. "What's it smell like?" he demanded, staring at my find uncomprehendingly. "Like nothing. That's just it." "How do you mean?" "That cylinder was filled with CO, carbon monoxide, which is a colorless and odorless gas almost as deadly as phosgene. It was pumped in under pressure, and late last night someone turned the thumb screw while we were asleep. Let the gas escape and—" "Nuts," he interrupted with a shake of his head. "No one would be such a fool. It'd get him too." "Yes?" I broke in sarcastically. "Think so, do you?" Rolling the dead man over to get a grip beneath his arms, I had discovered something he was lying on. A small, compact, but perfect gas mask. "Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle," he declared as I held my find up. "I sure will. But how'd it happen he was the only one to get it in the neck, when he was all prepared?" "That's what we'll have to find out, or what a board of inquiry will determine," I replied. "Help me get him into that compartment. Then we'll see about first aid for these. Here, what goes on?" Weinberg sat up suddenly and stared about him like a man emerging from a bad dream. "What are you guys up to?" "How do you feel?" I countered. "Terrible, now you mention it. My head is aching like nobody's business, but—" He bent and touched the supine dead man, then straightened with a groan as he pressed hands against his throbbing temples. "What's all this? Did his nibs pass out, or—" "Clear out," I assured him. "He's dead as mutton, and the rest of us came near joining him. Look after him a moment, will you?" "I'll be right back." Fresh air and copious draughts of cognac, followed by black coffee and more brandy, had revived the gas victims when I returned. Amberson was still too weak to stand. Apkern complained of dizziness and clouded vision. But Weinberg, tough and wiry as a terrier, seemed none the worse for his close call. Due to her seat beside the window, Miss Watrous seemed less seriously affected than the rest. In half an hour she was ministering to Apkern and Amberson, and they were loving it. "Look here, Carmichael," Weinberg said as we bent above the dead man while Amberson went through his papers. "This is no case of CO poisoning. If it isn't, I never used a pulmotor on a would-be suicide in South Philly," I rejoined. "Why, there's every indication of your granddad's Sunday go-to-meeting hat," he broke in. "Take a look, Professor." Obediently, I bent and looked where he was pointing. "Well, I began, and he grinned at me, wrinkling up his nose and drawing back his lips till almost all his teeth showed at the same time. "You sure will," he agreed, "but not until you've told me what you make of it." "Why, the man was throttled," I exclaimed. There was no doubting it. Upon the dead man's throat were 5 distinct livid patches, one some 3 inches in size, roughly square, the other 4 extending in broken parallel lines almost completely around the neck. "What do you make of it?" he insisted. I shook my head. Possibly the bruise left by some sort of garrote, I hazarded. The neck's broken and the hyoid bone is fractured. Dreadful pressure must have been exerted, and with great suddenness. That argues against manual assault. Besides, no human hand is big enough to reach clear round his neck. He must have worn a 16 collar, and even if it were, there isn't any thumb mark here. He nodded gloomily, almost sullenly. You said it. Know what it reminds me of? I'll bite. Something I saw when I was hopping ambulances at Bellevue. Circus was play in the garden, and a roustabout got in a tangle with one of the big apes. It throttled him. So? I raised my brows. Where's the connection? Right here. These livid patches on this fella and the ones on that poor cuss we took down to the morgue are just alike. Charlie Norris had us all down to the mortuary when he performed the autopsy on that circus man and showed us the characteristic marks of an ape's hand contrasted with a man's. He was particular to point out how a man grasps something using his thumb as a fulcrum, while the great apes, with the exception of the chimpanzee, make no use of the thumb but use the fingers only in their grasp. Look here. He pointed to the large square livid mark. This would be the bruise left by the heel of the hand, and these, he indicated the long circling lines about the dead man's neck, would be the finger marks. That's just the way. The bruises showed on that man at the Bellevue morgue. Snap out of it. I almost shook him in my irritation. Here's one time when observed phenomena don't amount to proof. It seemed fantastic enough to find a cylinder of concentrated carbon monoxide in the car, with you chaps and Miss Watrous almost dead of Keo poisoning. But to lug in a gorilla or orang-utan to throttle our would-be murderer before he had a chance to slip his gas mask on, Poe never thought up anything as wild as that. Okay, have it your own way, he grumbled. But a grunt from Amberson deflected our attention from the corpse. Take a look at this, you fellas, he commanded, holding out the sheaf of papers he had taken from the inside pocket of the dead man's blouse. Ever see a finer setup? The first paper was a pass from G2 declaring the bearer might circulate where he chose inside our lines in uniform or plain clothes. He was not to be delayed. All railroad transportation officers were directed to give him every preference. Intelligence work. The next identified him as Captain Albert Parker Tuckerman, infantry unassigned, on leave with special permission to visit the Paris area. Next were travel orders to Brest, Saint-Nazaire, Treves, Koblenz, each issued in a different name. Last but far from least was a complete list of our personnel at Provost Marshal's offices, intelligence and liaison officers, and orders for troop movements and concentrations in occupied Germany. Weinberg pursed his lips and gave a soundless whistle. Looks as if you've caught a fish here, sir. Who was he, any idea? Nope. Amberson shook his head, but I'll bet G2 will be glad to see his photograph. There's a Jerry undercover man been raising merry hell with our arraignments. Shouldn't wonder if he's here. He jerked a thumb toward the still form stretched on the railway seat. Just for once, I'm grateful to that big-mouthed Apkin. When he began to sound off about carrying confidential papers, we all knew it was for Miss Watrous's benefit, but this bird fell for it. He must have travelled with that can of carbon monoxide and gas mask all ready for such emergencies. Maybe that'll account for some of the mysterious disappearances of papers from our offices. Anyway, it's fairly obvious that when we fell asleep he opened up his little bag of tricks and was about to swipe Apkern's dispatches, when he got a whiff of his own poison and passed out. But he didn't die that way, Weinberg began. Take it easy, buddy, I admonished as I administered a none too gentle nudge with my field boot. Let the Board of Inquiry decide how he died. Don't go broadcasting that gorilla stuff. Want to be slapped in the booby hatch before you have a chance to sop a drink up a Treves? Weinberg lit a cigarette and took a thoughtful puff. I don't know how the big lug died, he finally admitted. Maybe he woke up and Apkern talked him to death. But there's something damn funny about it, just the same. How? Amberson demanded. Oh, nothing. It couldn't have any bearing on the case. Everything has bearing on a case like this, the Major answered with the cocksureness of the professional policeman. What was it? Well, when I went to give first aid to Miss Watrous, I noticed that her left putty was unfastened and her shoe untied and only partly laced. Humph. No, guess that hasn't any bearing on our case. I know just how she must have felt, agreed Amberson. When I first came in the service, I almost died with my putties. Even now I sleep better sitting up when I can loosen them and unknot my shoes. Life was pleasant, even gay, at Treves. There was much influenza, but after the exertions of field and base hospitals, with their never-ending lines of surgical emergencies, we found routine visitation and dedication of bed patients almost a vacation. My quarters in the Blumenstrasse were comfortable, for a huge white porcelain stove drove back the raw, damp cold, and the great bed of carved mahogany was equipped with double feather mattresses. In intervals between duty I saw the town, visited the Porta Nigra, the great fortified gate past which the life of Treves had flowed since Roman days, the brick basilica and the vast amphitheatre where Constantine had butchered captives or turned them loose to be torn by wild beasts for the amusement of the populace. In the evening there was always plenty of amusement, dances, dinners, or the opera, where fat German tenors serenaded equally fat German sopranos with a zest that defied years and embonpoint. Fedosia Watrous was a favourite everywhere, pouring tea at the officers' club, dining at headquarters, or serving buns and coffee to the men. Half the younger officers were wild about her, but it took Apkin to put their disappointment into words. "Hang it, Carmichael," he complained, "the gal ain't human. She has you stopped before you get a chance to get cranked up. She's like a nun. You know, just a mere spiritual entity, with her body already in the grave, and only her soul remaining, and that swathed in a religious habit. You don't fall in love with a nun any more than you do with a ghost, but—" He made a gesture of futility as he reached for the brandy to replenish his drink. "There it is. I'd go for her in a big way if she'd give me a break, or even act as if she knew that I'm around." I knew just what he meant. She had an odd trick, or an unconsciously conditioned reflex, of fading out of the real world at times and becoming entirely oblivious of her surroundings. Her power to dismiss the world from her consciousness, apparently to notice nothing about her, or even completely to forget the existence of the person talking to her, was extremely disconcerting to young men with matrimonial designs and utterly absorbing to a doctor with a leaning toward psychiatry. Then came the influenza epidemic of 19. Ambulances strained and stalled with their loads of the stricken. Hospitals were bulging with fresh cases till we set beds in the corridors and cellars, and still required room for more cots. The only reason that we worked no longer was that no day could be stretched to yield a 25th hour. Our patients died like flies. At first that hurt us, for it's no easier for a doctor than a layman to stand by and watch men die, but presently we grew used to it. I had a patient in 19B, an infantry lieutenant named Ten Eyck, and from the first I knew his case was hopeless. He fought for life with a tenacity that almost startled me. "I have to get well, doctor." Civilian titles were the rule among civilian soldiers, he told me. "There's a girl back home I've got to see." "Of course you will, son," I soothed him. "You're getting stronger all the time. Like me to write a letter to her for you." I hadn't time to act as secretary to a dying man, but somehow I determined to snatch it. "I'd be obliged if you would, sir. I've loved her since I was that high." He tried to raise one hand to indicate a Lilliputian stature, found he lacked the strength for it, and lay back, panting on his pillow. Her father was a Presbyterian minister, and her mother died when she was born. "Take it easy, Lieutenant," I counseled. "Just tell me what you'd like to say to her. Don't waste strength on biographies." "But you want to know this, sir. It explains why I love her so." You see, way back in 1894, her folks went out to Africa as missionaries, and she was born there. Their station was in western equatorial Africa, the gorilla country. One day, while her mother was walking in the garden, a great big-buck gorilla came charging from the jungle. Hunters had killed his mate, and he was wild with grief and rage. He snatched her up and made off to the forest, but he didn't hurt her. They found her next day in the hammock he'd made for his dead mate, quite mad from fright, but physically unharmed. Her baby was born the next week, and she died in childbed. As far as I could see, there wasn't any connection between the tragedy of the missionary's wife and this young man's love for his daughter, but he seemed to think there was. He quit the mission field and came back to Philadelphia, he continued in a whisper. They lived next door to us, and Mother sort of raised her. She was in our house as much as in her own, I guess, and we grew up together. Funny thing about her, though, she'd never go in wading with me. When we'd be out in the country, she'd go walking in the woods or fields, but never took her shoes and stockings off. Seemed to be sort of touchy about her feet, though they were small and pretty, and "Better tell me what you'd like to say, son," I advised. It didn't need a doctor's training to see that his sands were running low. "If you'll tell me," last thing she said when I went off to camp was, "I'll be waiting, Tommy," he continued in a husky whisper. Can't her down when she said that, can I, Doc? Got to get well and go back to her. You see that, don't you? Of course, I nodded. Sure, son, I see perfectly. Now, if you'll just give me her name and address. The signs were bad. When I'd come in, he had been running a high temperature. Now there was a wreath of sweat drops on his brow beneath the hairline, and his lips were almost lead-colored. I had to bend to catch his answer. Even then it hardly reached me, for his voice was faint and thick as if his throat were packed with cotton wool. Fedotia Watrous, 6:16 Spring. The pitifully forced words stopped, not abruptly, but with a slowly sinking faintness, like a voice heard on the radio when the current is shut off with a slow turn. Fedotia Watrous, I repeated. Why, she's right here in Treves. I'll get her for you in an hour, nurse. There was no time for conversation now, and I pressed the buzzer frantically. Nurse! Where the devil was that damn girl flirting with those convalescent aviators down the hall? Strychnine, in a hypo. Hurry, I commanded when the girl came stumbling in her haste. If you'd pay more attention to your duties, it wasn't fair. She'd been on duty since the night before, and there were heavy violet circles underneath her eyes. But raw nerves make raw words, and heaven knew our nerves were all rasped raw. Never mind, I added as she turned reproachful eyes on me. Never mind the hypo, nurse. Call the head orderly and tell him to bring the wheel cot and change the linen on this bed. We've got another vacancy. Oh. Her sob was hard and ugly like a smothered cry. Another? Another, I repeated as I drew the sheet across the dead boy's face. I'd nailed another lie. Familiarity doesn't breed contempt. Not for death, anyway. I was in that state of bodily exhaustion that gives a curiously deceptive sense of brightness of mind as I walked down the corridor from B19. 9 years could make a lot of changes. But at the end, I'd recognized Lieutenant Thomas Ten Eyck as surely as if I'd known him always. As I glanced through the grimy window to the cheerless courtyard, where the February wind was busy chasing little whirls of snow across the red brick tiles, it seemed to me that I could look clear down the vista of the years. And straight across the ocean to a sun-washed summer afternoon in Fairmount Park, where a boy and girl were idling by the monkey cage and he was telling her, "I bet you couldn't do it," as a little monkey fed itself from its hind foot. She'd almost fainted at his none too witty sally. Why? Did it bring up tragic thoughts of her mother? Hardly. She'd not been fearful of the monkeys. Seeing them had raised no phobia, not until he called attention to the monkeys feeding and expressed doubt she could duplicate it, did she wilt. Why? The question rose again, insistently, but found no answer. Funny thing about life, I reflected. I had seen them for a possible 3 minutes on that day 9 years ago. Then our lives had crossed again in Germany. She was somewhere in the city now, unmindful of his presence. He was lying in his bed back there with a sheet across his face, past all hopes and all defeats, quits with destiny before his manhood fairly started. "Carmichael, for Gord's sake, give me a snort." Weinberg came stamping into my quarters, flakes of February snow adhering to the collar of his sheepskin, a drawn and almost haunted look on his face. "Surest thing in Germany," I returned as I broke out brandy, soda water and glasses. "Been wishing I had someone here to drink with me." He splashed about 3 ounces of raw cognac in the tumbler and drained it almost at a gulp. His hand had trembled when it put the drink to his lips, but in a moment it grew steady, which to anyone who knows drinking and drinking men is a bad sign. "Easy on, old top," I cautioned as he poured a second, even larger drink. "You know you're welcome to it," but I stopped my protest as I looked into his eyes. There was no trace of the brilliant, carefree, wise-cracking young medico whose steadiness of hand and eye and uncanny ability as an orthopedist were the talk of all who knew him. Instead, his countenance was serious with what Carlyle once called the awful, deadly earnestness of the Hebrew. "I saw it again tonight," he told me, and despite the warming glow of the brandy, he shivered. "Saw what?" "Remember the lividities on that bloke's neck, the one we found dead on the train from Paris? The one you said looked as if he'd been throttled by a gorilla?" He nodded, taking a long sip of brandy. "Check." "Where?" "Over at the mortuary. I'd come off duty and was washing up in the basement when young Himiston, you know him, Cornell 16, came over with the last replacement from the draft, called me over to a wheel cot standing by the entrance to the autopsy room. Ever see anything like this?" "Captain?" he asked, drawing back the sheet from a body. "Nobody can figure it. They found him in the hall outside NL8, the women's ward, dead as a herring with his head turned almost all the way around. Just as if something had wrung his neck like a chicken's. There it was, so help me, Carmichael, point for point and line for line, the same bruise pattern as the one you saw on the train from Paris. And I'd seen once before at Bellevue Mortuary. "What's the history?" I demanded, as I helped myself to cognac. Somehow I too was beginning to feel chilly, despite the fierce heat from the porcelain stove. "Here it is." He spread his fingers fan-wise and checked the items off. "There's a crowd of nurses, 5 or 6 of them, laid up with the flu in N18. Next door, in a semi-private, which happens to be private now because the other inmate died this afternoon, is Miss Watrous. Just down the corridor, in M40, is Amberson, in dry dock with a smashed collarbone, and next to him, in 41, is Apkern with the flu. Notice anything? 3 of the 5 people who were in the compartment when the German spy was throttled were within 100 feet or so of the spot where presumably this man was killed, again presumably in the same way. Right as a rabbit. This fellow was a Polak from Pennsylvania, minor or something, big as a horse and strong as a bull. Influenza convalescent, who'd gone raving wild on some whiskey someone smuggled into the first floor wards. Crazy as a chinch bug, and with a killing streak on him. He'd knocked an orderly out cold and gone wandering through the hospital. While they were looking for him on the ground floor, he was running up and down the second-story corridors, peeking into rooms and wards and scaring all he patients senseless. Finally, he reached the nurses' ward. "And?" I prompted as he fell silent. "And is right," he answered finally. He came barging into the ward, snatched the blankets off the first bed, and lay down in it. When the patient in it tried to get out, he grabbed her. "No," he answered the unspoken question in my eyes. He might have thought about that later. Right then he was intent on murder and destruction. He took her by the hair with one hand and clutched her throat in the other, and was about to break her neck when something, get this, they're all agreed on it. Something rushed in from the corridor, snatched him by the neck, and dragged him out. Something? What was it? I asked fatuously. That's just what nobody knows. The only light in N18 was a candle, no electric bulbs in there, for it used to be a storeroom and was never wired. When the big bohunk fanned the bedclothes back, he blew the candle out, so all the light they had was what came through the window from the courtyard. The girls were all too weak to fight him, but not too weak to yell, and they were setting up an awful clamour when it rushed in. "Keep your blouse on, can't you?" he demanded irritably as I leaned forward with another question. "I'm telling you everything I know. When I say it, I'm as near to being specific as anybody. Something, and no two of them are agreed on what it was, came crashing in from the hallway and grabbed the murdering drunkard by the neck, hustled him out and killed him. Just as something we don't know about did in that Jerry secret agent on the train from Paris. Some of the girls declare it looked like a great white ape. One thinks it was a spider bigger than a man. But all agree it handled that 6-footer as if he'd been a baby. Now," he tapped me on the knee in sober emphasis, "I'm not saying there's any connection between the fact that some of those who were with us on the Paris train were within striking distance of N18 tonight. But I do say it gives us something to think about. I'm afraid you're going off the deep end. Alvin," I told him. "Amberson's laid up with a smashed clavicle. That lets him out. A man in that condition can't wash his own face, let alone go tearing men to pieces. Apkern's a fairly husky lad, but not Hugh Knight up to wringing Pennsylvania miners' necks. As for Miss Watrous, poor kid, she's got a bad break coming when I tell her about him." "About him? Who?" "Young Tom Ten Eyck. I didn't realize they'd brought her into hospital that day. She must have been checked in before he died. Who in the name of Caesar's nightshirt was this Tom Ten Eyck?" I told him how the lad died, then how I'd seen him and Fedosia years before in Fairmount Park. "Funny, isn't it?" I ended. "Not very," he replied somberly. "Maybe medicine has been too cocksure about what can and what can't happen all these years." "How do you mean?" He shrugged into his sheep-lined mackinaw and held his hand out. "Thanks for the drink. Pat. If I should tell you what I'm thinking, you'd say I'm crazy as a coot. Maybe I am, at that. Good night." For some inexplicable reason, a wave of intestinal disorders swept across our section of the Army of Occupation, and the incidence of appendicitis mounted steadily. I'd performed 3 appendectomies that evening, 2 cases had reached parappendicitic stages, and I was thoroughly depressed, dispirited, and exhausted by the time the cold and dismal twilight darkened into colder night. The courtyard was filled with sad, muddy puddles, relics of the melting snow. A fine mist, half sleet, blew against my cheeks. Everywhere was humid cold as I walked back and forth and drew great gulps of frosty air into my lungs. It seemed to me I'd never get the taint of ether out of my nostrils and throat. "Bad night, sir, ain't it?" asked the sentry chaitily as I paused to do a right-about at the end of the quadrangle. "Minds me of the waterfront down by the Brooklyn Bridge. 'Member how the mists comes up from the bay when the wind is changing?" "My Gord, sir, what's that?" He was looking toward the high brick wall that loomed against the drizzle-darkened night across the courtyard, dark and sinister as the wall of some old haunted castle. And his face was set in a stiff, frozen mask of terror. His eyes were fixed, intense. It seemed as if the very substance of his soul was pouring from them as he looked. "Mater Purissima, Renuglum Pexatorum," I heard him mumble between chattering teeth, searching memory for the half-forgotten prayers learned at parochial school. "Mater Salvatoris." My eyes caught the object of his fascinated gaze, and I felt my throat close with a quick fear, while something terrible and numbing cold seemed clutching at my stomach. Against the blackness of the fog-soaked wall, a form, a human form, was moving, not grip by slow and painful grip, as it clung to irregularities worn in the masonry, by stress of years and weather, but with an almost effortless progress, head downward, like a monstrous lizard. "Good Lord, it can't be," I began, but his voice, high-pitched, honed sharp by hysteria, drowned my words out. "I'll get it, Captain. Ghost or devil, I'll get it. Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" I heard Weinberg's frantic cry as he dashed out into the courtyard. "Don't fire, I tell you, it's—" The clatter of the sentry's automatic cut across and blotted out his frenzied warning. The pistol was a captured German job, a 10-shot Luger issued to our medical department men as sidearms for patrol work. It operated like a miniature machine gun, and with the trigger held back spewed its whole load in a stream of shots. Whether he was naturally a marksman, or whether fear lent accuracy to his hand, or if it were an accident, I don't know. I do know that his shots all seemed to take effect. I saw the crawling lizard thing pause in its downward course, hang clinging to the wall a moment, as if it clutched the wet, cold, slippery bricks with a spasmodic grasp, then suddenly go limp and hurtle to the half-hard lush that lay upon the courtyard tiles, quiver reflexively a moment, then lie still. "You fool, you damned fat-headed superstitious fool!" Weinberg fairly shrieked at the sentry. "I'll have you up before a general court for this. Oh, hell, what's the use?" He was crying as he raced across the quadrangle with me at his heels. The tears were streaming down his cheeks, mingling with the drizzling rain that blew into his face. "Help me with her, Pat," he begged as he fell to his knees beside the still body. "Help me carry her inside." "Maybe it's not too late." I bent to help him, then, despite myself, drew back. Clothed in outing flannel pajamas, drenched with blood that spurted from at least 10 wounds, and obviously dead, Fedosia Watrous lay, a huddled, mangled, bullet-riddled corpse, before us on the rain-diluted snow. The liquor that the pharmacist broke out at Weinberg's order was far from palatable, but it was whiskey, USP, which meant it was 100 proof, 50% grain alcohol, and that was what we needed right then. "I was afraid of this," he told me as he gulped a second potion down. "She'd been delirious all day, and I asked that they have a nurse with her every minute. I suppose the girl had left to get her tray or something, though, and that was when it happened. The moment she was free from surveillance, she went for the window. What in heaven's name are you driving at, Al?" I broke in. "What's Fedosia's being in delirium got to do with—" "Sorry," he apologized. "I hadn't told you what it was I suspected. Remember the other night at your quarters I told you I thought medical opinion and theories were due for overhauling? Yes, but—" "Never mind the buts, old man. Ever since we found that Jerry's secret agent throttled in our railway coach, I'd puzzled over his bruises. The evidence all pointed to a great ape's having throttled him, but that was palpably absurd. I'd found Fedosia's putt and shoe unfastened, but that could have no bearing on the case, I thought. Then the other night you told me what Ten Eyck had said before he died. Fedosia's mother had been frightened into madness by a gorilla. Just before she had her baby, Fedosia never showed her feet to anyone. Seemed sensitive about them. You saw her almost faint when young Ten joked about her ability to feed herself with her feet. Remember? Yes, of course, but— Hold hard, fella. Let me finish. Nearly everybody's heard, and most laymen believe stories of prenatal influence. If a mother's frightened by an animal, her baby's likely to be marked with some characteristic of the beast. A mother terrified by a vicious dog, for instance, may give birth to a dog-faced child, or one who's been chased by a bull may bear a child with vestiges of horn upon its head. What are you building up to? I demanded. Those old wives' tales of prenatal influence have been discredited a century and more. Davenport, in his Heredity in Relation to Eugenics, states clearly that, sure, he broke in sarcastically, and you can find plenty of people who believe that Bacon wrote Shakespeare. And just as many others who'll tell you that Bacon laid an egg, but let me tell you something. Pat Carmichael, Fedosia Watrous killed that German spy and saved us all from asphyxiation. She must have wakened when he got his gas kit out and saw that he was up to. Remember you told me how her eyes seemed to glow in the dark? She was probably better able to see in dim lights than we are, just as animals can. So she whipped her shoe and putty off and killed him with a single grasp of her foot. But the gas got her before she'd quite finished redressing, so— Al, you're drunk or crazy, maybe both, I interrupted. How in blazes could she have throttled him with her foot? I suppose you'll tell me next she killed that crazy miner and saved those nurses. Of course she did. He broke in almost savagely. Come here. Seizing me by the cuff, he led me up the stairs and down the almost lightless corridor to the room where they had laid her. She was so peaceful, so lovely, lying in her white cot, with the blankets drawn up cozily about her throat, that though I'd seen her die, I had to look a second time to make sure that I did not see the flutter of her bosom. Underneath the coverlet, the rain had stopped some time before, and now an early morning beam of sunshine slanted through the window. But for Fedosia, as for the boy who'd loved her since their childhood, the night had come. "Look here, Pat," commanded Weinberg. "Look and tell me if those old wives' tales have been completely discredited." He drew the covers almost reverently from the foot of the cot. Her lovely legs were shaped as graciously as any ever sculptured by the master craftsmen of old Greece. Her ankles were as sharply turned and clean-cut as a thoroughbred racehorse's. But her feet— good heavens! I ejaculated as I looked. They were like hands, like powerfully sinewed hands with scarcely any palms, but with fingers of abnormal length and thickness. The thumbs, or great toes, were mere vestigial stumps, and over all was thick, lead-colored hide, coarse and tough and callous as the skin that covers a gorilla's foot. End of Birthmark by Seabury Quinn.
Cully by Jack Egan. By all the laws of nature he should have been dead. But if he were alive, then there was something he had to find. Above him 80 feet of torpid, black water hung like a shroud of death, and still he heard his ragged breathing, and something else. Cully concentrated on that sound and the rhythmic pulsing of his heart. Somehow he had to retain a hold on his sanity, or his soul. After an hour of careful breathing and exploring of body sensations, Cully realized he could move. He flexed an arm. A mote of gold sand sifted upward in the dark water. It had a pleasant color in contrast with the ominous shades of the sea. In a few moments he had struggled to a sitting position, delighting in the curtain of glittering metal grains whirling around him as he moved, and the other sound, a humming in his mind, a distant burble of tiny voices of other minds, words swirling in giddy patterns he couldn't understand. Shortly thereafter, Cully discovered why he still lived, breathed. A suit. A yellow, plastic, watertight suit, with an orange-on-black shield on the left breast pocket, and a clear bubble helmet. He felt weight on his back and examined it. 2 air tanks and their regulator, a radio, and the box. Suit, tanks, regulator, radio, black water, box, sand, sea, stillness. Cully considered his world. It was small, it was conceivable, it was incomplete. Where is it? Where is what? He knew he had a voice, a means of communication between others of his kind, using low-frequency heat waves caused by agitation of air molecules. Why couldn't he make it work? Words, thousands of them at his beck and call. What were they? What did they mean? He shifted uncomfortably in the tight yellow suit, searching the near horizon for. Where is it? A vague calling came from beyond the Black Sea curtain. Objectively, because he could do nothing to stop them, he watched his feet pick up, move forward, put down, pick up, move forward, put down. Funny. He had the feeling, the concept, that this action held meaning. It was supposed to cause some reaction, accomplish an act. He wondered at the regular movement of his legs. One of them hurt. A hurt is a sensation of pain caused by overloading sensory units in the body. A hurt is bad because it indicates something is wrong. Something certainly was wrong. Something stirred in Cully's mind. He stopped and sat down on the sandy sea bottom gracefully, like a ballet dancer. He examined his foot. There was a tiny hole in the yellow plastic fabric, and a thin string of red-black was oozing out. Blood, he knew. He was bleeding. He could do nothing about it. He got up and resumed walking. Where is it? Cully lifted his head in annoyance at the sharp thought. Go away. He said in a low, pleading voice. The sound made him feel better. He began muttering to himself. Water, black, sand, hurt, pain, radio tanks. It didn't sound right. After a few minutes he was quiet. The Manithoughts were calling him. He must go to the Manithoughts. If his foot was bleeding, then something had happened. If something had happened, then his foot was bleeding. No. If something had happened, then maybe other things had happened before that. But how could something happen in a world of flat gold sand and flaccid sea? Surely there was something wrong. Wrong, the state of being not right. Something had happened that was not right. Cully stared at the edges of the unmoving curtain before him. Where is it? It was. A driving, promise-filled concept. No words, just the sense that something wonderful lay just beyond reach. But this voice was different from the Manithoughts. It was directing his body. His mind was along for the ride. The sameness of the sea and sand became unbearable. It was too right, somehow. Cully felt anger and kicked up eddies of dust. It changed the sameness a little. He kicked more up until it swirled around him in a thick gold haze, blotting out the terrible emptiness of the sea. He felt another weight at his side. He found a holster and gun. He recognized neither. Again he watched objectively as his hand pulled the black object out and handled it. His body was evidently familiar with it, though it was strange to his eyes. His finger slipped automatically into the trigger sheath. His legs were still working under two drives, the Manithoughts urging and something else buried in him, a longing, up and down, back and forth. Where is it? Anger, frustration flared in him. His hand shot out, gun at ready. He turned around slowly. Through the settling trail of suspended sand, nothing was visible. Again he was moving. Something made his legs move. He walked on through the shrouds of death until he felt a taut singing in his nerves. An irrational fear sprang out in him, cascading down his spine, and Cully shuddered. Ahead there was something. Two motives: get there because it they calls, get there because you must. Where is it? The mind voice was excited, demanding. Something was out there besides the sameness. Cully walked on, trailing gold. The death curtain parted. An undulating garden of blue and gold streamers suddenly drifted toward him on an unfelt current. Cully was held, entranced. They flowed before him, their colors dazzling, hypnotic. Come closer, Earthling, the Manithoughts spoke inside his head soothingly. Here it is, Cully's mind shouted. Cully's mind was held, hypnotized, but his body moved of its own volition. He moved again. His mind and the Manithoughts spoke, fulfillment almost. There was one action left that must be completed. Cully's arms moved. They detached the small black box from his pack. He moved on into the midst of the weaving, gold-laced plants. Little spicules licked out from their flexing stalks and jabbed, unsensed, into Cully's body to draw nourishment. From the Manithoughts came the sense of complete fulfillment. From Cully's mind came further orders. Lie down, it was a collective concept. Lie still, we are friends. He could not understand. They were speaking words. Words were beyond him. His head shook in despair. The voices were implanting an emotion of horror at what his hands were doing, but he had no control over his body. It was as if it were not his. The black box was now lying in the sand among the streaming plants. Cully's fingers reached out and caressed a small panel. A soundless click ran through the murkiness. The strangely beautiful, gold-laced blue plants began a writhing dance. Their spicules withdrew and jabbed, withdrew and jabbed. A rending, silent scream tore the quiet waters. No, they cried. It was a negative command mixed in with the terrible screaming. Turn it off, stop it, stop it. Cully tried to say, but there were no words. He tried to cover his ears within the helmet, but the cries went on. Emotions roiled the water, pain, hurt, reproach. Cully sobbed. Something was wrong here. Something was killing the plants, the beautiful blue things. The plants were withering, dying. He looked up at them, stupefied, not understanding, tears streaming down his face. What did they want from him? What had he done? Where is it? A different direction materialized, a new concept of desire. Cully's body turned and crawled away from the wonderful, dying garden, oblivious to the pleadings floating, now weakly, in the torpid water. He scuffed up little motes of golden sand, leaving a low-lying scud along the bottom, back to the little black box in the garden. The plants, the box, all were forgotten by now. Cully crawled on, not knowing why. A rise appeared. Surprise caught Cully unaware. A change in the sameness. Where is it? Again the voice was insistent. His desire was close ahead. He did not look back at the black churning on the sea bottom. His legs worked, his chest heaved, words swirled in his mind. He topped the rise. Below him, in the center of a shallow golden bowl, floated a long, shiny cylinder. Even from here he knew it was huge. He knew other things about it, how heavy it was, how it was, that it carried others of his kind. He had been in it before, and they were waiting for him. He lurched on. "Captain, here comes Cully." The midshipman shouted from the airlock. "Look what they've done to him." The old man's gray eyes took in the spectacle without visible emotion. He watched the bleeding yellow plastic sack crawl up to the ship and look up. His hands reached down and lifted Cully up into the lock. They took his suit off and stared with loathing at what had once been a man. A white scar zigzagged across his forehead. The captain bent close, in range of the dim blue eyes. "It was a brave thing you did, Cully. The whole system will be grateful. Venus could never be colonized as long as those cannibals were there to eat men and drive men mad." Cully fingered the scar on his forehead and looked unseeing into the old man's compassionate eyes. "I'm sorry, Cully, we all are, but there was no other way. Prefrontal lobotomy, destruction of your speech center. It was the only way you could get past the telepaths and destroy them. I'm sorry, Cully. The race of man shall long honor your name." Cully smiled at the old man, the words churning in his brain, but he did not understand. Where is it? The emptiness was still there. The End of Cully, by Jack Egan.
Lies on. Who never said a foolish thing, nor ever did a wise one. Proffered epitaph on Charles II. John Wilmot, Earl of Rochester, 1647 to 1680. Yes, Jack Wilmot wrote so concerning me, and rallied me, saying these lines he would cut upon my monument. And now he is dead at 33, while I live at 50, none so merry a monarch as folks deem me. Jack's verse makes me out a coxcomb, but he knew me not in my youth. He was but 4, and sucking sugar plums, when his father and I were fugitives after Worcester. Judge from this story, if he rhymes the truth of me. I think it was then, with the rain soaking my wretched borrowed clothes, and the heavy tight plough shoes rubbing my feet all to blisters, that I first knew consciously how misery may come to kings as to vagabonds. Egad, I was turned the second before I had well been the first. trying to think of other things than my present sorry state among the dripping trees of spring coppice. I could but remember sorrier things still. Chiefly came to mind the Worcester fight, that had been rather a cutting down of my poor men like barley, and Cromwell's Ironside troopers, the reapers. How could so much ill luck befall? Lauderdale's bold folly, that wasted our best men in a charge. The mazed silence of Leslie's Scots horse, the first of their blood I ever heard of before or since, who refused battle. I remembered too, as a sick dream, how I charged with a few faithful at a troop of parliamentarian horse said to be Cromwell's own guard. I had cut down a mailed rider with a pale face like the winter moon, and rode back dragging one of my own, wounded sore, across my saddle-bow. He had died there, crying to me, "God save your most sacred majesty," and now I had need of God to save me. More things than Cromwell's wit and might went into this disaster, I told myself in the rain, nor knew how true I spoke. After the battle, the retreat. Had it been only last night? Leslie's horsemen, who had refused to follow me toward Cromwell, had dogged me so close, fleeing him, I was at pains to scatter and so avoid them. Late we had paused, my gentleman and I, at a manor of white ladies. There we agreed to divide and flee in disguise. With help of two faithful yokels named Penderel, I cut my long curls with a knife and crammed my big body into coarse garments, grey cloth breeches, a leathern doublet, a green jump coat, while that my friends smeared my face and hands with chimney soot. Then farewells, and I gave each gentleman a keepsake, a ribbon, a buckle, a watch, and so forward. I remembered too my image in a mirror, and it was most unkingly a towering, swarthy young man, ill-clad, ill-faced. One of the staunch Penderels bade me name myself, and I chose to be called Will Jones, a wandering woodcutter. Will Jones. 'Twas an easy name and comfortable. For the nonce I was happier with it than with Charles Stuart, England's king and son of that other Charles who had died by Cromwell's axe. I was heir to bitter sorrow and trouble and mystery, in my youth lost and hunted and friendless as any strong thief. The rain was steady and weary. I tried to ask myself what I did here in Spring Coppice. It had been necessary to hide the day out and travel by night, but whose thought was it to choose this dim, sorrowful wood? Richard Penderel had said that no rain fell elsewhere. Perhaps that was well, since Ironsides might forbear to seek me in such sorry bogs, but meanwhile I shivered and sighed, and wished myself a newt. The trees, what I could see, were broad oaks with some fir and larch, and the ground grew high with bracken reddened by September's first chill. Musing thus, I heard a right ill sound, horses' hoofs. I threw myself half downways among some larch scrub, peering out through the clumpy leaves. My right hand clutched the axe I carried as part of my masquerade. Beyond was a lane, and along it, one by one, rode enemy, a troop of Cromwell's horse, hard fellows and ready-seeming, with breasts and caps of iron. The stared right and left searchingly. The bright, bitter eyes of their officer seemed to strike through my hiding like a pike point. I clutched my axe the tighter, and swore on my soul that, if found, I would the fighting, a better death after all than my poor father's. But they rode past, and out of sight. I sat up, and wiped muck from my long nose. I am free yet, I told myself. One day, please our Lord, I shall sit on the throne that is mine. Then shall I seek out these Ironsides and feed fat the gallows at Tyburn, the block at the Tower. For I was young and cruel then, as now I am old and mellow. Religion perplexed and irked me. I could not understand, or like Cromwell's praise God, men of war, whose faces were as sharp and merciless as, alas, their swords. I'll give them texts to quote, I vowed. I have heard their canting war cries, smite and spare not. They shall learn how it is to be smitten and spared not. For the moment, I felt as if vengeance were already mine, my house restored to power, my adversaries chained and delivered into my hand. Then I turned to cooler thoughts, and chiefly that I had best seek a hiding less handy to that trail through the trees. The thought was like sudden memory, as if indeed I knew the coppice and where best to go. For I mind me how I rose from among the larches, turned on the heel of one pinching shoe, and struck through a belt of young spruce as though I were indeed a woodcutter, seeking by familiar ways the door of mine own hut. So confidently did I stride that I blundered, or did I, into a thorny vine that hung down from a long oak limb. It fastened upon my sleeve like urging fingers. "Nay, friend," I said to it, trying to be gay, "hold me not here in the wet," and I twitched away. That was one more matter about spring coppice that seemed strange and not over-canny, as also the rain, the gloom, my sudden desire to travel toward its heart. Yet, as you shall see here, these things were strange only in their basic cause. But I forego the tale. So cometh Will Jones to his proper home, quoth a furse, axe on shoulder. Speaking thus merrily, I came upon another lane, but narrower than that on which the horseman had ridden. This ran ankle-deep in mire, and I remember how the damp, soaking into my shoes, soothed those plaguey blisters. I followed the way for some score of paces, and meseemed that the rain was heaviest here, like a curtain before some hidden thing. Then I came into a cleared space, with no trees nor bush, nor even grass upon the bald earth. In its centre, wreathed with rainy mists, a house. I paused, just within shelter of the leaves. What, I wondered, has my new magic of being a woodcutter conjured up a woodcutter's shelter? But this house was no honest workman's place. That much I saw with but half an eye. Conjured up it might well have been, and most foully. I gazed at it without savour, and saw that it was not large, but lean and high-looking by reason of the steep pitch of its roof. That roof's thatch was so wet and foul that it seemed all of one drooping substance, like the cap of a dark toadstool. The walls, too, were damp, being of clay daub, spread upon a framework of wattles. It had one door, and that a mighty thick heavy one, of a single dark plank, that hung upon heavy rusty hinges. One window it had, too, through which gleamed some sort of light, but instead of glass, the window was filled with something like thin scraped rawhide, so that light could come through, but not the shape of things within. And so I knew not what was in that house, nor at the time had I any conscious lust to find out. I say, no conscious lust, for it was unconsciously that I drifted idly forth from the screen of wet leaves, gained and moved along a little hard-packed path between bracken clumps. That path led to the door, and I found myself standing before it, while through the skinned-over window, inches away, I heard noises. Noises, I call them, for at first I could not think they were voices. Several soft hummings or purrings came to my ears, from what source I knew not. Finally, though, actual words high and raspy. We who keep the commandment love the law. Moloch, Lucifer, Baltai Mor, Anector, Somiator, sleep ye not. Compel ye that the man approach. It had the sound of a prayer, and yet I recognized but one of the names called Lucifer. Tutors, parsons, my late unhappy allies, Die Scots Covenanters, had used the name often fearfully. Prayer within that ugly lean house went up, or down, belike, to the fallen sun of the morning. I stood against the door, pondering. My grandsire, King James, had believed and feared such folks' pretense. My father, who was King Charles before me, was pleased to doubt and be merciful, pardoning many accused witches and sorcerers. As for me, my short life had held scant leisure to decide such a matter. While I waited in the fine misty rain on the threshold, the high voice spoke again. "Drive him to us! Drive him to us! Drive him to us!" Silence within, and you may be sure silence without, A new voice, younger and thinner, made itself heard. "Naught comes to us." "Respect the promises of our masters," replied the first. "What says the book?" And yet a new voice, this time soft and a woman's. "Let the door be opened and the wayfarer be plucked in." I swear that I had not the least impulse to retreat, even to step aside. 'Twas as if all my life depended on knowing more. As I stood, ears apric like any cat's, the door creaked inward by 3 inches. An arm in a dark sleeve shot out, and fingers as lean and clutching as thorn twigs fastened on the front of my jump coat. "I have him safe," rasped the high voice that had prayed. A moment later, I was drawn inside, before I could ask the reason. There was one room to the house, and it stank of burning weeds. There were no chairs or other furniture, and no fireplace. But in the center of the tamped clay floor burned an open fire, whose rank smoke climbed to a hole at the roof's peak. Around this fire was drawn a circle in white chalk, and around the circle a star in red. Close outside the star were the 3 whose voices I had heard. Mine eyes lighted first on she who held the book. Young she was and dainty. She sat on the floor, her feet drawn under her full skirt of black stuff. Above a white collar of Dutch style, her face was round, and at the same time fine and fair, with a short red mouth and blue eyes like the clean sea. Her hair, under a white cap, was as yellow as corn. She held in her slim white hands a thick book, whose cover looked to be grown over with dark hair, like the hide of a Galloway bull. Her eyes held mine for 2 trices, then I looked beyond her to another seated person. He was small enough to be a child, but the narrow bright eyes in his thin face were older than the oldest I had seen, and the hands clasped around his bony knees were rough and sinewy, with large sore-seeming joints. His hair was scanty, and eke his eyebrows. His neck showed swollen painfully. It is odd that my last look was for him who had drawn me in. He was tall, almost as myself, and grizzled hair fell on the shoulders of his velvet doublet. One claw still clapped hold of me, and his face, a foot from mine, was as dark and bloodless as earth. Its lips were loose, its quivering nose broken. The eyes, cold and wide as a frog's, were as steady as gun muzzles. He kicked the door shut and let me go. "Name yourself," he rasped at me. "If you be not he whom we seek." "I am Will Jones, a poor woodcutter," I told him. Murmured the wench with the book. "Belike the youngest of 7 sons, sent forth by a cruel step to meet or seek fortune in the world. So runs the fairy tale, and we want none such. Your true name, sirrah." I told her roundly that she was insolent, but she only smiled. And I never saw a fairer than she, not in all the courts of Europe, not even sweet Nell Gwyn. After many years I can see her eyes, a little slanting and a little hungry. Even when I was so young, women feared me, but this one did not. "His word shall not need," spoke the thin young old fellow by the fire. "Am I not here to make him prove himself?" He lifted his face so that the fire brightened it, and I saw hot red blotches thereon. "True," agreed the grizzled man. "Sirrah, whether you be Will Jones the woodman or Charles Stuart the king, have you no mercy on poor Dickon yonder? If 'twould ease his ail, would you not touch him?" That was a sneer, but I looked closer at the thin fellow called Dickon, and made sure that he was indeed sick and sorry. His face grew full of hope, turning up to me. I stepped closer to him. "Why, with all my heart, if 'twill serve," I replied. "Wear the star and circle, step not within the star and circle," cautioned the wench. But I came not near those marks. Standing beside and above Dickon, I felt his brow, and felt that it was fevered. "A hot humour is in your blood, friend," I said to him, and touched the swelling on his neck. But had there been a swelling there? I touched it, but 'twas suddenly gone, like a furtive mouse under my finger. Dickon's neck looked lean and healthy. His face smiled, and from it had fled the red blotches. He gave a cry and sprang to his feet, 'Tis past, 'tis past," he howled. "I am whole again." But the eyes of his comrades were for me. "Only a king could have done so," quoth the older man. "Young sir, I do take you truly for Charles Stuart. At your touch, Dickon was healed of the king's evil." I folded my arms, as if I must keep my hands from doing more strangeness. I had heard too of that old legend of the Stuarts without deeming myself concerned. Yet here it had befallen. Dickon had suffered from the king's evil, which learned doctors call scrofula. My touch had driven it from his thin body. He danced and quivered with the joy of health, but his fellows looked at me as though I had betrayed myself by sin. "It is indeed the king," said the girl, also rising to her feet. "No," I made shift to say. "I am but poor Will Jones," and I wondered where I had let fall my axe. Will Jones, a woodcutter. "Yours to command, Will Jones," mocked the grizzled man. "My name is Valois Pembrew, erst a schoolmaster. My daughter Regan," and he flourished one of his talons at the wench. "Dickon, our kinsman and servitor, you know already well enough to heal him. For our profession, we are. He seemed to have said too much, and his daughter came to his rescue. "We are liars in wait," she said. "True, liars in wait," repeated Pembrew, glad of the words. "Quiet we bide our time, against what good things comes our way. As yourself, Will Jones, would you sit in sooth upon the throne of England? For that question we brought you hither." I did not like his lofty air, like a man cozening puppies. "I came myself, of mine own good will," I told him. "It rains outside." "True," muttered Dickon, his eyes on me. "All over Spring Coppice falls the rain, and not elsewhere. Not one but 8 charms in yonder book can bring rain. 'Twas to drive your honour to us that you might heal." "Silence," barked Valois Pembrew at him. "And to me, young sir, we read and prayed and burnt," and he glanced at the dark orange flames of the fire. "In that way we guided your footsteps to the coppice, and the rain then made you see this shelter. 'Twas all planned, even before Noel Cromwell scotched you at Worcester." "Worcester!" T roared at him so loudly that he stepped back. "What know you of Worcester fight?" He recovered and said in his erst lofty fashion, "Worcester was our doing too. We gave the victory to Noel Cromwell. At a price, from the book." He pointed to the hairy tome in the hands of Regan, his daughter. "The flames showed us your pictured hosts and his, and what befell. You might have stood against him, even prevailed, but for the horsemen who would not write." I remembered that bitter amazement over how Leslie's Scots had bowed like statues. "You dare say you wrought that?" Pembrew nodded at Mistress Regan, who turned pages. "I will read it without the words of power," quoth she. "Thus, in meekness I begin my work. Stop rider, stop footman. 3 black flowers bloom, and under them ye must stand still as long as I will, not through me, but through the name of—" She broke off, staring at me with her slant blue eye. I remembered all the tales of my grandfather James, who had fought and written against witchcraft. "Well then, you have given the victory to Cromwell. You will give me to him also." 2 of the 3 laughed. Dickon was still too mazed with his new health, and Pembrew shook his grizzled head. "Not so, woodcutter. Cromwell asked not the favour from us. 'Twas one of his men who paid well. We swore that old Noel should prevail from the moment of battle. But," and his eyes were like gimlets in mine, "we swore by the oaths set us, the names Cromwell's men worship, not the names we worship. We will keep the promise as long as we will, and no longer." "When it pleases us we make," contributed Regan. "When it pleases us we break. Now 'tis true that Cromwell perished on 3rd September 1658, 7 year to the day from Worcester fight. But I half believed Pembrew even as he spoke, and so would you have done. He seemed to be what he called himself, a liar in wait, a bider for prey, myself or others. The rank smoke of the fire made my head throb, and I was weary of being played with. "Let be," I said. "I am no mouse to be played with, you jibbed cats." "What is your will?" "Ah," sighed Pembrew silkily, as though he had waited for me to ask. "What but that our sovereign should find his fortune again, scatter the Ironsides of the Parliament in another battle, and come to his throne at Whitehall." "It can be done," Regan assured me. "Shall I find the words in the book, that when spoken will gather and make resolute your scattered running friends?" I put up a hand. "Read nothing. Tell me rather what you would gain thereby, since you seem to be governed by gains alone." "Charles II shall reign," breathed Pembrew, "wisely and well, with thoughtful distinction. He will thank his good counsellor, the Earl, no, the Duke of Pembrew. He will be served well by Sir Dickon, his squire of the body." "Served well, I swear," promised Dickon, with no mockery to his words. "And," cooed Regan, "are there not ladies of the court? Will it not be said that Lady Regan Pembrew is fairest and most pleasing to the king's grace?" Then they were all silent, waiting for me to speak. "God pardon me my many sins, but among them has not been silence when words are needed." I laughed fiercely. "You are 3 saucy lackeys, ripe to be flogged at the cart's tail," I told them. "By tricks you learned of my ill fortune, and seek to fatten thereon." I turned toward the door. "I sicken in your company, and I leave. Let him hinder me who dare." "Dickon," called Pembrew, and moved as if to cross my path. Dickon obediently ranged alongside. I stepped up to them. "If you dread me not as your ruler, dread me as a big man and a strong," I said. "Step from my way, or I will smash your shallow skulls together." Then it was Regan, standing across the door. "Would the king strike a woman?" she challenged. "Wait for 2 words to be spoken. Suppose we have the powers we claim." "Your talk is empty, without proof," I replied. "No, mistress, bar me not, I am going." "Proof you shall have," she assured me hastily. "Dickon, stir the fire." He did so. Watching, I saw that in sooth he was but a lad. His disease, now banished by my touch, had put a false seeming of age upon him. Flames leaped up, and upon them Pembrew cast a handful of herbs whose sort I did not know. The colour of the fire changed as I gazed, white, then rosy red, then blue, then again white. The wench Regan was babbling words from the hair-bound book, but, though I had learned most tongues in my youth, I could not guess what language she read. "Ah, now," said Pembrew, "look, your gracious majesty, have you wondered of your beaten followers? In the deep of the fire, like a picture that forebore burning and moved with life, I saw tiny figures, horsemen in a huddled knot, riding in dejected wise. Though it was as if they rode at a distance, I fancied that I recognized young Strake, a cornet of Leslie's." I scowled, and the vision vanished. "You have prepared puppets or a shadow show," I accused. "I am no country hodge to be tricked thus. Ask of the fire what it will mirror to you," barred Pembrew, and I looked on him with disdain. "What of Noel Cromwell?" I demanded, and on the trice he was there. I had seen the fellow once, years '81. He looked more grey and bloated and fierce now, but it was he, Cromwell, the king rebel, in back and breast of steel with buff sleeves. He stood with wide-planted feet and a hand on his sword. I took it that he was on a porch or platform, about to speak to a throng dimly seen. "You knew that I would call for Cromwell," I charged Pembrew, and the second image too winked out. He smiled, as if my stubbornness was what he loved best on earth. "Who else then? Name one I cannot have prepared for." "Wilmot," I said, and quick anon I saw him. Poor nobleman! He was not young enough to tramp the byways in masquerade, like me. He rode a horse, and that a sorry one, with his pale face cast down. He mourned, perhaps for me. I felt like smiling at this image of my friend, and like weeping too. "Others? Your gentlemen?" suggested Pembrew, and Whitliut my naming. They sprang into view one after another, each in a breath's space. Their faces flashed among the shreds of flame: Buckingham, elegant and furtive; Lauderdale, drinking from a leather cup; Colonel Carlis, whom we called Careless, though he was never that; the brothers Penderell, by a fireside with an old dame who may have been their mother. Suddenly, as a finish to the show, Cromwell again, seen near with the Bible in his hand. The fire died like a blown candle. The room was dim and grey, with a wisp of smoke across the hide-spread window. "Well, sire, you believe," said Pembrew. He smiled now, and I saw teeth as lean and white as a hunting dog's. "Faith, only a fool refused to believe," I said in all honesty. He stepped near. "Then you accept us?" he questioned hoarsely. On my other hand tiptoed the fair lass Regan. "Charles," she whispered, "Charles, my comely king," and pushed herself close against me like a cat seeking caresses. "Your choice is wise," Pembroke said on. "Spells bemused and scattered your army. Spells will bring it back afresh. You shall triumph, and salt England with the bones of the rebels. Noel Cromwell shall swing from a gallows, that all like rogues may take warning. And you, brought by our powers to your proper throne." "Hold," I said, and they looked upon me silently. "I said only that I believe in your sorcery," I told them, "but I will have none of it." You would have thought those words plain and round enough. But my three neighbours in that ill house stared mutely, as if I spoke strangely and foolishly. Finally, "Oh, brave and gay, let me perish else," quoth Pembrew, and laughed. My temper went, and with it my bemusement. "Perish you shall, dog, for your saucy ways," I promised. "What, you stare and grin? Am I your sovereign lord, or am I a penny show? I have humoured you too long. Goodbye." I made a step to leave, and Pembrew slid across my path. His daughter Regan was opening the book and reciting hurriedly, but I minded her not a penny. Instead, I smote Pembrew with my fist, hard and fair in the middle of his mocking face. And down he went, full sprawl, rosy blood fountaining over mouth and chin. "Cross me again," quoth I, "and I'll drive you into your native dirt like a tether peg." With that, I stepped across his body where it quivered like a wounded snake, and put forth my hand to open the door. There was no door, not anywhere in the room. I turned back the while Regan finished reading and closed the book upon her slim finger. "You see, Charles Stuart," she smiled, "you must bide here in despite of yourself." Sir," pleaded Dickon, half crouching like a cricket, "will you not mend your opinion of us?" "I will mend naught," I said, "save the lack of a door." And I gave the wall a kick that shook the stout wattlings and brought down flakes of clay. My blistered foot quivered with pain, but another kick made some of the poles spring from their fastenings. In a moment I would open a way outward, would go forth. Regan shouted new words from the book. I remember a few, like uncouth names: Sator, Aripos, Janna. I have heard since that these are powerful matters with the Gnostics. In the midst of her outcry, I thought smoke drifted before me. Smoke hat stank like dead flesh, and thickened into globes and curves, as if it would make a form. Two long streamers of it drifted out like snakes, to touch or seize me. I gave back, and Regan stood at my side. "Would you choose those arms?" asked she. "And not these?" She held out her own, fair and round and white. "Charles, I charmed away the door. I charmed that spirit to hold you. I will still do you good. In despite of your will you shall reign in England, and I. Weariness was drowning me. I felt like a child, drowsy and drooping. "And you," I said. "You shall tell me," she whispered. Charles. She shimmered in my sight, and bells sang as if to signal her victory. I swear it was not I who spoke then stupidly. Consult Jack Wilmot's doggerel to see if I am wont to be stupid. But the voice came from my mouth. I shall be king in Whitehall. She prompted me softly. I shall be Duchess and next friend. Duchess and next friend, I repeated. Of the king's self, she finished, and I opened my mouth to say that too. Valois Pembroke, recovering from my buffet, sat up and listened. But, stop, roared Dickon. We all looked, Regan and I and Valois Pembroke. Dickon rose from where he crouched. In his slim, strong hands was the foul, hairy book that Regan had laid aside. His finger marked a place on the open page. The spells are mine, and I undo what they have wrought, he thundered in his great new voice. Stop and silence. Look upon me, ye sorcerers and arch-sorcerers. You who attack Charles Stuart, let that witchcraft recede from him into your marrow and bone in this instant and hour. He read more, but I could not hear for the horrid cries of Pembroke and his daughter. The rawhide at the window split, like a drumhead made too hot, and cold air rushed in. The fire that had vanished leaped up, its flames bright red and natural now. Its flames scaled the roof peak, caught there. Smoke, rank and foul, crammed the place. Through it rang more screams, and I heard Regan, pantingly. Hands from my throat! Whatever had seized her, it was not Dickon, for he was at my side, hand on my sleeve. Come, sire, this way. Whither the door had gone, thither it now came back. We found it open before us, scrambled through and into the open. The hut burnt behind us like a hayrick, and I heard no more cries therefrom. Pembroke, I cried. Regan, are they slain? Slain or no, it does not signify, replied Dickon. Their ill magic retorted upon them. They are gone with it from earth forever. He hurled the hairy book into die midst of the flame. Now away! We left the clearing and walked the lane. There was no more rainfall, no more mist. Warm light came through the leaves as through clear green water. Sire, said Dickon, I part from you. God bless your kind and gracious majesty. Bring you safe to your own place, and your people to their proper senses. He caught my hand and kissed it, and would have knelt, but I held him on his feet. Dickon, I said, I took you for one of those liars in wait, but you have been my friend this day, and I stand in your debt as long as I live. No, sire, no. Your touch drove from me the pain of the king's evil, which had smitten me since childhood, and which those God-forgotten could not heal with all their charms. And too, you refused witch help against Cromwell. I met his round, true eye. Sooth to say, Cromwell and I make war on each other, I replied. But 'tis human war, he said for me. Each in his way hates hell. 'Twas bravely done, sire. Remember that Cromwell's course is run in 7 years. Be content until then. Now, Godspeed. He turned suddenly and made off amid the leafage. I walked on alone, toward where the brothers Penderel would rejoin me with news of where next we would seek safety. Many things churned in my silly head, things that have not sorted themselves in all the years since, but this came to the top of the churn like fair butter. The war in England was sad and sorry and bloody, as all wars. Each party called the other God-forsaken, devilish. Each was wrong. We were but human folk, doing what we thought well and doing it ill. Worse than any human foe was sorcery and appeal to the devil's host. I promised myself then, and have not since departed from it, that when I ruled, no honest religion would be driven out. All and any such, I said in my heart, was so good that it bettered the worship of evil. Beyond that, I wished only for peace and security, and the chance to take off my blistering shoes. Lord, I prayed, if thou art pleased to restore me to the throne of my ancestors, grant me a heart constant in the exercise and protection of true worship. Never may I seek the oppression of those who, out of tenderness of their consciences, are not free to conform to outward and indifferent ceremonies. And now judge between me and Jack Wilmot, Earl of Rochester. There is at least one promise I have kept, and at least one wise deed I have done. Put that on my grave. End of The Liars in Wait by Manly Wade Wellman.
Castle of Terror by E.J. Liston. Too bad, Griffin. Hale Jenkins said to the man alongside. Now, if you'd have just stuck to bank stick-ups, you'd have been all right. Nah, Bud Griffin said, his mouth twisted in a wry grin. I'd have been all right if you'd have just stuck to being a traffic cop. But you had to show the commissioner you were on the ball, so he sent you after me. That's all. The light suddenly flashed over the pilot's compartment with its warning to fasten safety belts. A few seconds later, the stewardess came around with a smiling warning that they were coming over some bad pockets, and that there was no need to worry. Both men fastened their belts, as did all the other passengers on the giant airliner, and after a while, the elevator began its ride. Griffin reached up and pulled the air vent down, so that the cold air of the upper reaches at which they were flying could send its refreshing drafts of air down the vent. Jenkins had been airsick once and didn't want any more of the same. He followed Griffin's gaze and looked into the gray fog of a huge cloud bank. Jenkins, to get his mind off the possibility of getting sick again, took up where the other had left off. Yeah. But like I say, you should 'a' stuck to robbin' banks. His lean, strong face with the unusual bone structure, which made it a face of highlights and plain surfaces, broke into a wide-angled grin. He threw the shock of black hair from his eyes, and continued. Guys like you never learn. Gotta work with a heater. Griffin's opaque eyes shifted from the grayness which had encircled the plane, and met the dancing gray ones of the detective beside him. Griffin's lips mimicked the grin of the other, but his words were not so light-hearted. Look, copper, you just got lucky. If it weren't for that dame. Ah, I should 'a' been smart. I should 'a' known she'd have sung. No dame can keep her yap shut. But get this, we ain't in yet, so be smart and don't think Bud Griffin's fryin'. Not yet he ain't. Jenkins was, for a detective, a rather amiable sort. In Griffin's case, however, he could not help but give an occasional needle. The hoodlum and murderer's bragging rasped on Jenkins' nerves. Now, don't blame the girl. Jenkins said, she was just the last step in my trail. The guy who really talked was Bud Griffin. There's a character who will never stop talkin'. If you hadn't talked to the bartender in that joint on the waterfront, I'd have never found out about Myrtle. But he knew Myrtle and the kind of girl she was. He knew she only went for the hoods who had dough, and no guy who drinks beer like you do and leaves no tips ought to have dough. So when Myrtle walks in with a platina fox jacket and says you bought it, he gets mighty suspicious. It was a cinch then, Bud. All I had to do was tell the girl she was going to be named as an accessory after the fact, and she spilled her load. Pinpoints of flame suddenly danced in Griffin's eyes. His hands, lying quiescent on his lap, curled into balls of bone and muscle. Griffin had many weaknesses. Of them all, anger was his greatest. For in the heat of anger he would do anything, and not care about the consequences. It had proved his undoing many times. His last surge of anger had resulted in murder during a robbery. The victim had resisted Griffin and had been shot in cold blood. As always, that anger showed invisible signs. There came the pinpoints of flame to the eyes, the clenching of fists, and an odd curling of the mouth. But Jenkins, either because he did not know of these signs, or because he was so wrapped in his own glory, did not notice the other's shifting movement. When Griffin struck, it was with electric speed. Certainly, he had nothing to gain by his attack on Jenkins, for had he thought it out logically, he would have realized there was no way of escape. Even a fool would have realized that there was no way of getting out of a plane which was flying at 10,000 feet and coming down alive, unless one had a chute. So it was sheer berserk anger which prompted the attack. Griffin's right elbow shot up and sideways, and landed with telling force against Jenkins' jaw. At almost the same instant, he slipped loose of his safety belt, whirled on his companion, and struck him 2 savage blows with his fists. Those blows stunned the detective, and like a snake in movement, Griffin's hand reached for the pistol in Jenkins' holster and drew it. Dazed as Jenkins was, he tried to stop Griffin. The barrel of the gun slashed a furrow in his cheek for the try. The blow rocked the detective's head back and allowed him to get out of his seat. In an instant, he was in the aisle, leaping for the pilot's compartment. He had no plan. He wasn't even thinking. In the background of his mind, he knew the panic he had created. He could see it reflected in the face of the woman in the front seat, in the wide, suddenly terror-stricken eyes of the man at her side. But what he was going to do when he reached the closed door that was his goal, he did not know. There were screams and hoarse commands. From the rear, the stewardess shouted for him not to go beyond the door. Griffin reached it, whirled and faced the length of the plane, a snarl on his lips, and the .38 in his hand, a small-barreled threat of death to whoever was fool enough to attempt to stop him. And there was one who was going to be a fool. Whether Jenkins was just dazed by the last blow, or whether he really thought he could stop the other, is a matter of conjecture. But he rose to his feet and started forward in a stumbling run. "Come on, copper," Griffin grunted, a terrible smile of anticipation on his lips. "I been wantin' to knock you off." Everyone on the plane froze in horror as the gun muzzle came up. The finger on the trigger tightened in a sort of slow-motion action until it seemed as if the smallest pressure would set it off. And still Jenkins stumbled forward, until only a couple of feet separated the two. Then the grin became a snarl on Griffin's lips, and all knew the instant of death had arrived. Jenkins must have felt it also, for he took the last few steps in a shambling, wide-armed leap, as if he were welcoming it. It was at that instant that the co-pilot decided to step through the door. The steel door slammed against the bent figure of the gunman just as he pulled the trigger. The gun went off with a roar, and Jenkins hit Griffin like a tackler, slamming into a ball carrier. But louder than the pistol's sound was the sound from without the plane. It was as if all the fury of hell had exploded out there. The plane became a straw licked upward and outward, sucked downward and inward, in some vortex of sound and fury which was completely unrecognizable. It was as if some external force was venting its spleen on the craft. In the space of split seconds, in the time a picture forms in a mind, the plane and all its occupants lost their meaning. There was a great rending sound, and, following, the disintegration of the great ship into space. Hale Jenkins felt himself spinning, whirling, falling into a vast empty fog. There was peace and contentment in that fog, and a sort of forgetfulness. There was nothing above and nothing below, just the gray murk. For a last instant of awareness, Jenkins saw not far from him the body of Griffin describing the same gyrations as his own. Then there was a wrenching at his bowels, a tearing at his, and unconsciousness slipped over him like the noose over the hanged man. Odd piping voices penetrated into Jenkins' brain. He stirred and rolled over, and after a few seconds got his hands under him and pushed himself erect. He felt rather than saw the tree close to him, and put one hand out to its friendly trunk, steadying himself against it. His head came up after a second, and his eyes cleared of the fog before them. He stared in disbelief as he looked out over a great valley. In the distance, made plain by the brilliant light of the sun, he saw a tremendous castle with many turreted, immense sides. It shimmered and danced in the brilliant light, like a mirage conjured by a fevered mind. Yet he knew, without being told, that it was real as the three tiny men who regarded him with passionately intent, though oddly frightened eyes from a few feet off. But sight was not the only sense of which Jenkins had the full use. He was aware of an odd, rumbling sound in the distance, as of thunder, yet not quite thunder. He noticed that the gnomes had also heard the sound, for their eyes turned from their intent regard of him to the castle perched on the mesa in the distance. He could not see their eyes now, yet he was aware that they held fear, cold, numbing fear, fright so great it binds the entrails, makes a stone statue of a man, even a dwarf. They held their poses even after the dying sounds of the strange rumble had passed in the distance. When Jenkins spoke, it took several seconds for them to bring their attention to him. "Where am I, and who are you?" Their answering voices were childish pipings, making even less sense of a confused situation. "I am Lodi," said the smallest, who wore a fringe of beard from his forehead all the way around a pointed, slat-like chin. "I am Gano," said the second. He had a hooked nose so long it almost touched his chin. "I am Mikas," said the third, who had a round face, a bulbous nose whose color was that of a ripe tomato, flapping pointed ears too large for his face, and a pair of perfectly round eyes. "Yeah, but where am I?" Jenkins persisted. "In the land of Nat." All three piped in unison. Slowly the brain fog was clearing for Jenkins. The miracle of his landing safely was still not quite clear, nor could he understand the presence of these odd beings. But as reason returned to Jenkins, it told him something had happened which would perhaps be unexplainable. He pointed toward the castle and said, "Who lives there?" "Lucretia." They answered again in unison. "Now there's a familiar name," Jenkins thought, while at the same time a horrifying idea occurred to him. If it were Lucretia Borgia, he thought, then he might be dead. Suddenly, there was a spine-chilling roar, a vast crashing in the underbrush close by, and a tremendous boulder sailed by and disappeared over the lip of the chasm. Its crashing echoes could be heard for a long time afterward. When Jenkins recovered his balance, the gnomes had disappeared. Jenkins' eyes narrowed in search of them, but after one look at the thick underbrush, he turned aside and began to search for a path leading either through the brush or down the steep sides of the cliff. There wasn't much choice, he discovered. In fact, there was no choice at all. Ho ho! A stentorian voice bellowed, seemingly from at his very heels. "Look what we have here." Once more Jenkins did a pirouette. Facing him were three men. They seemed to come in series of threes in this screwy place, he thought. But these were quite different than the gnomes he had first seen. These were giants, all dressed in the same manner. Each wore the skin of a wild animal draped about him. Only their middles were covered, and their immensely broad and hairy chests and legs, which were like tree trunks, stood out in naked and unpretty relief. They had not known the touch of a razor for a very long time. Their beards reached almost to their waists, while their heads were crowned with a tangled growth of wiry brush. Each man was armed with a spiked club, on which he was resting as he regarded the stranger. "He's mine," one said suddenly. "I saw him first." "No," the second said. "You're the youngest. I'm the oldest. I get him." "And I'm the strongest," said the third. "I'll take him." The last one didn't wait for a reply, but leaped for Jenkins in a clumsy jump. Only Jenkins didn't wait for him. He stepped aside as the giant came on, and as he went past, Jenkins tripped him by simply putting out his leg. The giant went sailing off into space, and as he stumbled over the lip of the chasm, his scream of fear was drowned in the roars of rage which came from the other two. They came at him on splay feet, their clubs raised high, their mouths opened, and their eyes slitted in rage. But they were slow and clumsy, and Jenkins danced out of range. The giants recovered their balance, turned and came at him again, this time from opposite sides. Jenkins waited until they were almost upon him before moving. The two had their clubs raised as they ran, and just as Jenkins leaped, they swung their murderous weapons. If it weren't for the deadly seriousness of the situation, Jenkins would have found vast humor in it. For in the swinging, both missed him, but one, the youngest, caught his partner squarely on the skull with the spiked club. The stricken one fell like an ox at the slaughter. Slobbering sounds of rage came from the remaining giant. His beady eyes were red-rimmed, and his voice shook in passion as he charged again. And once more Jenkins danced away. But this time the smile was wiped from the earthman's lips, as his moving steps struck against a protruding root, and he went sprawling backward. Rage turned to triumph. The club came on high and began its descent, and Jenkins could only watch it in horror. The terrible club gained speed, size, terror in its immensity as it descended, and Jenkins seemed chained to the earth by a power greater than his will. The club was inches away, and Jenkins closed his eyes to it and made a silent prayer. There was a dull thud as the club dropped from the giant's hand to the ground, and another thud as the body of the giant landed with breath-taking force across that of the earthman. Jenkins grunted in pain. He shoved at the inert figure sprawled across him and rolled it to one side. His breath whistled through his nostrils as he arose and brushed the dirt from him, and he wondered dully how he had been saved. "They are as children." A voice replied to his unspoken question, "And like children, they can't reason." The whistle came from his lips this time, as he did a double take at the figure which confronted him. She was standing not 3 feet from him, a tall, lissome figure, dressed in a sheer costume which hid her figure, yet left enough to be seen to entrance the eye. Midnight black hair, a beautifully carved throat, perfection for nose and lips, and eyes haughty as a queen's, made up the rest of her. He could only stare, open-mouthed in admiration, lost in her beauty. A faint smile touched her lips as she advanced toward him. He caught the movement of others, also, and from the corners of his eyes saw that she had not come alone. Attending her were mailed bodyguards wearing 16th-century armor. "I thought the other came alone," Lucretia said, "but now I see I was wrong. He is up there. You will be there, too." "Up there?" Jenkins asked somewhat foolishly, pointing to the castle in the distance. "Yes, up there. Come along now." She turned and moved away from him, and the mailed men took her place. This time Jenkins made no move of protest. The long swords and small knives these men carried in their belts made foolish any attempt to fight them. It took a great deal less time to reach the castle than Jenkins would have thought possible. Yet, there were no means of transportation other than walking. The castle was much like one Jenkins remembered in a movie he had seen. A huge drawbridge swung down over the wide and deep moat before the perpendicular walls of the castle. Trumpets sounded and mailed guards ran to appointed places at the castle's entrance. The beautiful creature nodded in acknowledgment of their salute as she stepped past them. Jenkins at her side and the 8 bodyguards, 2 abreast, walking behind. Thus they proceeded up the long and narrow courtyard through another entrance, and into an inner courtyard which preceded the entrance hall proper to the castle. Things happened at a greater pace from then on. At her signal men came forward, took Jenkins with them, and, from then until his return to the woman, he was bathed, shaved, and dressed in a wondrously brocaded gown. When he returned, it was to find her in the immense banquet hall. She motioned him forward and bade him sit at her right. His eyes went wide when he saw who was at her left, Griffin, and dressed in a gown similar to his own. "Hi, chum," Griffin said. "Nice lay out, huh? I like him," Lucretia said, as she signaled for the food to be brought in. "He has such ill manners and such a boorish way of expressing himself." Jenkins swallowed in haste as his eyes took in the rest of the company around the table. Never in all his days of police work had he seen such a collection of cutthroats. Yet they, as he, were dressed in finery that was worth a fortune. They saw his stare and answered him with wide grins, which somehow had the power to make his blood run cold. "Ah," she continued, "they like you, I see. Ah, well, it's company fit for a Borgia." Borgia, Lucretia Borgia, the infamous poisoner, the most hated woman of her time. He turned for another quick look and wondered how a woman with such beauty could. He shook his head violently, and again she seemed to read his mind. "My beauty is something I had nothing to do with. Perhaps you may come to hate it." Suddenly a vast anger filled Jenkins' breast. His nostrils dilated in passion, and when he spoke his voice was hoarse with it. "Look, I don't know what's going on. But whatever it is, I don't like it. Now get this, I'm a cop, and the character sitting alongside of you is my prisoner, and I'm going to take him come hell or high water." A ripple of laughter began which swelled to a roar as he finished, and the one who laughed the loudest was Lucretia. "Now tell me, my valorous warder," she said in dulcet tones, "how will you do this?" "I don't know," Jenkins answered darkly and somewhat foolishly, "but I'll manage. And another thing," he went on after a few seconds, "what's with this rigmarole you're playing?" "Rigmarole?" Her voice broke into tinkling laughter. "Oh, come now, we don't play games here. I'm really Borgia, so let us sup. Talk will come later." A servant had placed a dish before Jenkins from which the most appetizing odors arose. Saliva formed in his mouth, and his empty belly reminded him he hadn't eaten for a long time. He raised his fork and started to dig in, but the gesture was never completed. For suddenly he became aware that every eye was on him, and that every mouth was twisted in a grin, that laughter hung silently on the air ready to explode at the right second. They were but waiting for him to taste the food. Nerveless fingers dropped the fork, and Jenkins' gulp was audible. He knew why the grins and stares. The food was poisoned, yet the others were eating, loudly, gaspingly, tearing at the food with fingers and jaws, eating as though it was the last meal they were ever to have. "Come, man, eat," the woman said between mouthfuls. She, like the rest, held little regard for manners. I'm not hungry," Jenkins said lamely. "Too bad. It's so good," Lucretia remarked. Her eyes were daring him. There seemed to be dozens of courses, and Jenkins' hunger grew with each serving. More than hunger seethed in his breast, however. Anger also gnawed at him. Anger got the better at last. He shoved his chair from the table, and it clattered backward on stumbling legs. All eyes turned to him as he stood, his hands on his hips, his head shoved forward, chin jutting out like a rock. "I've had just about enough of this," Jenkins announced loudly. "I'm going, and you, Griffin, are coming with me." Gone now were the smiles, gone the laughter. The eyes were cold and oddly expectant. Jenkins grew aware of the tense silence. He grinned and began to withdraw slowly. "Okay," he said softly, "so I'll go alone." "Not even that way," Lucretia said. "My guests leave only at my bidding." As though her words were a command, two of the men at opposite ends of the table rose and started for Jenkins. Their hands were wrapped about the hilts of the short swords stuck in their belts. Jenkins continued to retreat slowly, though, until his foot struck against the chair which he'd shoved back. Then he moved like greased lightning. His right hand swept around, gathered up the chair and flung it skidding across the floor, so that it wound up among the folds of the robe worn by one of the men. At the same time, Jenkins leaped toward his other, would-be attacker, and chopped a right hook to his whiskered chin. It was the signal for a general rush in Jenkins' direction, but Jenkins wasn't waiting. He hadn't even waited to see the effect of his hook. The instant the blow was delivered, he had turned and leaped for the wide entrance. He ran with all speed, his mind busy trying to remember the turns and danger points which might lie before him. There was no need of that, he discovered. The shouting voices which bade the alarm brought other guards to the chase. Jenkins came to a sliding halt as he made a turn in the corridor. The grin was still wide on his lips when his capturers brought him back to face Lucretia. "I find it unseemly," she said as the guards forced him into a chair, "that a guest should feel so strongly about not wanting my hospitality. Surely, I have not been amiss in my attentions. If so, I must remedy that." A roar of laughter went up at the words. "Therefore," she went on, "we will do more than we have. Take him below and make him feel as welcome as he should have felt from the beginning." Sweat streamed from the dank walls. Feeble light came from a pair of torches set into wall brackets, light which was offset by the heavy smoke the resinous torches gave forth. A dozen cloaked figures stood around the almost naked figure of a man, chained wrists, ankles, and neck to the wall. Standing directly in front of the chained man, and facing him was another man, with a look of cunning cruelty on his face. The one chained to the wall was Jenkins, and the man facing him was Griffin. "Look, my friend," Lucretia Borgia said to Griffin, "all about you are the implements of the trade. Here," she pointed with daintily gesturing fingers to a many-thonged whip, "is a tickler to make this fool dance. And when he tires, why here," she pointed to something which looked like a coal scuttle, "we have a bucket in which he can rest his wearied feet. Of course you may have to heat it a trifle, but I'm sure he won't mind." The others shouted in glee at the humor they found in her remark. Jenkins listened in bitter silence. The only visible sign of his desperate feelings was a tiny trickle of blood which seeped from one corner of his mouth and ran down to the side of his chin. He had given up straining against the steel chains which bound him. They had been set too strongly into the wall. He prayed that he could take the physical tortures to be inflicted on him without weakening. Then Griffin was reaching for the steel-tipped whip, and Jenkins braced himself for the pain. "Make him dance," Lucretia commanded. "Pride needs music." She stopped suddenly, and her head came up. The others also froze into listening attitudes. Jenkins had been aware of the odd sound for several minutes. He had presumed that the others were too interested in what was going on down in the cold, dank dungeon to be disturbed by sounds from the upper world. The sound had a rumbling vibration. The rumble grew louder and louder, and suddenly there was an ear-splitting crash. Dust and chips flew from the walls. The giants. Lucretia screamed in wild terror. "They are bowling again." As one, everybody turned and began a pell-mell race for the stairs, until there was only the chained man left. And hard at their heels came another of the ear-splitting crashes. More chips flew, and now tiny streamers of water leaped from cracks which appeared in the stone. Again there was the roar, another crash, and Jenkins moaned in pain as a large chunk of rock struck his side and tore the flesh. He strained against the steel chains which bound him until he thought his blood would burst the bounds of his veins. He pulled again and again, and until he could strain no more, until he could only fall limply against his prison links. His mind was fevered and his thoughts jumbled. He had to escape somehow. Again there was heard that terrorizing crash. He gasped and turned his head aside as a torrent of water poured from a fissure in the rock close to his head and shot into his face. He turned his head and felt the metal tear from the wall. His head was free. Like a madman, Jenkins tried again to loose himself. This time he succeeded, and where the chains pulled free, water dribbled from that spot. With a desperate intensity, Jenkins made a superhuman effort and pulled at the chains binding his wrists. The chains came apart, tearing the flesh and leaving raw wounds. Wincing at the pain, he placed his fingers behind his neck and felt of the steel. After a few seconds of probing, he twisted at the nut, which separated from the bolt with a single easy twist. He did the same with the chain binding his ankles, and Jenkins was free. The last length of chain fell into the water, which by now had formed a foot-deep puddle on the floor, and splashed loudly as Jenkins raced against a new danger. Whatever was causing those crashing sounds was also weakening the foundations of the castle. Water was beginning to pour in a perfect torrent from many cracks. The stairs to the floor above was but 20 feet from where he had been chained, but even in that short distance the water rose another foot. Jenkins took the wide stone steps 3 at a time, and raced like wild around the short curves. He had oriented himself as they brought him down, and he knew exactly where he was going. Danger lay at the very top of the stairs, for here they were heavily guarded. Yet, when he reached the head of the stairs, not a soul was to be seen. He became cautious then. Being weaponless, Jenkins knew he would have to rely on stealth. Slowly he advanced, until he was at the very threshold of the large banquet hall. Now he heard voices, voices raised in anger. The loudest, most shrill of these voices, the one who commanded attention, was that of Lucretia Borgia. "You fools, dolt heads, when this is over I shall have you all flayed alive. Did not any of you recognize the king of the giants as the one who was fighting the stranger? Now they are bowling against us, and who among us can challenge them? I can, baby." Jenkins recognized that voice. It belonged to Griffin. "Duck pins, 10 pins or any other kind. I'll match my hook with the best of them." There was a short interval of silence. When Lucretia broke it, she spoke in more natural tones. "It isn't the giants I'm worried about. I have seen them bowl. They rely on strength only. The dwarfs are the ones I'm worried about. We beat them the last time because they used the man from Earth, and we got him drunk. They are cunning little men. Are you sure, my friend, that you have the skill?" But Jenkins didn't wait to hear the answer. He knew Griffin had the skill, for Griffin, in his varied and checkered career, had once won an ABC tournament. It was the clue by which he had been able to trace Griffin in his chase across the continent. Jenkins peered into the hall. The men were all clustered around the woman, listening intently to her words. Silently, he fled from the banquet hall, and in a single leap crossed the open courtyard. From there on he threw caution to the winds. Oddly enough he could have walked, for not a single guard was to be seen even at the gate to the drawbridge. Although the bridge was up, Jenkins didn't hesitate for an instant. He dived in, and the waters of the moat closed over him. But the moat was not wide, nor was it too deep. 10 strokes and he was across. The moon flooded the night with light, and his path was clear before him. After reaching the opposite bank, Jenkins started for the depths of the forest. But just as he reached it, an odd procession marched out. At the head were the 3 dwarfs Jenkins had first met upon recovering consciousness. Behind them streamed a host of other dwarfs, and from what was evidently another path into the forest came another procession. Although this group was not as large in number, in size the men were gigantic. The 2 processions saw Jenkins at the same time, and both groups started toward him. Had it not been for the 3 little men, Jenkins couldn't imagine what fate might have befallen him. "Ho!" shouted the dwarf called Lodi. "It is the one who was taken to the castle. Come, my friend, we go to the castle, to bowl, for the good woman who rules there has made the mistake which might free us of her rule. She permitted one of our giant brethren to be killed by one of her men, and now we go to bowl against her champions. See, Mikas carries our ball." Jenkins looked at the one to whom Lodi had gestured, and saw that in truth the little man was carrying a bowling ball, a ball which was in no way different from those Jenkins had himself used in his world. "Aye," Lodi continued, "now we have again the chance to rid ourselves of her shackles." The leaders of the giants had joined them while they were talking. One of them interrupted. "Aye, Lodi is right. We sent the boulders down against them from the heights. Now we go to bowl." Jenkins grinned as he started back for that castle of terror which he just quitted. He blinked in surprise when he saw that the drawbridge had been lowered. The dwarfs and the giants were apparently expected, but they would certainly be amazed to see him. "You," Lucretia exclaimed when she saw him. "How did you escape?" He shrugged his shoulders and stared coldly into her beautiful eyes. She frowned back at him, then turned and motioned for her men to follow. Their way was lit by torch-bearers, and led up a winding path which ended on a level bit of highland directly behind the castle. Here was grassland smooth as velvet. Here were the grounds of combat, bloodless but just as decisive. There was a single alley, at the far end of which stood 10 pins. Jenkins measured the alley with his eyes and figured it to be just about the length of a conventional bowling alley. The backstop was built up of earth and was soft enough so that the pins would not splinter on striking it. "We all know the rules," Lucretia said. "To the victor goes the rule of our land, to the loser, slavery. Therefore, let us begin. Since I hold title, I choose to have my champion bowl last." The giant's man bowled first against Lodi. Just as Lucretia had said, he had speed, but that was all. Lodi had a much slower ball, but one that knocked down more pins on his hits. The giant got too many splits and railroads to be able to beat the little man. Then, after a short wait, Griffin took the alley against Lodi. And from the first ball, Jenkins saw that the little man stood no chance. Griffin's hook worked beautifully on the velvet grass lawn. He literally swamped Lodi, whose shoulders slumped in weariness and discouragement as Griffin struck out. "And so we remain slaves once more," Lodi said, as the pin setter set up the last rack. "Once, when the man called Rip Van Winkle bowled, I thought we had a chance. But she got him drunk, and we lost that match. Now this." Lucretia was elated. As the last strike scattered the pins, she ran up to Griffin and planted a kiss on his lips. "My champion," she crowed. "Now we will take care of these big and little creatures once and for all. Once I was generous. Now I will be otherwise. Maybe," Jenkins suddenly spoke, "but we're not through bowling. I am now of the people here, and I challenge the winner of the 2 matches." Lodi caught up the other's words. "He speaks true. He has the right to challenge." "Is it true," Jenkins asked, "that the winner has the right to give terms?" "Aye," Lodi said. "Then let's bowl," Jenkins said. He tried the grip of the ball Lodi passed to him. It was a 2-fingered grip, and just a little small. As the challenger, Jenkins had to bowl first. He measured the distance carefully, tried to figure the angle into the pocket, took a 3-step run, and let his ball go in a medium swing. The ball hooked in neatly and left a 4-7 split. A laugh arose from Lucretia's followers, but silence fell among them as Jenkins made the pickup. "Nice shot, Copper," Griffin said as he stepped up to bowl and made a strike. From then on, they matched strikes to the 8th frame when Griffin hit the head pin directly and got a 7-10 railroad. He picked up the 10 pin. Jenkins had gotten a 9 count and made the spare. In the 9th frame, Jenkins struck. Griffin stepped up, wiped his right hand carefully against the trousers he had donned, took aim with great care, and sent the ball down the side of the alley. It hooked in nicely and again hit the head pin directly. Only this time the 6, 10, 4, and 7 pins were left standing. So badly shot was he by the bad break. that he fumbled the ball as he started for his second shot. But he recovered quickly and neatly made the spare, the 4-pin barely grazing the 10. The score as they started the 10th frame was 2-6 for Griffin and 2-9 for Jenkins. Jenkins knew he had to mark at the least to win, and a double to make it close if Griffin got a double. Minutes went by while Jenkins made his last sight. Then he took 3 quick steps and let the ball go. But just as he reached the foul line, Jenkins slipped. The grass had become slick with all the running being done on its surface, and the ball, instead of hooking, went straight in and left a very bad railroad, the 4-10. Griffin's sigh of relief was the only sound to break the silence as Jenkins stepped up for his second shot. He knew there was but one chance to make it, one chance alone. If he could but get the ball over just right, it could make the 4 slide over against the 10. Thunderous roars rent the air, and piping screams of delight, as the giants and the dwarfs saw the dreaded 4-10 split made. The strike Jenkins hit for his last shot was an anticlimax. The score stood at 249 for Jenkins. Nice shot, Griffin said as he stepped up, but all I need is a double. He threw, and the 10 pins fell. His second ball was also a strike. And just to show you how good I am, Griffin declared, as he held the ball for the last throw, I'm going to make just 4 pins so you won't feel too bad. Only he didn't, for what had happened to Jenkins happened to him. His foot also slipped on the grass, and this time he got 3 pins. The score was tied. Suddenly Jenkins sat down, removed his shoes, and stood erect. He wasn't going to take a chance on his last ball, for that was the rule on a tie. 1 ball until the tie was broken, and a strike was just a strike. There was no question of what Jenkins threw the instant he released the ball. Right in the pocket. Griffin's ball left the hard one, the 10 pin. Griffin was still stooped, his hands on his hips and his face forlorn, when Jenkins' hand fell on his shoulder. I said I was taking you in, Griffin. Jenkins said, and come hell or high water, I'm going to. Griffin shrugged the hand off as he whirled on the other. Don't be a fool. He spat. Do you think we're alive? Rip Van Winkle was. Jenkins said cryptically, and I think we are too. He is quite right, my friend, Lodi said as he stepped up to them. I can send you back, both of you, back to the time and place of your leave-taking. This instant. Jenkins felt a wave of blackness wash over him, a terrible wrenching at his innards, and a sudden thrust. He opened his eyes and looked about. There was a pain in his left shoulder, and he could feel a sticky wetness running down his arm. Griffin stood before him, and in Griffin's eyes was a dazed look. Behind Griffin, the door to the pilot's cabin swung crazily. Before Griffin knew what hit him, Jenkins had leaped upon him. It took 1 blow, a terrific hook to the man's jaw, and Griffin slumped to the floor. What happened? Jenkins asked as the stewardess bandaged his shoulder where Griffin's shot had caught him. Why, she said, he shot. You went backward. Then, and it's the only way I can describe it, you both seemed to freeze up for an instant. The next thing I knew, you had recovered and the fight was over. But Jenkins knew better. He knew that in those few seconds, space and time had changed for himself and Griffin, and it was a lucky bowling match which had brought them back. End of Castle of Terror by E.J. Liston.
Vengeance in Her Bones, by Malcolm Jameson. Weird Tales, May 1942. The late Malcolm Jameson was a naval officer who turned to writing after he had retired from service. Your editor has always preferred those stories of his that dealt with deep water over those that dealt with deep space. There is a verisimilitude about sea stories that all the phony parallels about space-going navies can never attain. The feeling all seafarers get about their ships, the animism with which they regard them, is a real thing. And a strange tale of the sea is fact more likely to arouse genuine reader emotion than the most slickly handled but irrevocably synthetic story of a moon-flying navy. The messenger from the Navy recruiting office found old Captain Tolliver in his backyard. The crabby, sour-visaged housekeeper took him as far as the hedge back of the house and pointed the retired mariner out to him. Captain Tolliver was reclining in a ragged canvas deck chair taking the sun. He had on faded dungarees, soft and pliant as linen from hundreds of scrubbings, and the stump of his handless left arm rested carelessly on his lap. The peg leg that matched it lay in alignment with the one good leg. The captain had his eyes closed, comfortably drinking in the sun's good heat, when he heard the crunch of the messenger's step on the gravel walk that separated the vegetable from the flower beds. The old skipper's hearing was still alert, though, and at the sound he raised his lids and looked inquiringly at the newcomer. "Commander Jason's compliments, sir," said the blue jacket, "and would you please step down to the office? He has a ship for you." Captain Tolliver smiled feebly, then he closed his eyes against the glare. His eyes were not overstrong these days. The doctors had said something about incipient cataracts. "Commander Jason is confusing me with my son. He already has a ship, working out of West Coast ports. My seagoing days are over. Forever." To emphasize his point, he waved the stump of his left arm and lifted the peg leg slightly. "No, sir. It's you he wants. He was very clear about that. He has a ship that only you can command. She's a rogue. They say she will obey no other skipper. He says they have waived your physical defects and will give you all the help you need. But they've got to have you." The captain shook his head. "He's wrong, I say. There is no such a ship. There was one once, but she rotted her life away in the back channel. They sold her finally to a wrecking company and broke her up for scrap. All I have to say to that is whoever bought that scrap had better have a care as to how they use it, for she was a vindictive wench. The Sadie Saxon bore grudges and would have her way no matter what you did." "Yes, sir," said the messenger eagerly. "That's the ship, the Sadie Saxon, a cargo-type vessel. They've put her back in commission, but she won't leave port. They need ships now that America is at war. Every ship. That's why they need you. The commander says please come. If you want, he'll send an ambulance." "The Sadie Saxon," whispered the old captain, suddenly rapt with nostalgia for World War days when he and she were in their prime. Then aloud, "He needn't bother about the ambulance. I can get there under my own power, son. Give me a hand so I can get up and go dress. The old uniform still fits, thank God." Captain Tolliver's senility seemed to drop from him as a cloak the moment the well-worn blue garments were back on his lean frame. He looked a little ruefully at the tarnished gold lace on the sleeves and at the cap device the years had tinted with green mold, but nevertheless he brushed the uniform carefully, squared his shoulders, and marched down the steps without availing himself of the sailor's proffered arm. "So they didn't break her up after all," said the captain, as they waited at the curb in the hope a cruising taxi would come by. "How come?" "I know she was sold. Too expensive. She was part of a contract for scrap to be sent to the Japs some months ago, but they only worked 3 days on her. She killed 9 men the first day they brought their cutting torches aboard, all of them in different ways. One of her booms crashed down the second day and smashed 5 others. On the third day 7 suffocated in a hold, and 2 slipped and fell overboard. The men said she was jinxed and threatened to call a strike, so they put a tug alongside and hauled her back to her old berth. Captain Tolliver chuckled. For the Japs, huh? She knew it even before they attacked Pearl Harbor, but I might have told 'em. But what's this about her refusing to leave port? Doesn't that sound a little silly to you? His faded old eyes twinkled when he asked the question. It was one that did sound silly when a person came to think about it, yet he knew it was not silly, and one an experienced sailorman would answer as seriously as he could. "There's no other word for it, sir," replied the bluejacket soberly. "She was refitted at Newport News, given a crew and loaded with cargo. They took her out to make a voyage to Spanish Morocco, loaded with grain and automobile tires, but she wouldn't pass the thimble. Her rudder jammed and she piled up hard, and at high tide too. It took 4 days to pull her off. They took her back to the yard and looked her steering gear over. It was okay. So they started her out again. That time she sheered out to the other side and grounded near Willoughby Spit. The third time they tried to take her out, a he piled up in the dredged channel and blocked all shipping for hours. The yard still insisted there was nothing wrong with her steering gear and suspected sabotage. "I know," said the captain. "They didn't find any evidence of it." "That's right. They gave her crew a clean bill of health and ordered to sea once more. She won't budge. She had steam up and stood a good dock trial, but once she was out in the stream, her propellers quit turning over. With full throttle, of course," remarked Captain Tolliver calmly. "Yes, sir. With full pressure in the boilers and throttle wide open. All she would do was drift until she banged into a dock. The tugs got hold of her and tied her up again. The engineers swear her engines are all right, and there is no reason why she won't run. She just won't, that's all." A taxi rounded the corner and caught the sailor's hail. As it slid to a stop before them, the captain made one final remark. "I see." They looked up her record and found she was always that way, except when I had command of her. Well, I know what is on that little tub's mind and what to do about. It won't be orthodox, but if they want her in service, it is the only way. "What's that, sir?" "Give her her head," said the old man cryptically, then stiffly climbed into the cab. It was a week later that Captain Tolliver arrived at Norfolk Navy Yard. An aide of the admiral in charge of transport took him to the dock where she lay. She looked spick and span and new, and a painter's stage swung under her near bow, and was to play her part in keeping supplies going eastward in spite of havoc to the west. Tolliver climbed up onto it with some difficulty and patted one of the shiny plates of her nose. "Up to your old tricks, eh, Sadie?" the astonished aide heard him say. "Well, everything's going to be all right now. We'll go hunting together." Was it the wash of a passing tug that caused her to bob suddenly up and down that way? The aide shrugged his shoulders and was glad he, as in the regular outfit. He would hate to have to go to sea through the war zone on a rogue ship under the command of a decrepit and senile madman of a skipper. "I am ready to take over," announced Tolliver when he was back on the dock. "Whenever those 3 men whose names I gave you have been replaced by others more acceptable." "Acceptable to whom, sir?" "I repeat that they are loyal American citizens despite their German ancestry. They have been investigated fully." "Acceptable to me as representative of the ship," answered the captain with all his old dignity. "When they are off we sail, not before. Perhaps it is prejudice, Sadie's funny that way. Perhaps your investigation was not as comprehensive as you think. That's your problem." The aide laughed. The old lunatic, he thought. But I'm stuck, I guess. They said give him anything he asked for. "Very well, sir," was what he said out loud. Captain Tolliver waited patiently beside the bow until the last of these scowling men had come down it laden with their bags and dunnage. Then he mounted to the deck and went straightway to the bridge. His hand reached for the whistle pull. A long, triumphant scream of a blast split the air. "Stand by your lines," bellowed the old man through a megaphone, "and tell the tug never mind. We won't need her." 2 hours later, the Sadie Saxon swept through the dredged channel, picked up and past the entrance buoy to the bay. Throbbing with the vibration of her churning screws and rising and falling to the heavy swell outside, she shook herself joyfully at the smell and feel of the open sea. Cape Henry and Cape Charles lights soon faded behind. The captain set a course for Bermuda, for the ship's orders had been changed. After the long delay in setting out, the situation was different. She was to rendezvous with a Gibraltar-bound convoy at the island. Mate Parker came up to take the watch. It was a cloudy, dark night and the ship was running without lights. "Keep a sharp lookout," warned the captain, "and handle things yourself. I don't want to be called unless something extraordinary occurs." "Aye, sir," acknowledged the mate surlily. By rights, he should be the skipper of this cranky tub, not this doddering old fool. The captain got down the ladder the best way he could and groped along the darkened decks until he came to the door of his room. He did not undress at all, but lay down in his bunk as he was. The Sadie Saxon could be counted on to do the unexpected at any time. He closed his eyes wearily, for the excitement of the day had taxed his strength to the utmost. In a moment he was fast asleep. It must have been well after midnight when he was roused from his deep slumber. Mr. Parker was standing over him with a look of concern on his face. "She's gone crazy again, sir," he reported, "and we can't do a thing with her." "Don't try," directed the captain. "What's she doing?" "Turned sharp to the left about 15 minutes ago and is turning up about 12 revolutions more than her proper speed. The helmsman can't do anything about it. Neither can the engineer. She won't obey her wheel or throttle. What do we do? Fold up and call it a day?" Captain Tolliver sat up in his bunk. "Oh no, by no means. You'll be awfully busy shortly. Turn out all hands at once. Man your lifeboats and have them ready for lowering. Shut all watertight doors below and see that there is plenty of shoring handy in case the peak gets stove in. Have the collision mat ready, that's all. But the steering, just let the wheel go, she'll steer herself. She knows where she wants to go. I don't." The mate left and the old man dragged himself to his mismated feet and began the laborious journey to the bridge. Once he was up there, he made sure that the searchlight was ready to turn on in case he needed it. After that, he could only wait. The wait was not long. 15 minutes later, there was a shock, a grinding bumping of something under the forefoot and along the keel. The ship's engines stopped abruptly, then began backing. Captain Tolliver reached for the engine room telegraph and rang it to stop. The ship stopped. "Collision forward?" shouted the lookout in the bow. "We just ran down a small ship of some sort." Tolliver could hear the boatswain and his gang dropping into the forehold to see whether the damage was serious. Then he spoke quietly to the mate, who was on the bridge beside him. "You may put your boats in the water now, mister. I have a hunch we just ran down a Nazi sub. I'll put on the light as soon as you are lowered." The mate left on the run, more mystified than ever. A man came up from forward and reported the peak was full up to the waterline, but the bulkhead abaft it was holding, and the ship seemed to be in no danger. "Turn on that searchlight," ordered Captain Tolliver, "and sweep aft." There was a chorus of gasps as the light stabbed out into the murk and almost instantly lit on a large black object rearing up above the waves. It was the bow of a submarine, and even as they sighted it, it slid backwards into the deep. But in that brief glimpse, they saw several men plunge overboard, and as the light swept to right and left, the bobbing heads of a dozen or more men could be seen in the water. "Pick up those men and be smart about it," yelled Tolliver through his megaphones to the boats. Then he watched as they draped the survivors into the boats and rowed back to the ship. He watched as they hoisted the boats in and housed them at their davits. "Put those men under guard," he directed, "and get back on your course. Things will be all right now. and with that he went below to pick up his night's sleep where it had left off. The arrival of the Sadie Saxon at Bermuda caused quite a stir. Many were the congratulations upon the ship's luck in blundering across a U-boat and ramming it in the dark. The 2 officers and 11 men rescued from the crash were most welcome to the British intelligence officers. Hasty arrangements were made for quick repairs to the ship's damaged bow. She had missed the convoy for which she was intended, but there would be other convoys, and the little delay was well paid for by the bag of the undersea wolf. Captain Tolliver took his praise modestly. "It's not all luck," he said. "It is a habit of the Sadie Saxon. If you will look up her record in the last war, you will see she has done that sort of thing before." By the time the ship was ready for sea again, the hubbub had died down. Captain Tolliver took the position assigned him with entire calm and confidence. It was a big convoy and made up of 3 columns of ships. The Sadie Saxon was given the post of danger and honor as the lead ship of the right-hand column, but destroyers frolicked about ahead and on the flanks. It would be costly for any submarine to tackle that well-guarded flotilla. For 3 nights they went eastward, steaming without lights and information. There was no alarm other than the appearance overhead one day of a trio of scout bombers marked with the black and white crosses of Germany. The anti-aircraft guns of the escorting warships kept them at too great a height to do any damage, and so drove them away. But after their appearance, old Captain Tolliver knew anything might happen. The Sadie Saxon had behaved most peculiarly all the while they were in sight, vibrating almost as if she had dropped a screw. "Steady, old girl," whispered the skipper into the binnacle. "You'll have to get used to those. They're an innovation." It was the night after that the big attack occurred. The long triple column of ships was ploughing along through a dark and misty night, and 30 officers on as many bridges were staring anxiously into the murk, striving not to lose sight of the tiny blue stern light of the ship ahead. Under the circumstances, mutual collision was much more likely than a hostile attack. The orders were strict: maintain radio silence at all costs, never show a light under any circumstances, and above all, keep station. But the Sadie Saxon cared next to nothing about Commodore's orders. At 10 minutes past 4 in the morning she balked, her engines churning violently at full speed astern. To the consternation of the black gang, who had had no bells to that effect and were caught off guard. Captain Tolliver was on the bridge when it happened, and called sharply to the forward lookouts, "Look sharply close aboard. What do you see?" The ship was turning rapidly to starboard, her rudder jammed hard over, while the helmsman strove wildly to bring the wheel back the other way. "The wakes of 2 torpedoes, sir. No, 4, 5, 9, coming from starboard, sir." The streaks of phosphorescent light were visible now from the bridge. The Sadie Saxon was turning straight into them. She would pass safely between a pair of them. The aged skipper acted with an alacrity that surprised even him. He yelled for the searchlight, and with his own hand pulled the whistle into a strident blast of warning. The searchlight came on and threw its beam straight ahead. There, in a line, were 3 grey conning towers, 3 submarines on the surface and in fairly close formation. The nearest destroyer saw them too, and at once plunged towards them with its guns blazing. Geysers of white water shot up about the nearest one. A couple of seconds later, a bright flash told of a 6-inch hit squarely at the base of a conning tower. The other 2 subs were diving hard, but the one that was hit did not dive, or did not dive the regular way. It rolled slowly over toward the Sadie Saxon, spilling frantic men from its torn superstructure, then settled to its grave. The leading freighter of the middle column suddenly blew up with a bang, lighting up the sea like day. A moment later, the second ship of the left-hand column burst into flames. At least 2 of the 9 torpedoes fired had found a mark, but the subs that fired them had no opportunity to fire more. They had been ambushed in their own ambush, and already 3 destroyers were racing back and forth over the spots where they had been seen and dropping depth charges by the score. Similar activities were going on the other side. Apparently there had been other subs waiting there as well. The Sadie Saxon lay still where she was until the survivors of the 2 ships destroyed had been brought on board. Then she unaccountably turned due south and ran for an hour at full speed. There she stopped and refused to budge another yard. It was well past the dawn then, and a destroyer could be seen on the horizon behind, still searching for vestiges of their attackers. "Signal that destroyer," the captain said, "and tell him to come over here. We've got one spotted." The destroyer came up within hail, and its captain delivered a blistering message through what must have been an asbestos-lined megaphone. "Will the second on that ship kindly relieve that blithering idiot in command and put him under arrest?" The sub's right under me," Tolliver yelled back, playing possum 100 feet or so down. The ship started moving ahead. "Come in and drop your eggs, then lock me up if you want." He turned to Parker, who was in a quandary as to what to do. The performances of the ship had shaken his nerve. He had begun to wonder whether he was the crazy man. Tolliver ignored him. Instead, he walked out to the wing of the bridge and watched the destroyer do its work. Huge, seething hummocks of water rose as the ash cans exploded under the surface. 4 of them had gone off, and the destroyer was coming back for a second run across the same spot. But there was no need. A half-mile away, a black nose appeared for a moment on the surface, stuck its beak up into the air, then with a loud hissing of escaping air, fell back weakly into the water. Where it had been were 3 bobbing heads. There had been a sub under there. "Thanks," flashed the destroyer. "Well done. Rejoin convoy." They went past Gib without stopping and made the hazardous trip to Alexandria without incident other than a few sporadic and ineffectual raids by enemy aircraft. At Alexandria, Captain Tolliver found this message waiting for him. It was from Oni. "You are a better guesser than some of our experts. The 3 men you tipped us off to are in jail. They plan to seize the ship and divert it to a Norwegian port." "Congratulations." The skipper gave a brief snort and then crammed the message into a pocket with his one good hand. Then he learned that on the voyage home he was to carry the convoy's Commodore. The Commodore, a retired Navy captain, came aboard and looked around. He did not say much until they were out of the Mediterranean and well to the west of Portugal. By then they had been joined by many other ships and were steaming in a formation much like the one before, with the difference that this time, being flagship, they were more nearly in the middle of the flotilla. "You seem to have a remarkable ability to spot submarines, Captain," he remarked. "What is your secret?" "Me?" said the skipper indignantly. "Hell, I can't see a submarine in the dark or underwater any farther than the next man. All the credit is due to Sadie. She smells 'em. She hates 'em too." "Yes, I know. She rammed several in the last war, didn't she? And didn't they make her into a Q ship?" "She did. She was. If you'll look down there on the pedestal of the binnacle stand, you'll see some file marks. There are 14 of them now. Each one stands for a U-boat, or raider. I tell you, she don't like Germans. She was a German herself, you know, but they didn't treat her right. She has a grievance." "Now, Captain," laughed the Commodore, "don't you think you are carrying your little joke too far? After all." "Do you know the story of this ship?" asked Tolliver fiercely. "Well, listen. It was close to midnight then, and a bright moon was shining. The silhouettes of the ships about were distinct as black masses against the glittering white-kissed sea. The 2 officers went on talking, but their eyes were steadfastly kept ahead. This was a night when anything might happen. In 1914, this ship was spanking new. She was the Königin von Sachsen, or something of the sort, freshly turned out of the Vulcan works at Stettin. The outbreak of the war caught her at Hoboken, and they tied her up for the duration. But when we joined the war in 17 and took her over, her innards were something pitiful to see. Her crew had dry-fired her boilers and they were a mass of sagging tubes. The vandals cracked her cylinders with sledges, threw the valve gear and cylinder heads overboard, and messed up all the auxiliaries. They fixed the wiring so it would short the moment juice was put on it, and they took down steam leads and inserted steel blanks between the flanged joints. In other places, they drove out rivets and replaced them with ones of putty. I tell you, she was dynamite, even after they fixed up the boilers and main machinery. Naturally, having a thing like that done to you would make you sore, especially if you were young and proud and the toast of the Imperial German Merchant Marine. But that was not all. On her first trip across, I was mate then, a sub slammed a torp into her off the north of Ireland, and it took her stern away. Luckily she didn't sink, and another ship put a hawser on us and worried us into Greenock where they fixed her up. That would have been bad enough, but on the trip home she smacks into a submarine-laid mine off the Delaware Capes and blows in her bow. We had to beach her near Cape May. They rebuilt her again and we set out, but her hard luck, or mistreatment rather, wasn't at an end. In those days our Secret Service wasn't as good as it is now, and a saboteur got aboard. He gummed up things pretty bad. So bad that we caught a fire and almost sank in mid-ocean. It took some doggone hard work to save that ship, but help came and we stayed afloat. Well, that was the end of her patience. She went hog wild. After that, no matter whether she was in convoy or not, whenever anything that was German was around, sub, torpedo, raider or whatnot, she went after it, and never mind engine room bells or rudder. Her whimsies cost me a hand and a leg before we were through, but I didn't mind. I figured I could take it if she could. She broke the hearts of 3 captains. A lot of captains, you ought to know, object to having the ship take charge. They said she was unmanageable and chucked their jobs. That left me in command, though at the time I didn't rate the job. Knowing something of her history, I knew better than to interfere. Her hunches are the best thing I know, no matter what she does. "Hey!" yelled the Commodore, thoroughly alarmed. "Watch what you're doing." The Sadie Saxon had sheered sharply from her course and was heading directly across the bows of a ship in the column to one side of them. It was too late then, even if the Sadie had been tractable, to do anything about it. A collision was inevitable. The Commodore reached for the whistle pull, but Tolliver grabbed his arm and held it. "Wait," he urged. "This means something. I know her." An angry guttural shout came from the bridge of the ship, whose path they were about to cross. Then came the rending crash as steel bit into steel, thousands of tons of it at 12-knot speed. The other ship had rammed the Sadie Saxon just abreast the mainmast, and she heeled over sharply, spilling deck gear over the off-rail. At once, pandemonium reigned in the convoy as ships behind sheered out to avoid compounding the already serious collision. At once, fresh confusion succeeded. The ship that was the victim of the Sadie's caprice suddenly dropped her false bulwarks, and the moonlight glinted off the barrels of big guns, both fore and aft. Harsh orders sounded in German, and the guns began spitting fire. Shells began bursting against ships on all sides as the raider that had insinuated itself into the midst of the convoy began its work. Escort ships began dashing toward the scene, worming their way through the scattering freighters so as to get to a spot where they could open fire. "I told you," said Captain Tolliver serenely, "you can always trust her." But she was sinking, and the crew were lowering what boats they could. The Commodore was one of the first to leave, since he was in charge of the entire expedition and must transfer his flag to a surviving ship. Tolliver stayed behind. There was not room enough in the boats for one thing, and his faith in the durability of the Sadie Saxon was unlimited. He had seen her in worse plight many times before. The raider had succeeded in backing away, but it too was in a perilous condition. Her bows were torn wide open, and she was fast going down by the head. She continued to fire viciously at everything within reach, paying especial attention to the crippled Sadie Saxon. A shell struck her funnel and threw fragments and splinters onto the bridge. One fragment struck Captain Tolliver in the right thigh, and he went down with a brief curse. Another pair of projectiles burst aft among the rest of the crew, who were engaged in freeing a life raft from the mainmast shrouds. It must have killed them all, for when shortly afterward a destroyer ranged alongside and hailed, there was no answering cry. Tolliver battled himself to the wing of the bridge and managed to cut an opening in the weather screen. He looked out just in time to see the flaming remnants of the raider sink under the moon-tipped waves. The freighters had all gone, and the destroyers were charging off in a new direction. Apparently submarines, working in conjunction with the camouflaged raider, had made their appearance. Tolliver watched a moment, then was aware of a growing faintness. His leg must be bleeding more than he thought. In a moment everything turned black. It was broad daylight when he came to again. Another peep showed him an empty ocean. The convoy must have gone on, as it was proper and correct it should. And then he heard the burr and roar of airplanes overhead. They swooped low, machine-gunning the deck systematically on the assumption men were still aboard. One, more daring than the rest, swooped in between the masts. Sadie Saxon was trembling in every plate and rivet. "Steady, girl," murmured the now delirious captain, laying his cheek against the bridge deck and patting it gently with his one hand. "You can't handle those, I know, but we've done enough, you and I. We can't keep afloat forever." Her answer was typical. He had no way of knowing how deep she was in the water or what her trim, but she heeled violently to port, hung there a moment, then turned quietly over on her side. The instant she chose do it was just as the daring raider plane was diving beneath her radio antennae, ready to drop its final bomb. Captain Tolliver heard its wings snap off and its body crash as the whipping, heeling mast struck it. There was a final burst of flame, and the rest was cool green water. The old sea dog felt the waves close over him, but he was smiling and content. Bless her old heart, was his last thought. She even got one of those. End of Vengeance in Her Bones by Malcolm Jameson. The Round Tower by Stanton Arthur Koblenz. Weird Tales, May 1950. Of all the shocking and macabre experiences of my life, the one that I shall longest remember occurred a few years ago in Paris. Like hundreds of other young Americans, I was then an art student in the French metropolis. Having been there several years, I had acquired a fair speaking knowledge of the language, as well as an acquaintance with many odd nooks and corners of the city, which I used to visit for my own amusement. I did not foresee that one of my strolls of discovery through the winding ancient streets was to involve me in a dread adventure. One rather hot and sultry August evening, just as twilight was softening the hard stone outlines of the buildings, I was making a random pilgrimage through an old part of the city. I did not know just where I was, but suddenly I found myself in a district I did not remember ever having seen before. Emerging from the defile of a crazy twisted alley, I found myself in a large stone court opposite a grim but imposing edifice. 4 or 5 stories high, it looked like the typical medieval fortress. Each of its 4 corners was featured by a round tower which, with its mere slits of windows and its pointed spear-sharp peak, might have come straight from the Middle Ages. The central structure also rose to a sharp spire, surmounting all the others. Its meagre windows, not quite so narrow as those of the towers, were crossed by iron bars on the 2 lower floors. But what most surprised me were the 3 successive rows of stone ramparts, each higher than the one before it, which separated me from the castle and the musket-bearing sentries that stood in front. Strange, I thought. I've never run across this place before, nor even heard it mentioned. But curiosity is one of my dominant traits. I wouldn't have been true to my own nature if I had not started toward the castle. I will admit I did have a creepy sensation as I approached. Something within me seemed to pull me back, as if a voice were crying, "Keep away! Keep away!" But a counter-voice, probably some devil inside me, was urging me forward. I fully expected to be stopped by the guards, but they stood sleepily at their posts and appeared not even to notice me. So stiff and motionless, they seemed that a fleeting doubt came over me as to whether they were live men or dummies. Besides, there was something peculiar about their uniforms. In the gathering twilight, it was hard to observe details, but their clothes seemed rather like museum pieces, almost what you would have expected of guards 100 years ago. Not being challenged, I kept on. I knew that it was reckless of me, but I passed through a first gate, a second, and a third, and not a hand or a voice was lifted to stop me. By the time I was in the castle itself, and saw its grey stone walls enclosing me in a sort of heavy dusk, a chill was stealing along my spine despite the heat. A musty smell, as if from bygone centuries, was in my nostrils, and a cold sweat burst out on my brows and the palms of my hands as I turned to leave. It was then that I first heard the voice from above. It was a plaintive voice, in a woman's melodious tones. "Monsieur, monsieur, qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça?" I called back, almost automatically. "What is it? What is it?" But the chill along my spine deepened. More of that clammy sweat came out on my brow. I am sorry to own it, but I had no wish except to dash out through the 3 gates, past the stone ramparts, and on to the known safe streets. Yet within me some resisting voice cried out, "Jim, you crazy fool, what are you scared of?" And so, though shuddering, I held my ground. "Will you come up, monsieur?" the voice invited, in the same soft feminine tones, which yet had an urgency that I could not miss. Frankness compels me to admit that there was nothing I desired less than to ascend those winding old stone stairs in the semi-darkness. But here was a challenge to my manliness. If I dashed away like a trembling rabbit, I'd never again be able to look myself in the face. Besides, mightn't someone really be needing my help? While my mind travelled romantically between hopes of rescuing maiden innocence and fears of being trapped into some monstrous den, I took my way slowly up the spiral stairs. Through foot-deep slits in the rock walls, barely enough light was admitted to enable me to stumble up in a shadowy sort of way. Nevertheless, something within me still seemed to be pressing my reluctant feet forward, at the same time as a counterforce screamed that I was the world's prize fool, and would race away if I valued my skin. That climb up the old stairway seemed never-ending, although actually I could not have mounted more than 2 or 3 flights. Once or twice, owing to some irregularity in the stone, I stumbled and almost fell. "Here, mister, here," the woman's voice kept encouraging. And if it hadn't been for that repeated summons, surely my courage would have given out. Even so, I noted something a little strange about the voice. The tones not quite those of the Parisian French I had learned to speak. The speaker apparently had a slight foreign accent. At last, puffing a little, I found myself in a tower room, a small chamber whose round stone walls were slitted with just windows enough to make the outlines of objects mistily visible. The place was without furniture, except for a bare table and several chairs near the further wall, but what drew my attention, what held me galvanized, were the human occupants. So as to see them more clearly, I flashed on my cigarette lighter, at which they drew back in a wide-mouthed, startled sort of way, as if they had never seen such a device before. But in that glimpse of a few seconds, before I let the flame die out, I clearly saw the faces, the fat, stolid-looking man, with double chins and a beefy complexion, the alert, bright-eyed boy of 7 or 8, and a girl of 14 or 15, and the 2 women, the younger of a rather commonplace appearance, but the elder of a striking aspect. Almost regal in the proud tilt of the shapely head, the lovely contours of the cheeks and lips, and the imperious flash of eyes that seemed made to command. "Oh, monsieur," she exclaimed. "Thank you, sir. Thank you very much." All at once it struck me that there was something unutterably sad about the tones, something unspeakably sad, too, in the looks of the 2 women and the man, something bleak that seemed to pervade the atmosphere like a dissolved essence, until I caught its contagion and felt as if a whole world's sorrow were pressing down upon my head. Now, as never before, I wanted to flee, but something held me rooted to the spot. I was like a man in a dread dream, who knows he is dreaming and yet cannot awaken. Repelled and at the same time fascinated, I watched the elder woman approach with outflung arms. Chapter 2. There was, let me not deny it, a seductive charm about her glowing femininity. Although she was no longer young, I took her to be somewhere in the nether years just beyond 35. There was something extraordinarily appealing and sweet in the smile which she flashed upon me, a plaintive smile as of one who looks at you from depths of unbearable suffering. At the same time, there was something that drew me to her, held me spellbound with a magnetic compulsion. I could have imagined men easily and willingly enslaved to that woman. "Monsieur," she pleaded, and for the sake of convenience I give the English equivalent of her words, "Monsieur, they have ringed us around. What are we to do? In the name of the good Lord, what are we to do?" "They permit us not even a newspaper, monsieur," rumbled the heavy voice of the man as his portly form slouched forward. "They stand over us all the time. We have no privacy except in our beds," put in the younger woman, with a despairing gesture of one bony hand. "They inspect all our food, every bit of bread and meat, suspecting it may contain secret papers," the elder woman lamented. "Worse still, our doors are all locked from outside. We can hardly move a step without being trailed by a guard. We cannot read, we can hardly think without being inspected. Oh, was ever anyone tormented with such vile persecution? Was anyone ever tormented with such vile persecution?" The second lady took up the cry, in a thin, wailing voice that sent the shudders again coursing down my spine. As if by instinct, I was backing toward the door. I wondered if I were not the victim of some frightful hallucination. "But what do you want me to do?" I blurted out, as with one hand I groped behind me for the doorknob. "Do? What do we want you to do, monsieur?" groaned the elder woman. "Speak with them, plead with them, beg them to treat us like human beings, not like beasts in cages." "But who am I to speak to? Who are they? What do you mean, madam?" "Who but our persecutors, our oppressors?" "Who but our persecutors, our oppressors?" echoed the other woman with a ghostly repetition of the words. By this time it was so dark that the 5 persons made but shadows indistinctly seen against the dungeon-like gloom. There was no arguing now with my fear. It was taking command of me. The next instant, had the man not surmised my thoughts by some clairvoyant perception, I would have left the dolorous strangers to their fate and dashed pell-mell down the tower stairs. "Hold, monsieur," his voice detained me. "It is growing late, we need a light." And then, with startled eyes, I witnessed one of the eeriest, one of the most inexplicable incidents of all. Suddenly, though I had seen no lantern, there was a light in the room. It was a sort of grey-white phosphorescence, midway between the hue of a light fog and that of pewter. And it seemed to come from nowhere in particular, but filled the room with a fluctuating radiance, at times bright enough to reveal every object, at times permitting everything to sink back almost into invisibility. By this illumination all things, even the man's beefy face, took on a ghastly pallor. My own hand, outstretched in a gesture of spontaneous horror, startled me with its pale, spectral quality. "Do not be afraid, monsieur." One of the women spoke reassuringly. "They will not find you. The guards were sleeping, else you could not have come up. You were heaven sent to help us in our need." My knees quivering beneath me, I did not feel heaven sent to help anyone. In that uncanny wavering light, which struck my disordered imagination as almost sepulchral, I was more frightened than in the darkness. I was just a little relieved, however, to see how the small boy, curled up near the wall with some straw for a pillow, was sleeping an apparently normal childhood sleep. Nevertheless, I had found the doorknob and was drawing it toward me. A blast of chilly air, contrasting weirdly with the heat of the summer evening, swept up the tower stairs. A second more, and I would have been gone. But the elder woman, crossing the loom like a flash of light, had placed herself next to me, between me and the door. I could see her big, sad eyes, not a foot from mine, glowing as if from immense hollow depths. I could see her long, pale, proud face alternately brightening and darkening by the flickers of the changeable, unearthly light. And once more she exercised that strange, that magical compulsion upon me. My limbs were frozen. I could merely stare and wonder. "It is not for our own sakes, monsieur," she resumed, in a voice that shook and wavered even more than did the light. "It is not for our own sakes that I beg your aid, but for our poor, innocent children. For their sakes, in the name of heaven's mercy, go out and plead with our oppressors, monsieur. Rush forth and summon help before it is too late." "Before it is too late," came a low, sobbing echo. "But you, who are you?" I demanded, growing more mystified from minute to minute. "We, who are we? Is there anyone in all Paris that does not know? Is there anyone in all Paris that does not know?" There sounded a sobbing refrain. But they seemed not to hear, or at least not to believe my denials. "Look at me. Do you not recognize me?" the man demanded, thrusting his face within inches of mine. Who in all the land could help recognizing me? Observing the round, commonplace features, the paunchy cheeks, the sensual lips and dull eyes, I failed to recognize anyone I had ever known. "Ah, monsieur, you must be a stranger in the land." Yes, I am a stranger from California." I managed to grasp at a straw. "From where do you say, monsieur?" he asked, as if he had never heard of my native state. And then dismally he went on, half to himself, "Am I then so changed by my hardships that I cannot be recognized? Ah, no doubt I had a different look in the old times, when I went forth daily in the hunt. Yes, that was a sport worthy of a king chasing the antlered stag, a sport worthy of a king. And I," bewailed the elder woman, her eyes downcast, her whole form seeming indistinctly to sag, "perhaps I also am changed. Oh, how changed from the days when I led in gay revels and frolics, and banquets and masked balls, and was merry the whole day long, and the whole night long too. Little did I suspect, in those old happy times, what a bitter blow was in store for me." "Little did I suspect," moaned the second woman. "Little did we all suspect. Had I chanced upon a band of lunatics? Was this old tower the hospital where these poor deranged wretches were kept? This seemed to me, all in all, the most plausible solution. Nevertheless, it did not explain the weird light, which still pervaded the grim round tower room from some unseen source, nor did it account for various other incidents, which I report even now with a tingling sensation along the spine and a numbing clutch at the heart. Chapter 3. It may have been only the wind, but the door, which I had opened slightly, suddenly closed with a dull thudding jar. Yet how could it have been the wind, since the door opened inward, and hence a breeze from below would have pushed the door wider open? And from inside the closed room, how could an air current originate? But I was sure that no hand, and least of all mine, had touched the door. Even as I struggled to regain my composure, I reached again for the door handle, more determined than ever to leave. But, as I did so, my shaken nerves were shattered by another shock. With a series of high-pitched yipping barks, a small creature ran out as if from nowhere and began cavorting about my knees. Where had the little dog come from? I was certain it had not been in the room before. I was equally convinced that there was no way for it to enter. By the flickering greyish-white light, it had a sort of half-solid appearance as I reached down to pet it, and somehow I was not quite able to place a hand upon it. Eluding my touch, it ran over to the elder woman, who bent down and caressed it. And then, as suddenly as it had come, it was gone. But from someone's throat, the adolescent girl's I believe, there burst a spasm of uncanny hollow laughter. Then, as I pulled at the doorknob, the elder woman was again at my side, her lovely sad eyes fixing me with a stare of such terrible intensity that I was gripped powerless in my place. My hand dropped from the doorknob. For the first time, I knew myself to be a prisoner. "What is to happen to us, monsieur?" she lamented, not hysterically, but with an air of dignified restraint beneath which I could feel the hot passion smouldering. "What is to happen to us all?" Time after time we hear the toxins sounding below us on the streets. We hear the crowd shouting, but we can only guess what it all means. "Can you not tell us, monsieur, what it means?" "Can you not tell us, monsieur?" echoed the younger woman. I shook my head helplessly. "Ah, monsieur, you are like them all," the first speaker sighed. "Like the guards, like that monster who has charge of us. You know, yet you will tell us nothing. You know, yet you will tell us nothing," came the unfailing repetition. "I feel it in my bones. A worse fate is in store for us," the woman moaned, while one pale hand moved significantly across her neck. My sainted mother, who was far wiser than I, foresaw it all long ago, but then I was too young and giddy to listen. "Now that she is in her grave, monsieur, sometimes at night I can see her before me. Warning, 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 warning," took up the other woman. Come now. Things are not always so bad, are they?" The rumbling voice of the man broke out in incongruous, soothing contrast. "We have no complaints about many things, least of all about the food, now have we? At noon we have 3 soups, 2 entrees, 2 roasts, fruit, cheese, claret, and champagne. It is not all we have known in our better days, monsieur, but it is not bad. It is not bad. Then the boy and I on fine days are allowed to walk in the court." "You can walk there, but not I," broke out the elder woman, who was evidently his wife. "You can submit yourself to the staring insolence of those beasts of guards, not I. You can console yourself with your fine meals, not I, not I. I think of the fate that is in store for us all. I think of the future of our poor children." "I think of the future of our poor children," came the inevitable echo. The boy, slumbering against the wall, chose this particular moment to turn over in his sleep and moan. I, for my part, would have left then and there, had this been possible. But even if I had not already been riveted to the spot, I would have been held by the woman's anguished cry. Think of our friends, our poor friends, the ones who did not escape or came back out of loyalty to us. Those tigers in human form have cut their heads from their bodies, torn them limb from limb, have cut their heads from their bodies, torn them limb from limb. Come, my dear," interposed the man, still in a placating voice. "We cannot always think of these horrible things. Come, play for me at the clavecin, as of old. Sing to me, my dear." As if from nowhere, an old-fashioned musical instrument, a clavecin or harpsichord, appeared before us. It could not have been there before without being seen, for it was a huge thing on legs, nearly as large as a modern piano. Yet there it was, clearly visible in the wavering greyish light, with a stool before it, at which the elder woman seated herself. As my lips opened in a half-uttered cry of horror, the player began plucking at the strings, and the strangest melodies I had ever heard began coming forth, while she accompanied them in a quivering, sad voice of a subdued loveliness. The music was low, almost ghostly faint, and was charged with such a deep throbbing sorrow that at die first note, the tears began coursing down my cheeks. As the woman went on and on with her song, its melancholy increased, though it still had the same eerily distant quality. It seemed that I was listening to a plaint from across countless years and remotest places. Now everyone in the room appeared to have forgotten my presence. The younger woman, the man and the girl gathered about the player. As if to drink in every note, even the small boy arose and joined the group, and as they did so, the light, as if condensed by some unseen reflector, suddenly concentrated upon them, leaving the rest of the room in shadow. And then the illumination, wavering and flickering more than ever, began to dwindle, until suddenly, without warning, it went out, and I found myself in blackness. But still, from amid the coaly gloom, that phantom thin music continued to sound. The voice of the singer blended with the notes of the instrument, unspeakably sad, immensely distant, fading like the wind-borne tones of receding minstrels. Only then did all my concentrated dread and horror find expression in one tremendous scream. Fumbling and groping, somehow I found the door. Somehow I forced my limbs free of the spell that had gripped them, and started down the twisted stairs. And then, all at once, everything went blank. When I came to myself, still listening to that sad, faint music, I was lying on a Paris street. The glow of late twilight was in the air. A small crowd had gathered about me. "Does monsieur need help?" a man's voice sympathetically asked. "He stumbled and fell, and has been many minutes coming to. No doubt it was only the heat." "No doubt it was the heat," I agreed, as I struggled to my feet. But in my ears that phantom music still made a dismal refrain. Next day I reported my experience to my friend Jacques Chevier, a student at the Sorbonne, whose specialty was Parisian history. He looked at me sharply as I finished. "Just where did you say this happened?" I mentioned the exact street location of which I had taken note after the adventure. "So," he answered significantly. "So? Well, this is strange. Do you know you were walking on the exact site of the old temple? What in thunder was the temple? It was the old castle of the Knights Templars, which was torn down in 1811 at the age of almost 600 years. "Torn down in 1811? I repeated dully. "It's famous as the scene of many historic episodes." Jacques warmed to his theme, not the least notable being the imprisonment of a king and queen of France, along with their 2 children, and Madame Elizabeth, the king's sister. That was back in 1792. You know, of course, what king and queen I refer to. I could only mumble something incoherent. Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were both lodged there before being sent to the guillotine. The old castle, from all I can make out, was exactly as you have described it, even to the small dog that kept the prisoners company. But that doesn't explain why I, of all persons, and at this particular time— Don't you recall the date? Let's see. Today's the 14th, isn't it? And yesterday was the 13th. It was on August 13th, just at about sunset, that Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were imprisoned in the temple. Perhaps every year, on the anniversary of that event. But I did not hear the remainder of Jacques' speech. I was not interested in his explanations. In my ears a thin, sorrowful music seemed to be playing. I was back in a tower room, in a wavering fog-grey light, where 5 shadowy figures were gathered. Among them a woman whose deep, pleading, tragic eyes seemed to call and call across an immeasurable gulf. End of The Round Tower by Stanton Arthur Koblenz. The Street of Faces by Frank Owen. Weird Tales, July 1943. As General Yoshida walked through the Street of Faces where the masks were made, The children fled from him in terror, for he had no face, merely hideous scars and frightful purple-blue welts. His eyes, however, were still able to function. Miraculously, they had been spared by the bits of shrapnel that had sprayed his face. For weeks he had lain in a hospital, so long that many of the officers of his command believed he was dead, and those that visited him had grave doubts. General Yoshida he might be, but they could not be sure, for his face was unrecognizable and his voice was thick as he tried to speak. They could hardly understand him. To them it seemed hardly credible that their merciless general should be reduced to such a pitiful wreck. He had always been cruel to his enemies. He never took prisoners, slaying them all in order to save rice. Many he permitted his men to bayonet. It was good practice for them, it gave them certain pleasure, and more important still, it saved ammunition. And now General Yoshida lay without a face, or at least a face that was recognizable. But his heart was strong, and as he had lain there, he had been busy plotting. In all China, no man was a greater strategist. Not even that recent premier who had won many a point by feigning illness and going to bed for a few days when his presence was vitally needed at a conference. Even without a face, Yoshida's black, shrewd heart was alert and plotting. Entering the Street of Faces, General Yoshida went at once to the shop of Dr. Fang Kan, the only shopkeeper on the street who was a mechanic in human flesh. His brother, Fang Qi's shop next door, was a kaleidoscope of color. Not only did he create masks and puppets, but also dragons for the Dragon Festival. Few cities in China had not had one of his magnificent dragons moving along its gay-decked streets. Dr. Fang Kan had just partaken of a hearty meal, and he was resting. Only the rich came to him, and now, in all of China, no man was rich. But he was not perturbed. The affairs of the country were his affairs. He believed with Confucius that to lead an uninstructed people to war is to throw them away. When called upon, he had given freely of his medical skill to reconstruct the wrecked features of soldiers. And he had done more. Though his manner was gentle, he walked by night, and many was the Japanese who had the ill fortune to encounter him on a lonely road. There was steel in his arm, and his strength was like unto that of 5 men. However, few knew of his great strength, and so he encountered little opposition as he translated the Japanese. General Yoshida, though he lacked a face, was buoyed up by arrogance. Despite the fact that he was frightfully disfigured, he was still a general. He had even walked in the presence of his glorious emperor. When the festivities were over, the Golden Emperor had been locked up once more in his palace until it should be time to parade him again on a similar occasion. Dr. Fang Kan's eldest son had been killed when the Japanese invaded the Philippines. Fang Kan had stood before the gods in his temple and taken a vow that 10 Japs should die for every season his son had lived. Nor did he spend time in grieving. There was a mighty work to do. Time for grief would come afterward. China had been invaded. The spectre of war had left many deep and agonizing wounds. Hunger was riding rampant. Disease was held somehow in check. Each night Fang Kan walked, and Japs were dying. Other men walked by night. The farmer who ploughed his field by day, at night turned into a stalwart warrior. Even cooks left their employers' home when the evening meal had been cleared away. Little wonder, therefore, that the soldiers believed the late evening air of China was unhealthy for the Nipponese. They longed for their homes in Tokyo, Osaka, and Yokohama, which so few of them would ever see again. General Yoshida was angered that Dr. Fang Kan did not get up to meet him as he entered the shop, but he did not show his true feelings, for arrogance is a sorry flag to be waved by a man who has no face. Hanging on the wall were a few written pictures, while here and there were displayed masks from his brother's factory. One might have been Hirohito, but the general did not notice, so an explosion was avoided. "I am General Yoshida," said the little man curtly. "You wish me to make you a new face?" asked the doctor gently. His manner was too abrupt to please Yoshida, but after all, one glance at him was sufficient to suggest his mission. "If you are Dr. Fan Kan, you have come to the right place. What kind of a face would you like to have? Evil, I suppose." "Do you want your shop destroyed?" cried the general. "In that case," was the tranquil reply, "what a pity it will be that you will have to pursue conquests with a destroyed face. There are other doctors. Plenty, famed for acupuncture and the intricacies of the pulse, to dispel a fever or to prepare tonics, but, alas, in the entire province, I alone meddle with faces. When a great man loses face, he comes to me. I can remove blemishes of every kind, but not the eternal blemish of oppression. At the time of the Qin dynasty, at about the time the Great Wall was completed, one of my ancestors of revered memory was known as the Doctor of Lip Repair. It was one of the earliest recorded operations in the medium, which our American comrades in arms speak of as plastic surgery. Even then, vanity was rampant, and my illustrious ancestor amassed a considerable fortune. His healing art he taught to his son, who taught it to his eldest son, and so on, down through the centuries. And every son was named Fan Kan. I am fortunate to have been the recipient of this elegant heritage. Frequently we have had doctors in China whose sole claim to knowledge has been that they could wield a pen. For PO, special medical training was necessary for them to go about among the sick. It is because of them that we have such sayings as, "To take no medicine is the best cure," and "Medicine does not kill, the physician kills." However, in the days of the Shu and Qin dynasties, medicine attained a high degree of development, and doctors were superior men. So also have been the long line of lip repairers who are known as Fan Kan. "Very interesting," spat out Yoshida, "but of what interest is that to me? Certainly to you of all people. My qualifications as a physician should be of prime importance. However, I should add that the good surgeon first cures the ills of the nation, then human ailments. You mean China must be healed of her wounds before you will help me?" There was little bombast in the general's tone now. "It's an interesting kernel to chew on, but I will not hold you to it, even though the urge to do so is great. But that too will come when the dragons that guard our earth and sleep under our mountains grow weary of this war and spew out all invaders wherever they lie festering." Dr. Fan Kan was in an amiable mood. He closed his eyes so that no single glitter of his thoughts might shine through them. Yes, it would indeed be a great moment for him when Yoshida lay at the mercy of his knife. If the knife took matters into its own hands and snuffed out a despicable, arrogant life, the air of China would have a whiff of garden freshness. Fan Kan's garden was small, but he seldom slept without walking in it for a while before retiring. That night, the chrysanthemums would report to him that all was well. General Yoshida had the sudden fear that the operation might never be performed, that at the last moment Fan Kan might decline the honor that was offered to him. However, his fears were allayed when the doctor began speaking once more. "There was an occasion when a man came to me who had the appearance of a wolf. This was decidedly awkward in his business, for he was a pirate, a brigand, captain of a junk that went about in the China seas, exacting toll from all those too weak to resist. Frequently, while vacationing on shore, he concocted various nefarious schemes that were not very successful because the intended victim always looked at his face and saw the shadow of a wolf in his expression. So he came to me. He wanted to be made over, so that his expression might be that of a philosopher. I acceded to his wishes. I gave him a handsome, gentle, benign expression. Nevertheless, the shade of the wolf still peeped out from his eyes. I was satisfied, however, for I am a doctor of lip repair. I cannot operate on the eyes." "Very interesting," said Yoshida meekly. To try to frighten the doctor with an overbearing manner was as hard as getting a mountain to follow one down the road. However, There was still hope that the doctor might indirectly help him with his carefully worked-out plans. After all, he was not a brigand, nor did his appearance suggest that of a wolf. A parallel was lacking in the story. He was a noble member of the Bushido, though without some semblance of a face, it would be hard to convince anyone of his high position. Never once did it enter his smug little mind that he was placing himself at the entire mercy of Dr. Fang Can's knives, nor that frequently in the annals of the world. Sharp knives had cut history into interesting and more serviceable patterns. "I will start molding a new face for you tomorrow morning," said Fang Can. "Be here with the first streaks of dawn. If you are late, I shall refuse the job." That night, the doctor spent long hours in his garden. It was refreshing to hear the wind chattering in the tall bamboo. When daylight cleft the sky with streaks of light like new-drawn swords, his knives would be at work on the loathsome Yoshida. It was a pleasant task to contemplate, but who would guarantee that it would be successful? And yet, unaccountably, fear cluttered his heart. He was weary beyond all understanding. He sat down on a marble bench. Oddly, he had the feeling that there was someone at his back. Perhaps it was Yoshida anticipating his own actions, with a knife equally as sharp as any the doctor might use in his operations. He shook his head and closed his eyes. Angered, he was at the thought of death should terrify him. In these hours of torture for China, with women and children being blown to pieces by bombs and aged, wounded people with blind eyes groping along furrows that once were roads, death was more precious than life, and a deal kinder. Let Yoshida strike, it would not matter. He was not afraid of the future. He was without debt and had taken good care of the ancestral tablets. But still the feeling of horror persisted. With considerable effort, he turned his head and looked in back of him. No one was there, and yet a short distance away, a long line of figures in dark robes were entering the garden. Silently, like slim ghosts they came. What matter that there was no gateway within the shadows from which they emerged? In regular order, they took their places in front of him, like unto an audience before the dais of a storyteller. Some looked very old, none looked young, and all had a vague something about them, a kinship with him that he could not explain. Then understanding came to him. These were his ancestors. These were all the long line of doctors of which he was the living symbol. All of them were or had once been doctors named Fang Can. Cold perspiration broke out on his forehead. His eyes felt like ice in their sockets. His very marrow had frozen, and his blood had ceased to flow. This was ignominy indeed. He was on trial before his elders. Not one of these doctors had ever lost a patient, had ever been guilty of treachery, and he was planning the destruction of Yoshida while pretending to rebuild his face. It mattered not to his ancestors how many Japanese he killed for China, but they must not be his patients when their lives were snuffed out. These were the men who had glorified surgery. Through the ages, they had built up a family reputation that was written in living ink in the annals of China. It must not crumble because one of their number had failed in his duty. Dew was dropping from the tall trees, and there was chill in the air. The music of the bamboos was a dirge. No longer was there perfume in that garden, and the night sounds were stilled. The doctor's eyes were unaccountably keen. Why should all his ancestral doctors appear before him to balk the decomposition of General Yoshida? Was not a dead enemy a friend? Outside the wall, a drunken dragon that is a poet was walking somewhat unsteadily homeward and in direct violation of the edicts of the Japanese army. He was filling the air with song, "Sing to your heart's content, for gods and ghosts there be. How do I know I shall not die of hunger and fill the gutter?" The sound of the booming voice broke the spell. The night sounds stirred into life. Dr. Fang Can gazed about him in bewilderment. Gone were the ghosts of his ancestors. but the memory of them filled his thoughts, nor did he forget their message. Though they had not spoken, their presence was enough. He knew as surely as though their wishes had been written in flaming characters on the sky. But still, the desire to dispose of General Yoshida once and forever had grown to be a craving he could not assuage. The light of morning was burnishing the eastern sky. He bathed his face in the water of a spring. It cooled his forehead and washed away the ice beads of perspiration. There was work for him to do. As he walked into his shop, Yoshida was waiting for him. Dr. Fang Kan's greeting was perfunctory. He motioned the general to follow him to the small garden-facing room that he used as his surgery, though he preferred to call it the studio wherein he modeled faces. Yoshida was somewhat arrogant, showing not the slightest trace of fear. Apparently, he was unable to grasp the absurdity of it. A Chinese enemy doctor brandishing knives about his head, and no one to witness whatever might happen. It was a moment for Yoshida to offer prayers to the gods of Shinto, but he was too busy plotting the future to worry about anything else. And Fang Kan went to work. Dexterously he handled the knives that lay in a friendly row on a table before him. The last knife in the line was long and thin and deadly. It might spell finis for the arrogant general. Or perhaps it would not speak at all. Fang Kan gathered sufficient skin from the chest and thighs of Yoshida to fashion a face, and if he took off a trifle more skin than was needed, set it down as merely a guarantee against emergencies. Yoshida felt little pain, for the doctor used an ancient local anesthetic that was as soothing as a fragrant balm. As the surgery progressed, Dr. Fang Kan became so absorbed in his work, he forgot all else. No longer was he an enemy of this little faceless man, but a doctor performing an age-old miracle that had been handed down from father to son since the Tang dynasty. For hours he worked without cessation, as the day swallowed the sun. When the last beams of light had died, his task was done. Bandages had been applied to the sculpted likeness of a Chinese face. At Fang Kan's command, servants carried Yoshida gently to a pleasant room opening upon the garden, where he could rest, sleep, recover and forget for a while that he was a despicable general, hated by all those who watched over him so carefully, fed him, and saw to it that he was as comfortable as possible. Meanwhile, the doctor put on his ancestral robes and repaired to a room where he could drink tea in quietude. Through the open window perfume drifted. Another night was upon him, but now there was no longer fear. He had been true to ancestors, true to his surgical tradition, and somehow he knew that all would work out satisfactorily for China. From the ancients, wisdom had come to him. The dead, wrapped in silence, had yet been able to convey their thoughts to him. Not for a moment did he believe he had been dreaming. That the ancestral doctors had come to him, he had no doubt. For it seemed no more absurd to him than the acknowledged fact that at the age of 50, a fox can take the form of a woman, and frequently does. During the next few weeks, Yoshida had no reason to complain about the service that was given him. He was fed well and the bed was comfortable. The pillow, however, was too soft. He would have preferred one made of wood or porcelain as in his own land. Then, too, he was not used to sleeping on a bed, and for a while he was worried about the little fireplace under it for heating in the winter months. Suppose some Chinese patriot should build a fire with heat enough to roast him to death. There was reason enough for worry, but of the doctor he was not afraid. He longed to rise from the bed and sleep on rugs spread upon the floor, but he refrained. That might be interpreted as a mark of cowardice. So he endured the torture of a soft bed with pillows. The morning came at last when the bandages could be removed. Trying to suppress his excitement, Yoshida looked into the mirror which the doctor obligingly held for him. The face that gazed out at him was that of a young Chinese with a friendly smile. Dr. Fang Kan had added the suggestion of a smile in a spirit of mockery. He knew that his people were always wary of a man who had a smiling face, even though they were the most laugh-loving people in the whole world. Now, however, with China so grievously wounded, there was no reason to laugh. Yet Yoshida smiled and was satisfied. "How can I ever repay you?" he said jubilantly. Now he could be a menace to China without personal danger. He could kill at will, nor would he be suspected. "You are satisfied, then," said the doctor softly. "Abundantly. I am gratified. I was afraid you might be disappointed." "What do you mean? I don't understand. Is not my face pale and round as the full moon?" "True, but it is the wolf story all over again. I wish I could have done something for your eyes." "You mean my eyes are those of a wolf?" asked the general angrily. "No, of a Japanese, in other words rapacious, crafty, drunk with power." Yoshida made little attempt to hide his anger. "For your insults," he screamed, "I will cause your entire family to be wiped out, even your cousins and your father-in-law." "We of China have grown used to death," was the gentle reply. "It is never further away than our fingertips. We fear it not, but you, preposterous general, will be in a difficult position. Unless you come to me every month, so that I may apply a special unguent to your face, it will wither and grow black, more frightful than the smashed face with which you came to me. And people will shun you as though you had a plague. You will be friendless and alone and forced to live in a desert place." Yoshida's attitude changed at once. "You are safe from me," he said, "and your offense will be overlooked. I wish I could grant you the same immunity, but I cannot. With a smiling face or not, you are vile. Nevertheless, I am your doctor, and I wish my handiwork to be a success. I have never had the misfortune to fail in my surgical work, but now the time has come for you to pay for my services. Name whatever price you wish. My fee will not be large, merely any papers you may have in your pockets. I cannot accede to your wishes. My papers are of a secret nature. They must not be read by anyone. I do not wish to read them. If you wish, we'll burn them right here." As though the entire scene had been rehearsed, a servant brought a lighted candle. "Give me the papers," the doctor directed. Reluctantly, Yoshida handed them over. At once, the doctor applied them to the flame. They burned with considerable enthusiasm. When naught but ashes remained, Fang Kan collected them carefully, as though they were so much gold. "This is my fee, and I am satisfied. I don't understand, they're only ashes. Put it down that I am eccentric, if you wish, or perhaps I do not care to risk carrying a large sum of money in my humble shop, as long as so many of your soldiers are in the city. To accept gold would place my life in jeopardy. By accepting ashes, I leave jeopardy to you. I was always bad at riddles. In time, this one will be solved for you. And now you may go. You are well enough to travel. 1 month from today, return to my shop if that is possible. You can depend on it, I'll be back. I intend to take good care of my new face. If I can help it, it shall not wither." So General Yoshida swaggered from the shop and along the street of faces. Children smiled at him in friendly manner as he passed. His body was all vice, but his face reflected virtue, and children were no longer afraid of him. Now he could go wherever he wanted with immunity. He knew enough Chinese for the passing brief words he might be forced to utter. Through Great Street he strode, glancing with simulated interest at the beautiful vertical signs as though he was able to understand them. He was affronted by the fact that most of the men that passed him were taller than he was, nor did he notice that many of the elder shopkeepers, loitering in their doorways, looked askance at a Chinese wearing a Japanese uniform. Traitors were few in China, and they found his presence among them an unpleasant novelty. However, there were many dark nights, and eventually his time would come to hang up his hat. General Yoshida decided that he would spend a few days with his troops, dispose of the dispatches and letters that had accumulated in his absence. He would place Oshima in charge and then set out on his travels. Perhaps his fellow officers would like to give a large banquet at the hotel on the lake, which they had taken over to use as headquarters. Perhaps when the emperor heard of his exploits, he would be given a high position with the war board in Tokyo. As he readied the outskirts of his own encampment, he was accosted by a Japanese sentry with a fixed bayonet. When he was about to speak, to explain his Chinese face, the sentry prodded him, and the sharp bayonet bit into his flesh. Other soldiers came running up. They jabbered and gesticulated excitedly. He wanted to tell them that he was Yoshida, supreme commander of all the troops, but they wouldn't let him speak. If he uttered a sound, he was stabbed viciously. They were dunderheads. It was inglorious misunderstanding. A member of the Bushido to be exposed to such indignities. He remembered that he himself had instigated this form of bayonet practice. He had proclaimed that the steel tongue of a bayonet was very persuasive. Now it was being used on his noble person, but the culprits would pay. He'd see they were thrown into the lake, carrying full pack, and no one would be permitted to rescue them. If they succeeded in fighting their way ashore, they'd be thrown in again until they ceased to struggle. General Yoshida's hopes revived as he saw Oshima approaching. Colonel Oshima was a man of culture and refinement. He had been educated in China, but had absorbed little of Chinese philosophy. Nevertheless, he was of a kind nature. He hated to harm anyone except his enemies. With them, he was a past master of Gestapo methods. Not even Germany's Himmler could excel him in wanton cruelties. He hunted down all those who were opposed to the Bushido as relentlessly as a hunter stalks his prey. But as an officer, General Yoshida could find no fault with him. He was a bright exponent of military discipline. Surely Oshima would release him from this stupid and painful position in which he had inadvertently placed himself. However, as Oshima came toward him, Yoshida's hopes perished. There was blood in his eyes, the lust for killing. He had killed more prisoners than any other officer on Chinese soil. Most of his associates permitted the soldiers to do their butchery, but Oshima liked to be in on the kill, and so he came up to this new prisoner with the friendly Chinese face. How dared he wear the uniform of a Japanese general? Bushido must be avenged. General Yoshida uttered an agonizing shriek as Oshima seized a rifle from one of the guards. A single vicious thrust of the bayonet, and Yoshida's heart was impaled. Oshima smiled. He seldom missed. Death by a single blow. It was rather a pity that the prisoner had not been subjected to torture, for torture gave the soldiers something to do, kept them near camp. For there were no theaters nearby, and when they were too long without action, the troops grew restless. All day the body of Yoshida lay where it had fallen. He was very fortunate. His Chinese face was not even scratched. The operation by Fang Kan had been enormously successful. End of The Street of Faces by Frank Owen.
Dreamer's World by Bryce Walton. They wanted a world without war. The answer was simple: stay in bed. A warning hum started somewhere down in the Autoviso. Greg stared. Perspiration crawled down his face. This was it. This was the end of the nightmare. This had to be Pat Nichols. After 72 hours in which Greg had had to do without anesthesia. 72 hours of reality. 72 hours of consciousness. Reality. Greg didn't know how he'd managed to remain sane. It seemed incredible that a man who had advanced to stage 5 in the dream continuity scale, and who had been in anesthesia most of the time, could suffer 72 hours of boring, drab, dreary, and revolting reality, and still be sane. Pat Nichols was the answer. Her body faded into slim and luscious focus on the 3-dim screen. Her brooding eyes and wide mouth that curled so reprovingly. In his mind was the certainty. This is no dream. She had gone psycho, had fled from the cowl into the dreadful outside 72 hours ago. Gone to join that fanatical group of Venusian colonists, those outlaw schizoids who planned to start over on Venus. Pat. Greg's hand reached as though she weren't just a 3-dim image. Listen, Pat, thank the codes, you haven't blasted yet. I've been crazy, waiting for this call. Pat, I can't even go into integrated anesthesia without you around. My dreams don't seem to focus right. That's too bad, Greg, she said. He moistened his lips slowly. He slid his hand toward the warning button beneath the table. Her eyes didn't notice, never left his face. Accusative, sad eyes. He felt sick. He pushed the button. Now Drakeson up on the apartment roof would trace the point of her call. He'd chart her location with the rhodium tracker beams. Then the two of them would go and pick Pat up and prevent that insane, suicidal, one-way trip to Venus. She might consider it a very unfair thing, but then she was psycho. She'd be glad of it after she was brought back, brain probed and reconditioned. The thought made Greg even more ill. Brain probing and reconditioning involved months of a kind of mental agony that no one could adequately describe. The words were enough to give anesthetic nightmares to any citizen. But it was for the good of the cowls and of the psychos. Her voice was sad too, like her eyes. I was hoping you would join me, Greg. Anyway, I called to tell you that in about 5 hours we're blasting. This is Goodby. He said something, anything. Keep her talking, listening. Give Drakeson a chance to employ the rhodium tracker and spot her location. A kind of panic got loose in Greg's brain. Pat, don't you have any insight at all? Can't you see that this is advanced psychosis? That, she interrupted. I've tried to explain to you before, Greg, but you've always preferred anesthesia. You loathe reality, but I'm part of reality. Yes, he had dreams, the anesthetic cubicles, stage 5, where a man was master of thalamic introjection, dream imagery. A stage where any part of reality was supposed to have faded into utter inconsequence. But Pat Nichols had always been a part of his conditioned personality pattern. By taking her out of it, fate had struck him with an unbalance in psyche that disturbed the sole objective of life, to dream. But that's a suicide trip, Pat, and you'll never have a chance to be cured of your schizophrenia. Even if you do get to Venus, her interruption had weariness in it. Goodby, Greg, I'm sorry for you, that silly status quo and futile dreaming. It will never let you realize what a fine man you are. You'll decay and die in some futile image. So Goodby, Greg, and good dreaming. She was gone from the screen, maybe from Earth, unless he got out there and stopped her before that suicide ship rocketed out from its hidden subterranean blast tube. Greg hurried. He didn't realize he could function so rapidly in the world of physical reality. In seconds he had zipped thin, resilient aerosilk about his body, and was running across the wide plastic mesh roof toward the heliocruiser in which Drakeson was waiting. Greg felt the physical power flow as he ran. It sickened him. The conditioners kept the body in good shape, but only to allow the cortical, thalamic imagery faculties to function better. Actual physical business like this was revolting to any cowl citizen. Any sort of physical and materialistic activity, divorced from anesthesia, might be a sign of encroaching psychosis. That was the fear. That fear of psychosis that might lead to violence, to change. The cowls over the cities protected them from any physical interference with an absolutely stable, unchanging, and static culture. But the cowls hadn't been able to protect the citizenry from insanity. During the past year, psychosis had been striking increasingly, without warning, indiscriminately. Greg dropped down beside the thin ascetic figure at the controls. He grabbed Drakeson's arm. "Did you pick it up, Drake?" "Uh-huh," Drakeson drawled. His mouth was cynical, his gray eyes somber. "Traced it down to a 10-meter radius, but it's underground. About 5 miles out of Old Washington, just inside the big radioactivated forest east of the ruins. About half an hour's flight as the crow might fly. If there was a crow left. Then let's go. Lift this gadget out of here. A spot of nausea bounced into Greg's stomach at Drakeson's reference to what the big chain blow-up had done to almost all high cellular life forms, including crows. Only insects and a few shielded humans had withstood the radiation. Most higher complex cellular organisms had paid for their complexity. But thanks to the establishment of the cowled cities and the codes of non-change, non-violence, they wouldn't have to pay again. No chance for social change now that might lead to another such disaster. If they could only trace the cause for this psychosis epidemic. Greg hadn't thought about it at all until Pat had started talking peculiarly. Then when she had broken up completely and left the cowl, then it had hit home hard. The heliocruiser lifted slowly under Drakeson's awkward guidance. Only the controllers, the control council guards, could work the gadgetry of the city with practiced ease. Everybody else, naturally, was conditioned to various anesthesia states, and had no reason to deal with materialistic things. The cruiser lifted until it was flying directly beneath the opaque stuff of the cowl, lost in the dazzling rainbows of sunlight shattering through. Drakeson said, "We'll keep up here. Maybe the controllers won't see us." What? A peculiar coolness slid along Greg's spine. "Maybe they won't see us," repeated Drakeson, and then he smiled wryly. "Listen, Greg, you're way ahead of me in the dream continuity. You're a lot further away from reality than I am, more impractical. So listen to a word or two before we try to break through the cowl. We've never been outside, don't forget that. It's dangerous. You haven't considered any of the angles. For example, I picked up a couple of shielding suits which you hadn't thought of, and 2 small wrist jaggers. If I hadn't thought of them, then we'd probably have been contaminated with hard radiation out there, and would have been thrown into the septic pools for about 6 months. Greg shivered. That would have been very bad. It's deadly out there. Poisonous, Greg. Only the insane have wanted to go outside for the last few years, and only the controllers have been out, and then only to try to track down the hiding places of the colonists. You hadn't considered that, but I did. So I had to steal a couple of heat blasters from the museum. You what? Greg stared at the 2 deadly coiled weapons Drakeson dragged from beneath the seat. Do the controllers know? They've probably found out by now, or will very soon. Drakeson looked grim. They'll be after us with skycars and paraguns, and they're sure to slap a psycho label on us. They would anyway, probably, for just going outside. But having destructive forbidden weapons on us, they're sure to, and we couldn't go outside without weapons, Greg. That was right, Greg knew. Paralysis guns wouldn't have been enough out there. Drakeson said softly, "Is she worth it, Greg? We may have to be brain probed. Is she worth that kind of pain?" Greg's stomach seemed to tie up in knots. Brain probing, psychometry. Greg whispered hoarsely, "She's worth it, Drake. And besides, it's ridiculous to think that we'll be suspected. I'm only interested in preventing Pat from making that suicide trip. The controllers have the same interest. But that's their job. You and I aren't supposed to be concerned with reality. They've gotten very sensitive this last year. They can't take any chances. At the least sign of disintegration, they have to apprehend and send you to psychometry." Greg said, "You trying to get out of your bargain, Drake? If you don't want that carton of Stage 5 dream capsules, then, oh no, I'll take a chance to get that carton. I never thought I'd get a chance to experience such premature dreams. It's worth the gamble. We might get away without being probed." Greg's head ached. Reality always gave him a headache. He wasn't used to it. A man who had reached Stage 5 had been an anesthesiac too long to find reality comfortable. "I know the codes," Greg whispered. "Legally, there's no reason to be apprehended just for leaving the cowl. And as for the blasters, well, we can drop them off, hide them if the controllers get after us." The cruiser moved down the sloping arc of the cowl toward the dark patch that Greg recognized as a merging chamber. The plastic spires of the city reached up around them as though reaching for the sun. Only a few human figures could be seen far below, on roofs, and in the streets. A few low-stage humans not in anesthesia. Greg crawled into the shielding suit. He took over the unfamiliar controls while Drakeson got his own shielding suit on. They weren't heavy, but were sluggish material that could throw off ordinary radiation. Behind him, Greg heard Drakeson's harsh yell. Sky cars, 10 of them, shooting up out of the control tower and coming right toward us. Merge, and merge fast, Greg, if you still want to go outside. Inside the thick sheeting of the suit, Greg's skin was soaked with perspiration. His face was strained as he moved the cruiser into the first lock chamber. The cruiser had to move through a series of locks to the outside. A precaution to keep bacteria, radiation, other inimical elements from coming in while an exit from the cowl was being made. One by one, the locks opened and closed as grav hooks pulled the cruiser through. It was a precariously balanced culture, this one inside the cowls, Greg thought. Like living inside a gigantic sealed test tube. Any slightly alien elements introduced into that test tube could make it a place of sealed death in a short time. A rigidly controlled, non-changing environment. That was fine, except that some humans within it had a habit of changing, and for the worse. Retrogression, psychosis. Psychometry was trying frantically to find the cause. It seemed obvious that the Venusian colonists might be causing psychotics to appear in order to swell their ranks of volunteers to go to Venus to start a new dynamic, progressive order. Madness, suicide. Progressive evolutionary philosophies meant change, and change might lead anywhere. But eventually it could only lead to another horrible chain. One chain had been enough. The Earth had been thoroughly wrecked. The few survivors had set up the anti-reality standards, the cowls and the codes, and the controllers. They established the dream continuity that led to the various anesthetic stages. But people went insane. They disagreed. They fled the cowls. Venusian colonial enterprises resulted. It was organized insanity. A neatly planned psychosis, with grandiose delusions of justification. They would save humanity, madness, schizophrenia. Venusian colonization had been organized 3 years before. At least 4 known spaceships had been constructed, stocked, and blasted. They changed their subterranean hideouts after each blast. It had just never occurred to Greg that Pat could go psycho and join them. It was even more ridiculous for the controllers to suspect him of being psycho. He felt a little better as the cruiser broke out beyond the cowl and into the blazing natural sun of noon. It blinded Greg, frightened him a little. He'd never seen the sun before, except dimmed by the cowl. He sent the cruiser climbing rapidly above the weird, grotesque terrain. Drakeson jumped into the seat beside him. His face was white. Open the converter feed valves wide, Greg. Clear open. The control cars aren't stopping at the merger. They're coming on through. They're right behind us. Greg looked back. 10 sky cars and within neurogun range. He jerked the converter wide open. Acceleration slammed him back hard. He knew now what fear was. In dreams you never suffered it. The audio in the control panel cracked out. Dalsone, Drakeson, turn around, re-enter the cowl, return immediately. This is a control council order. Do so or we fire with full-charge neuroblasts. Paralysis guns and full blast. Greg swallowed. They meant business, and without even a formal inquiry. Drakeson said in a whisper, "What are we going to do?" Greg didn't know. How could they think he was psycho? Drakeson licked his lips. "I don't want to go under the brain probers, Greg. Nobody does. I don't want to be reconditioned. I want to stay like I am. I'm not psycho. And they'll brain probe us sure if we don't turn around and go back. And even if we do," the audio's cold, impersonal voice said, "this is the last order. The neuroguns are ready to fire." Greg's mind ran in mad circles. He tried to think. He felt Drakeson move, and then he saw Drakeson's hand with that infernal injection solution jiggling around in a big hypodermic syringe. "I've just given myself another shot, Greg. You'd better have another right now. If we land down there we'll need all the adrenalex we can get." Greg hardly felt the injection as he tried to think, clarify his situation. "I'm not psycho," he thought desperately. "I'm doing something a little bit different, but it isn't psychosis. But good integrated citizens would not fight against the orders from control. All right. He would submit to brain probing, but he'd get Pat out of that trap she was in first. He might be able to talk her out of it if he could get to her personally, be with her a while. The controllers certainly couldn't. They'd drive her away into space as soon as she saw them. The solution, a legality. He knew the codes, didn't he? He yelled back at the pursuing sky cars via the audio. Don't fire those neuroguns. This is Greg Dalsone speaking. There's a law against any aggressive, destructive action on the part of any citizen. The audio replied, the neuroguns aren't destructive. Temporary paralysis. Greg said, this cruiser is at a high altitude and traveling fast. If you paralyze us now, the cruiser will crash. By using the neuroguns on us, you will be destructive, homicidal. A dead silence greeted this statement. Greg went on. I'm a Stage 5 citizen. Legally, there is no restriction against going outside the cowl. I'll report your action and attitudes to the council if you fire those neuroguns. Drakeson choked something unintelligible. His face was deathly pale. Clever. He whispered, but that clinches it. When we do go back, it's psychometry for us, Greg. Finally the audio answered. The voice was not so cold. It had a tinge of emotionalism, it said. A technicality, but it does prevent us from firing the neuroguns. However, we feel it our duty to remain with you until you do return to the cowl. Because of the recent epidemic of psychosis, we find this authorized by the Control Council. Greg savagely flipped off the audio. Drakeson said, if they stay on our trail, we'll lead them right to Pat. They'll scare her away before you get a chance to talk with her and try to prevent her from going on the ship. I know, Greg said, I know. We've got to figure something. He looked down at the fantastic semi-organic flora below. How far to go yet, Drake? About 3 minutes. All right. We'll set the cruiser down here and walk to where Pat is. Drakeson choked. That's suicide. He said, we won't have a chance. Greg didn't have time to be surprised at his own actions. He pulled Drakeson's hands away from the controls. Drakeson was trying to stop him from bringing the cruiser down. Drakeson gasped. Even with the heat blasters, we'll never get 100 meters away from where we land. I figured on landing directly over the place. So will the controllers, Greg said. He hurled Drakeson back, heard him sprawl on the mesh flooring where he lay, half sobbing. Greg angled the ship down abruptly. As soon as we land, I'm running for it. He called back. The controllers will be down there swarming all over us, and I don't want to lead them to where Pat is. Drakeson crawled over to the bunk and sat on it. All right, he said. I'm with you. It's too late to get out of it now. For a carton of premature dreams, I've gotten myself stuck with a psycho tag. I'm stuck with it anyway now. Might as well go on and stay out of the brain probers as long as possible. Greg felt a tingling crawl up his wrists as they dropped down above the gigantic, semi-organic forest. Mutated cells in the process of change had played havoc with the pre-chain life forms. According to what little he had gotten from infotapes, there was no longer any distinction, or at least very little, between organic and inorganic life, outside the cowls. Psycho. He'd still argue with Drakeson about that, but he didn't have time. He wasn't psycho. As soon as he persuaded Pat to abandon the flight, they'd give themselves up, return to the cowl, and things would return to normal, to anesthesia, stage 5, then 6, then 7, on to the final eternal dream. That's the way it was going to be. And if they had to suffer the hells of brain probing and the awful ego loss of reconditioning, then they would do that. It was for the good of the cowls, the preservation of the codes. A noble sacrifice. Must be no change, no menace to stability. Any suggestion of change made one suspect. Greg's eyes misted as he brought the cruiser to a half-crash landing. Even as he tried to bring his blurred vision into focus, he was running to the exit. He had the sliding panel open. He was up to his knees in writhing tendrils. He was running through a crimson twilight. Behind him, he heard Drakeson tearing through the tendrils and clutching vines. Overhead, he could hear the drone of the Skycar's atomorbinic motors. Whether they would land and continue the search on foot through the deadly forest, Greg couldn't know. He didn't know anything about the controller's methods. How far, Drake? He yelled through the interperson audio. Drakeson came running up beside Greg. Severed strings of torn, still living life stuff writhed from his shoulders and legs. I'd say about half a mile straight ahead. That's a long way through this nightmare. Greg screamed. A broad mushroom-like growth had opened a mouth. A gigantic, sickeningly gray mouth full of deadly, flesh-eating acid. A flower-bright vine with great tensile strength raked Drakeson in toward that gaping maw. Drakeson's arms were held tight against his sides. He was straining, helpless. Through the glassine mask of his helmet, Greg saw Drakeson's face turning red with constriction. His voice came to Greg in a burst of fear. The gun, Greg, the heat blaster, quick. Greg leaned forward, staring in rigid fascination. Fleshy stalks swayed toward him. Other mouths opened, petal mouths, gigantic floral traps and cannibal blooms. Greg. Drakeson was framed now by that great cannibal maw. Greg had the heat blaster up. He had it leveled. But he couldn't depress the firing stud. Drake, I can't. How could any integrated man be deliberately destructive? How could any sane person kill? I can't, Drake. The awful conflict seemed to rip through his body. He felt the sweat, hot and profuse, rolling down his face. He concentrated on that gun, on his finger, on the firing stud. The cannibal blossom was closing. Sticky juices dripped over Drakeson. He was screaming. Greg's finger lifted. He could not fire. The codes said no destruction, no killing. The codes had been established after the Great Chain Disaster. Violence begets violence, the codes said. And once begun, it was accumulative, like the snowball rolling downhill. Greg sagged. His knees buckled. He sprawled out in the slippery muck. Tendrils swished softly and hungrily around him. He heard a shout. He tried to twist his head. Figures blurred before his eyes, and he heard the deadly cheho of a terrific blast. The last thing he remembered before the dark wrapped him up softly and warmly was the cannibal plant exploding in a million fragments of stringy tissue, and Drakeson falling free. I didn't fire, he was thinking. Someone else saved Drakeson, but I think I might have done it. My finger, it was moving, bending, or was it? No. I couldn't have been destructive, couldn't have killed. Consciousness came back to Greg. Painfully. It came back slowly, and it took a long time. He lifted his eyelids. He raised himself to a sitting position. He stared down a gloomy, phosphorescent corridor. It was obviously subterranean. It was damp, chill. Cold lucifer and light glowed from lichen on walls and low, ragged ceiling. It was long, and it finally curved, he decided. But he could look back into a long, slow curve of corridor and ahead into the same. Here and there, the mouths of branch corridors came in. He looked at his hand. It still clutched the butt of the heat blaster. He felt strange. The surroundings were very real, yet they seemed somehow not real. The shock of trying to fire that blaster when the sanity in him shrieked no had been too much for him. The shock had blanked him out. He breathed a deep sigh of temporary relief and triumph. He hadn't killed. He thought of Drakeson. Somebody had saved him. Someone had killed. Not the controllers. They could employ only the neuroguns to paralyze. So he decided that colonists had probably saved Drakeson. Terror gripped Greg then. He remembered Drakeson yelling at him, the distended eyes, the straining face, and how he himself had almost given in, had almost killed, had almost gone psycho. But he hadn't. That was the important thing. He was still a sane, integrated part of the Cowls and the codes. And after a test like that, he figured that nothing could break him. Let them send him to psychometry. Let them clamp on the brain probers and leave them on for months. They'd not find any psycho tendencies in Greg Dalsone. Greg tried to reason, but he had no place, no foundation, for a beginning. He didn't know where he was, or why he had been left here. He knew that someone, the colonists probably, had saved Drakeson from that plant thing. Some mental pressure had blacked him out, he thought, and then what? He didn't know. Which way, it didn't seem to matter. He started walking. He was bone-weary. His head throbbed. His eyes burned, and he was afraid. He had gotten himself into a completely uncodified situation. He was lost, helpless, outside the protection of the Cowls, the codes, and anesthesia. He was surrounded by reality, reality in all its essential horror, conflict, physical danger, uncertainties, materialistic barriers, all the old shibboleths that the cowls and the codes and the anesthetic dreams had protected him from, and all because of Pat Nichols. But he'd stood a big test, and he'd won. He hadn't killed. He wasn't destructive. The cry touched his ears and died. It was too violent and filled with pain and terror to make any definite impression the first time. He crouched, his eyes distended. The scream came again, and this time it chopped through him. His nerves seemed to shrivel and curl beneath the repeated onslaughts of the screams. Then he was running. He didn't know why, except that he had to run. He ran with fearful, gasping desperation, but he didn't know why. He ran past the mouth opening into the main corridor, then came back and ran into the darker, strangely lighted artery. He ran harder, and yet he wasn't running, not all of him. As he ran, he was conscious of some undefinable but terrific conflict. Beneath the suit, his skin burned with sweat. He felt the rigid pattern of tensed neck and jaw muscles. I don't feel at all familiar. Something's very wrong. Everything's wrong. I'm displaced, like something that has slipped into an alien dimension. He stopped quickly. His heart seemed to swell, burst with terror. Terror and something else. The something else came, and with it came horror of itself. The emotion, and then horror of the emotion. He stood shivering, his teeth clacking like an ancient abacus. Pat. He screamed her name. The cry pounded back into his ears inside the helmet. This wasn't Drakeson. This was Pat. Pat was going to die now, not Drakeson. The walls were alive. They were not like the walls of the corridors. This was a circular chamber, and the walls were sagging and undulating like part of a giant's flesh. He heard heavy sluggish sounds. Masses of the gray viscous stuff sagged, changed form, remolded itself into monstrous shapes. Pat, only her face and part of her upper body were visible now. The shielding of her suit had been cracked wide open by pressure as the semi-organic thing, whatever it was, had closed around her. The walls rushed in as Greg stumbled drunkenly. The ceiling sagged lower. Long knobs fell, like globules of paste, then lengthened into shapeless tendrils that snapped out at Greg. He fell back. Pat's scream penetrated again. No beauty remained in her face now. Her eyes were sick. Her lips were loose and trembling. Greg, help me, see what it does, the others. He saw the others then. Maybe he hadn't noticed before, because his mind didn't want him to see. Husks. Pallid wrinkled husks, sucked dry and shriveled. Several figures not recognizable anymore, hardly recognizable as human. Just vaguely human, broken, sucked dry. His mind seemed covered by a grotesque shadow. His flesh crawled and his throat turned dry, and perspiration made a stream down his throat. He felt his eyes looking down at his right hand. It held the heat blaster. The skin felt tight as though it would split as he gripped the heavy butt of the coiled weapon. He concentrated on the finger that was frozen on the firing stud. If he could destroy, then he was insane. His experience with Drakeson, that had been no test at all compared with this. This was Pat. Pat, and she was dying unspeakably. This was the great test of his sanity. He concentrated on the finger. He must keep it frozen. He must back out of here. Get away, get back to the cowl, back to anesthesia and sleep. The finger raised slowly from the stud. His feet lifted as his body moved fitfully back. Back, Greg, help me, Greg. Her eyes stopped him. They tumbled into terrible clay. She whispered starkly, Greg, help me, kill it, Greg, for me, kill it. He felt his lips part in a great and terrible cry of torture. His shoulders began to twitch slightly. His arms and fingers took up the jerky rhythm. Horror and a violent crimson flood of unfamiliar emotions mushroomed like a volcano of madness. Something began crumbling away. He lurched forward. He felt the heat blaster heaving, throwing out its deadly load. The gun had weight and power in his hand as he crouched lower and moved in. The power load swathed in long slicing arcs. Steam and sickening stench fell around him. He moved in. He stumbled forward, kicking out to right and left at the quivering slices of stuff that were falling around him. destruction, kill, death. This was all three, and in a giant, almost inconceivable quantity. Her face through the steaming cloud. Her throat moving as she swallowed. Brightness, the brightness of disbelief and impossibility coming into her eyes. He kept moving in until the monstrous mutated gray thing was thoroughly dead. Until every separate tendril and patch was blasted to smoke. Then he lifted her broken body in his arms. Tears fell on the opaqueness of his helmet. "I'm sorry, Pat." He choked. "I'm sorry it didn't happen sooner. I'm sorry I waited too long, but it isn't easy to let yourself go insane." Something was wrong. Pat, Pat. She seemed to be fading away from him, drifting away, melting into tattered veils of cloud. Her face became only two bright, glad eyes. Then they also melted together into a radiant pool. He toppled into the pool. He sank down, a wonderful lifelessness spreading through him. He closed his eyes. Something was beginning to be very funny. In the thickening dark, he laughed a little. And in that laugh was a crazy, climbing note of triumph. He opened his eyes. He was laughing in a kind of soft hysteria. He was on a couch. Not a dream couch, but just a plain hard bed. He sat up stiffly. Pain tingled down his legs. He saw Pat Nichols, and another, a man. He remembered him vaguely, one of the first who had escaped from the cowl. His name, yes, he remembered now. Merrill. Pat Nichols, alive and smiling. Very beautiful, too, in a brief aerosilk bra and shorts and sandals. Her hair was a dark, lovely cloud flowing down over bare shoulders. "Hello, Greg," she said softly. "Welcome to the colonists." "What?" He swung his legs around. "I don't understand. Not entirely." Merrill, a gaunt elderly man, nodded from behind a desk. Merrill's hair was gray and sparse. Strange, seeing a man who showed age. Within the cowls, one never grew physically old. Pat said, "This is Ralph Merrill, Personnel Director of Venusian Colonization Enterprises." Greg's numbness was filtering away beneath Pat's warm, glad eyes. He raised his hand. The heat blaster was still gripped in his fingers. It evidently hadn't been fired. It was all illusion. He said, "The scene in the cavern. It never happened." Merrill's care-lined face nodded. "It happened, but in your mind, Greg. We rescued you and Drakeson from the cannibal plant. We brought you here. You had lost consciousness. We put you under the hypnosine rays and put you through an experience that was quite real to you. We proved something to ourselves and to you. Greg, you're sane now." Greg tried to understand. The thing didn't make sense yet, but the glimmerings of the truth were beginning to solidify in his aching brain. Sane, but I killed. I wanted to kill. I wanted to destroy, and I did. That's hardly the actions of a sane man. Merrill smiled thinly. From our point of view it is, Greg, we consider ourselves sane. We consider the cowled cities and the codes insane. It's relative, I supposed, but I think we can convince you if we haven't already. Greg looked at Pat. She smiled. He smiled back. Justified or not. He whispered, "I'm here. Sane or insane, I'm one of the colonists now, I guess. Unless I want to return to the cowls, be probed and reconditioned." Pat whispered, "Do you, Greg?" He shook his head. "Not now. I'm tired. I don't want to now. Maybe I never will. All I want now is rest." Merrill leaned across the desk. "Before you rest, you'd better get a few things straight, Greg. We want you to be convinced that you're doing the right thing. We feel that the big chain blow-up shocked the whole human race into a mass psychosis, comparable to individual cases of hysteria, schizophrenia, escape from reality. That's why the non-change, non-aggressiveness codes were established. Also, the anesthesia, the dream continuity scale, nothing but hysteria on a mass and planned basis." Merrill got up. He walked around and sat down beside Greg. Carried out to its inevitable end, this could only lead to mass racial suicide. That's obvious. It was a static dead end. A few people recovered from the psychosis. They escaped and formed the colonists. But their own welfare wasn't the most important thing. They concerned themselves then with the freeing of the citizens of the cowls from their psychosis. The world is untenable on a large scale now, due to radioactive poisoning. It will remain untenable for some time. Meanwhile, we decided to colonize Venus. We've established colonies there. thriving communities, but the important thing is this, Greg. It's given new impetus and enthusiasm to those who become sane and escape the cowls. And enthusiasm to those who become sane and escape the cowls. It presents a big challenge and solidifies the cure. It's bigger than Control has any idea that it is. It will take a long time yet, but we'll win. You have noticed the increase in so-called insanity in the cowls. It really means just the opposite. It really means just the opposite. Our numbers are increasing by leaps and bounds. Greg said, the controllers think you're using some psychological or physical pressure to create these cures. Merrill smiled. We've got a recruiting system. Drakeson, for example, is a spy. We have spies all over the cowls. Greg stared. Drakeson. A door opened. The lean, cynical man entered, nodded, and stood beside Pat. His eyes shone more brightly as he looked at Greg. That's right, Drakeson said. Remember the 2 injections. I said they were Adrenalex. They weren't. Our spies inside the cowls are equipped with a supply of a certain aggression factor. It used to be called Kappa, or K, for killer. This factor is handed down through the generations in the general cell protoplasm. It forces aggressive tendencies. It makes a man capable of physical aggressive action and able to kill if he has to. High motivation is required, though, in most cases. With you, my probable death wasn't enough. It took the vision of Pat here in the clutches of a monster to make the Kappa factor work on you, Greg. Greg rubbed his eyes. Pat came over and he took her hand, held it tightly. A warmth came out of her and into him, into his mind. Drakeson went on. We isolated the Kappa factor, made it into solution. We all have it, even the anesthetic citizens of the cowls, but the mass shock psychosis won't let it work. However, a strong overload of Kappa injection will sometimes break the psychosis, force the person back into an aggressive personality, capable of destruction. Each individual carries an armament of between 20 and 80 particles of the Kappa factor after we give an injection. It took 1,600 particles to break your suicidal hysteria. Pat squeezed his hand. Greg looked up. He grinned with a kind of glad embarrassment. I don't know yet whether to thank you or not. Frankly, though, I do feel better. He thought of the cowls, test tubes, glass cages, and dreams that led finally to the final anesthesia, death. He shuddered and tried to push the memory out of his mind. It seemed unhealthy now. Unclean, and yes, it did seem insane. He raised his eyes to the ceiling. He saw the self-inverting 3-dimensional mechanism that had given him that starkly real adventure in which he had been able to kill, for Pat. A dream sequence, partly hypnotic, partly created by cathode image activating the multi-phase AC, a high harmonic of multi-phase AC field hanging over him, and a focusing radiator. Dream, nightmare, he looked at Pat. I think I'll take reality now, he said softly. He felt the pull on his arm, and he got up. She led him through a door and into a soft twilight. He held her tightly against him. She whispered, The ship's waiting for us, Greg. The next ship. You're already on the passenger list. You see, I knew you'd come with us. I was hoping so desperately, I couldn't think any differently. He kissed her. He held her more tightly as though he felt her warm muscles tense against him. Her eyes widened. Greg, what is it? He shook his head. I got to wondering if this, too, might not be just a dream. I've been in anesthesia too long, maybe. How can I know what's real and what isn't real? He felt her warm, moist fingers on the back of his neck. He felt her lift on her toes, pull his face down. She kissed him. Her voice was husky, and her breath was warm on his lips. Do you know now, Greg, is this a dream? He shook his head. His voice was hoarse. No, this isn't a dream. She laughed softly. They moved away, down the corridor toward the ship. End of Dreamer's World, by Bryce Walton.
At the End of the Corridor, by Evangeline Wilner Ensley. Weird Tales, May 1950. Whenever Philip Martin felt like being funny, he would say that he was a professional grave robber. If people looked properly shocked, he would add, "I began with a king's grave," and then grin. A mild joke, not in the best of taste perhaps, but then everything about Philip was mild. His nearsighted brown eyes, his tall shambling frame, his face that never had been quite young. Even his shy way of showing off, of hoping, a little wistfully, that he could shock people or make them laugh. As a matter of fact, His Majesty the King had been dead about 3,000 years when Philip and his father, the late and distinguished James K. Martin, Ph.D., had dug him up. It is generally considered respectable to rob a man's grave if he has been dead long enough. The Martins, father and son, had always made a most correct and respectable thing of grave robbing. Just as they had of everything else they turned their well-kept, somewhat dry Bostonian hands to. That anything could ever change this, or indeed his own prim, proper personal life. Philip never dreamed when he set out for Greece to carry on the work of the late Dr. Kimon Dragoumis. He was contemptuously amused when, at a farewell dinner, a slightly tipsy Parisian savant said to him, "Some day you may rob one grave too many, my friend." Philip grinned. "You mean curses, that old tripe about ancient tombs having invisible guardians?" Elizabeth smiled. "You think me a foolish old man, Hein. Not all ancient things are toothless. Yet you may be wise, my young friend. Perhaps it is safer to rob the tombs of the ancient dead, of those who have had time to forget their wrongs. When I was young, I too went to Greece, to Mena where the old blood is purest, to write a book. But I saw what I dared not write. There are dead there who need no curses, they can act." He shuddered and crossed himself. Philip said indulgently, if dead men could walk because they had reason for revenge, a lot of them would have done it these last few years. The men who died in concentration camps, for instance. The savant said seriously, "That depends on the man, my friend, on what he studied while he was alive, what he knew and believed, on what his background was. Among simple yet ancient peoples who are still near the source of things, there are survivals." He rambled on, learnedly yet drunkenly, about primeval man, about vision and gifts that his modern descendants had lost, until Philip got very bored and took too many drinks. He had a headache next morning when he boarded the plane for Athens, but it was only the beginning of his headaches. For when he reached the little seaside village that had been the site of Dragoumis's work, he found nothing. Only the few tholoi that the great Greek had first found and explored were still visible. The bulk of that underground collection of mysterious Mycenaean tomb chambers had vanished as if the hills out of whose sides they had been carved had swallowed them up again. It seemed strange, in spite of the disaster that had come upon Dr. Dragoumis and his Kio workers, the guerrilla warfare that had raged for years afterward through this grim land of sea and mountains, and was still uncomfortably near. So near, in fact, that it had taken Philip years to get his own permit to dig. A landslide had covered the excavations, that was all he could learn. Though some of the villagers must have known the approximate location of the buried sites, they would tell him nothing. They acted either sullen or blandly ignorant, too ignorant. He had a queer and unreasonable feeling that they were afraid. Sophoulis, the local school teacher, advised him to go to Mme Dragoumis. "She may still have some of her husband's papers, Kyrie." "You mean she still lives here?" Philip asked in surprise. He had heard of Mme Dragoumis as one of the famous beauties of the Balkans, a very gay and fashionable woman, much younger than her husband. In that island villa of theirs. "She will not leave it, Kyrie. Not for an hour. Not once since that night the doctor died has she set foot on the mainland. She says that her husband is still alive, that she must be there to greet him if he returns. She dares not leave it," Mrs. Sophoulis said with a hard little smile. "Her family has been worried about her, and once they even sent doctors to take her away, but she locked herself in her room and said she would kill herself if they broke the doors down. That it would be better to die that way than to go ashore. Philip felt a little apprehensive. The lady might not be sane enough to be of any help to him. "I thought the Nazis shot Dr. Dragumis," he said. "So it is said. None knows," Sophoulis said heavily. "They suspected him of hiding arms smuggled in from British submarines, and perhaps he was. Or perhaps he had found tombs in which there were precious things, treasures that he feared the Nazis might carry off to Germany. Certainly he was doing something that he wished to keep secret. He was a giant who could outdig any of his men, and toward the last he dug oftenest by moonlight and alone. It must have been the tombs themselves that he wished to protect," Philip said stiffly. "No true scientist would risk such monuments of TI past by storing arms in them. Who knows, Kyrie? A true patriot will risk anything. At least there was talk, too much talk, perhaps even someone who wished to talk too much." So the Nazis waited for him, that night at the villa. Kyria Dragumis says that they shot him as he was escaping through the French windows, but that so great was his strength that he ran on, with their bullets in him. And later, when they searched the tholoway where they thought he might be hiding, the mountain itself slid forward and covered them. Yes, the very mountains seemed angry that the invaders should dare go poking about among their bowels. It took them 2 days to dig out the bodies of their Gestapo men, Kyrie. Mrs. Sophoulis cut in excitedly, her dark eyes bright. "But they never found the doctor, Kyrie, and some of our people say that they have seen him since by moonlight pacing the cliffs above the sea and looking out toward his home across the waters." Her husband laughed a little uneasily. "Our peasants hereabouts are still very superstitious, Kyrie. They can see anything." "So it seems," said Philip dryly. "You think that mine, Dragumis, might be able to help me then?" "She would not," Mrs. Sophoulis snorted. "She never knew anything about it. She took no interest in it, or in anything but parties and young men. She stays on the island now only because she is afraid, not for love of her dear dead husband. Poof! Keep away from her, Kyrie. She is bad luck, that one." Sophoulis's fist pounded the table. "Be still, woman. None has any right to speak against Kyria Dragumis. I have told you that I will have no idiotic women's gossip in my house." There was evidently some local feeling against Dragumis, Philip thought as he left. Possibly only among the women. Sophoulis was clearly either too fair-minded or too cautious to lend himself to it. Yet what fear could they possibly think kept Dragumis on the island? Surely government guards could have kept her safe from any guerrilla ambush. The whole business was a puzzle. Why should Dragumis have been fool enough that night to attempt escape? He could not have hidden anything incriminating in the tombs. Attempted escape was an age-old, trite pretext to cover murder. But why should anybody have wanted to murder Dragumis, a scientist who had surely had too much sense to take any interest in anything but his work? Well, it was none of his business. What concerned him was to find a way into those lost Mycenaean vaults without blasting holes in their sides while he was at it. He took a boat and had himself rowed out to the island, to the little landing stage from which broad steps led up to a white villa above the sea, a villa set like a pearl upon a terrace made green and silver by the foliage of orange and olive trees. Or so he thought until he saw Auntie Dragumis and knew the difference between pearl and setting, between life and mere existence. She was a beauty. She was delight and wonder and youth, the youth that Philip had never had. She set fire to the dry man as flame fires tinder, and she was gracious to him. She was kind. Yes, she still had some of her husband's papers. She would show them to him and search for more. He could help her search if he liked. He did. He went again and again to that villa on the island. He filled his eyes and ears with her, with the soft music of her voice, with the curves of her body, that made softer music whenever she moved, with the warm red of her lips and the depths of her shining eyes. And then one day she let him fill his arms. He tried after that to get her to marry him and go away with him. "Your husband is dead, Anthe. He has been dead these 5 years. It cannot hurt you to accept that now. You do not love him anymore." But she shook her head. He was not too badly hurt that night. He rowed himself back to the mainland. He was a peasant, born in a hut in Maine, not civilized like you and me, for all his learning. He was very strong, Philip, strong like the men of an earlier world. It would be hard for him to die. Jealousy leapt in him. So that was it. Dragumis's brute strength had dazzled her, his hard peasant heritage. That was what she liked in a man. He said roughly, "If he's alive, why hasn't he come back to you?" What could he have been afraid of after the Nazis left? Afraid enough to make him stay away from a wife like you? He kissed her hard and savagely. He strained her close, trying to hurt her, to prove that he too was strong. She laughed up into his face and stroked his cheek. "You would not stay away from me, would you, my Philip? Don't worry. I love you more than I ever loved him. You are much younger than he was, though he loved me very much as you could ever do." "Then why would he stay away from you?" Philip muttered. She looked up at him very seriously then, her eyes gone grave. "Because that last night he accused me of betraying him to the Nazis. Because the officer who came to arrest him was young and very handsome, a man I had danced with several times in Athens." She shivered. "But he was not handsome when they dug him out from under the mountain, after he had tried to follow my husband into the ancient tombs." Philip stared at her in horror. "You don't mean that Dragumis did have explosives in there and deliberately set them off, that he'd have destroyed Tholoi just to kill a few men?" She laughed. "Not a few men, no. One man, the man he thought had taken me from him. You would not do that, would you, my archaeologist, my ruin lover? After all, it was Kimon, my poor aging Kimon, who loved me best." Suspicion stabbed him suddenly, like a knife twisting in his flesh. He shook her. "Did you love the German then, Anthe? He was younger than your husband too, and so handsome." But that insulted her. She stormed at him. She raged and wept, until he practically had to go down on his knees and apologize to her. Until suspicion faded, became a shameful outrage that he dared not even remember. When she was quiet again, he tried once more to persuade her that her husband must be dead. "No living man could have stayed away from you so long. Whatever he was fool or mad enough to believe for the moment he could not. You are so beautiful, Anthe." But she only wept again and shivered. "You did not know Kimon, my Philip." "I did." She peered nervously over her shoulder, at the shadows that seemed to have grown blacker over the bed. "He was so strong, Philip. He was like the giant who could not die so long as he could touch his mother, the earth. Nothing could ever kill him completely here in his own hills. I think that he is still waiting somewhere, inside the mountain, in his Tholoi, waiting, watching for me. That is why I never dare set foot on the mainland, why I never can unless he is found and laid." Philip stared at her blankly. "But even if he were there, Anthe, a madman, in hiding, getting food somehow, he'd have stolen a boat Arid come out here long ago. You must see that." She looked very straight at him then. Her eyes were pits of blackness, blacker than the shadows. Her voice was hushed, almost a whisper. "There are those who cannot cross water." For a minute he did not understand. Then his face went whiter than hers, with an incredulous yet comprehending horror. For now at last he knew. Evil things could not cross water. The unalive yet undead could not. The terrible Vrykolax of Greek belief. All these years she had been lying. All these years she had believed her husband dead. A man no longer, but a thing of supernatural evil, an avenger who was seeking her. Why? About what else had she lied? But she had risen. She was coming toward him. Her eyes held his. Their warm brightness was all around him, and her arms were round his neck. "You will do that for me, my Philip? You will find him and lay him, so that we can go away together and be married, so that we can forget him and love each other, always." She pressed her cheek against his. "You will set me free from fear. You will do that for your Anthe, Philip? For me?" Her lips moved along his cheek softly, touched his ear. He stood quite still in her arms. He said hoarsely, "How could I find him even if he were there?" She said softly, almost crooning, "You will find him. You will lay him for your Anthe, for me." He did not answer. He stood there horrified, trying to think. In England and in Poland, they used to bury the unquiet dead with stakes through their hearts, to keep them down, to keep them from walking. What had been done to such dead men in Greece? He could not remember. Something not so simple as a stake, he thought. Something horrible. She pressed herself closer against him. She whispered, "It will not be so hard. I can tell you where to find the last tomb he found, the greatest, the royal Tholos, the one he said he kept secret for fear the Nazis would loot it. You think he would have gone there, knowing that you knew the place?" Philip laughed harshly. "He would have, to save what he could. He loved it more than anything, even me. Night after night he used to tell me of it, to describe his precious day's work when I wanted to sleep. But now at last that will be useful. It will help you to find him, and then you will cut off his arms and legs, so that he will have no feet to follow us, no hands to strike us." Philip said bitterly, "Do you want to tie them under his armpits, as murderers used to do in Solon's time? Are you mad, Anthe? I am to listen to you." She flung back her head, her eyes hard with suspicion. "No, I do not want them tied under his armpits. I want them brought here to me tonight. There are signs by which I shall know them. Do not think that you can deceive me. If I do not get them, I will never marry you. You shall never touch me again." Night found Philip on the mountainside, high above the lights of the village. He had one man with him, a big fellow with the brawn of an ox and almost as few brains. He came from another village, and if by any unlucky chance he should see Dr. Dragumis's body, he would not recognize it. He had said nothing, only looked scared and crossed himself when Philip had explained the need for this secret digging by night. "There may be treasures in this tomb, Costa, golden things that it would be risky to let the guerrillas hear of, though there is probably nothing but pottery and old stones. And perhaps fragments of some old king's body. If it is not well preserved, I may bring them up." Costa would not be surprised now if he saw pieces of a corpse. Philip gagged at the thought. It would hardly look human now, after so many years in the musty dark. Or would it? Philip did not know. He shuddered. How could Anthe be afraid of such a thing, lying there helpless, horrible in its rottenness and decay, pitiful because of the very hideousness that cancelled its one-time humanity? She was waiting for him now, below, in a boat about 100 yards offshore. She had to come so far to show him which particular crag covered the buried entrance to the Dromos, to that great passageway leading into the mountain's heart. He had expected her to go back after that, but she was still there, her boat a tiny dark speck upon the moonlit waters, waiting vulture-like, eager for her prey. She was grimly thorough, he thought. Ancient murderers were supposed to have been satisfied with cutting off their victims' hands and feet, but she could imagine the corpse running after her fleetly on the stumps of footless legs, catching and crushing her in handless arms, in an embrace that would break the bones. He shuddered again, mopped his forehead. Easy for a man to have fancies here, amid all this bleak wilderness of rock. "What is it? Are you tired, Kiri?" asked Costa hopefully. "We have been digging almost 4 hours now. You could go down to the boat, to the lady. Did she bring wine for us, Kiri? Philip hesitated. He was tired, and the light was very bad. He had expected the moon to be bright tonight, to make the mountain almost as light as day. But instead, though it shone clear and bright upon the sea, some trick of cloud shadows cut it off from the slopes, shrouded them in pitch. He and Costa had to work by lantern light, and they kept the lantern muffled, for feet it might be seen from the village below. The shadows all around them were dancing, like immense black cats playing with two trapped mice. What if he were to assert himself, to go down to Anthe and tell her that he would do her work another night, when the light was better? But then she would laugh at his weakness, and she would be right. Was it not weakness? He answered Costa's proposition shortly, no. He set his teeth and plunged his spade into the earth, hard, with renewed vigor. And suddenly the spade struck hollowness, sank into the earth as if hands had reached up from below and seized it. A dislodged pebble went rattling on down inside the hole, down, into gulf-like space. Costa crossed himself again and gasped, "May the Panagia, may the Virgin and all the blessed saints preserve us." Earth and massive stones fell together with a great thud. A pit opened, almost beneath their feet. The Greek cried out and jumped back, but Philip laughed. His eyes were shining. He forgot Anthe, he forgot Dragumis. This was what he had come to Greece to find, the discovery he had dreamed for years of making. This was triumph and fulfillment. He dug feverishly, he urged Costa on with both praise and curses, until the hole lay like a wide-open mouth at their feet, a mouth blacker, more thickly solid than the blackness of the night. Philip tied a rope to the lantern. He lowered it into the pit and leaned over, watching course after course of great stone blocks appear and disappear as its golden eye sank deeper, farther into the dark. At last it came to rest upon a rock floor many feet below, making a tiny brilliant island there. Philip took an axe, a flashlight and some cloths, set another rope around his waist and prepared to follow the lantern. "Wait here, Costa. When I jerk the rope, raise me." He wondered fleetingly why he had said that. Surely it would have been simpler to say that he would shout up from the depths. Then he forgot it as he swung downward into space. He looked about him eagerly as he landed. To his right, within a few feet of his descent, the passageway was blocked by rough masses of earth and rock. Probably these covered the real entrance to the Dromos, that which had been hidden for tens of centuries until Dragumis pierced its age-old seals. On that fatal night, it must have been crushed by the landslide that had buried his pursuers. But to the left, the passage stretched on, seemingly endless, into the mountain's heart. For a little way only the lantern's light pierced it, breaking the darkness into pieces, into dancing shadows. Did one of those shadows dart back as he looked, one a little thicker, a little blacker than its fellows? He did not heed it. His heart felt light, exultant, as he leveled his flashlight and walked on toward the blackness that looked solid as a wall. He no longer even felt horror of the axe beneath his arm. If Dragumis could have chosen, surely he would have had his dead body dismembered 1,000 times, rather than let his great discovery be lost again, hidden from mankind, perhaps for more centuries. For on no other terms would Anthe ever have disclosed the secret. Poor girl. Later, when her hysterical, superstitious obsession was over, she would regret this. She would be kind and gentle and fastidious again, as a woman should be. Now he must do whatever was necessary to bring her peace. He went on into the shadows, and they retreated before him slowly, steadily. He followed them down that stone corridor that led through the earth's bowels. Once or twice it seemed to him that he heard a faint, curious rustling among those dark, wavering shapes that recoiled before his flashlight, as if someone were walking ahead of him, stealthily. He decided that it must be some trick of echoes, reverberating oddly in that subterranean place. It could not be bats, for there was never anything where the light came, throw his flashlight where he would. Its beams found only great, bare blocks of stone. Then he came at last to the black rectangle of the inner portal, the opening into that great circular chamber Anthe had told him of. There Dragumis had found golden vessels and golden filigree work, and images of gods that no man had worshipped for ages. There he had found bones, and there perhaps he had left his own. And there, at last, fear took Philip. It closed round his throat like an icy hand. In his inner ears a far-off voice seemed to cry, "Do not disturb the dead. Do not disturb the dead." He shrugged. That voice came out of his childhood, out of superstitions and conventional moralities engraved upon the young mind, as a phonograph record is engraved upon wax. He thought, "I am being foolish as Anthe. I have handled many mummies. I have felt their dry, withered flesh slough off my hands. What difference is there? What real difference? A man can be as dead in 3 minutes as he will be in 3,000 years. He swung the flashlight forward toward the inner chamber. He saw the gleam of gold. He saw strange, grotesque shapes of stone. He saw carved stone larnaki, and in the far corner, a table of red marble. Its legs gleamed under the light, like blood. Was there something on top of the table, among the shadows? Something long and dark and still, like the outstretched form of a man. Once again fear took him. He could not bear to throw the flashlight upon the tabletop to see. He edged slowly into the chamber, moving cautiously, laboriously, as if through invisible barriers. There were no more echoes. In the deathly silence he heard nothing but the fierce, hard pounding of his heart. Suddenly he stopped. He could not bear to go farther, to come within touching distance of that thing that might be lying there. He set his teeth and his will. Slowly, as if it were a rock too heavy for him to move, the flashlight came up. Its beams touched something upon the tabletop. A man's hand that lay lax and brown and leathery upon red marble. A large hand, larger than most men's. Firm and sleek as leather it looked, and yet in some curious and subtle way as lifeless. None could have mistaken it for the hand of a living man. Philip's brain reeled. Through it ran dizzily words he had heard among the Greek peasants and never heeded. The bodies of the walking dead, of those whom the earth had not loosed, were incorruptible, undecaying. And as he looked, the hand changed. The lingers tensed, the long tendons on the back of it rose and stiffened, as if that dark, recumbent form were bracing itself to rise. With a strangled cry of horror, Philip hurled himself forward, the axe gleaming above his head. Costa shivered. The night wind was cold, and once a cry had seemed to drift up from the depths below. He had listened closely after that, but he had not been able to tell whether the cry was repeated, whether a faint, horrible screaming, muffled by distance, had come up from the earth. The rope at his feet jerked suddenly, convulsively, like a great snake. He cried out and jumped bayed, then remembered and gasped with relief. The signal. Gladly he hauled his master up. "The saints be thanked, Kyrie. You are safe. I thought I heard something." The tall man did not answer. He turned and strode off down the mountainside with long, swift strides. He goes very fast, Costa thought, as if there was something before or behind him for which he could not bear to wait. He does not even stop to give me any of the bundles he carries. He followed with a lantern, looking curiously at those bundles. They were long and narrow. They looked like human arms and legs. When he saw a limp hand dangling from one of them, he crossed himself. The old king must have come all to pieces. Who would have thought he would still have looked so human? He gained a little on his master. The lantern rays fell on those packages, and Costa's eyes grew large and round. After that he walked more slowly, and let the distance widen between himself and the tall figure ahead. For through the cloth wrappings something dark was seeping, something that stained the white linen. He dropped farther behind when they came within sight of the shore, and his master spurted suddenly, running out with demonic speed onto the white sands. The clouds had left the moon, the beach was almost as bright as day. A cry came from the boat. The waiting woman tugged at the oars and swung it in, closer. She leaped out upon the sands. Her voice pealed out a song of gladness. "You have them, Philip, you have them!" She ran forward, her arms outstretched, her face bright with triumph. The man waited for her. He had stopped and stood very still. He made no move, either to meet or welcome her. And when she reached him, she did not even look at him. She only clutched, with hands as terribly eager as her eyes, at those packages he carried. Silently, he let her take them. Silently, he stood over her as she unwrapped them. As their ugly, stained contents fell from her paralyzed hands to the earth, and then she screamed. Terribly and horribly she screamed. For the first time she looked up into his face and saw it. He took off his hat, Philip Martin's hat, and moved toward her, and in that clear moonlight, for all the distance. Costa saw that his head was not Philip Martin's head. After that, Costa's eyes closed and he knelt and prayed. He did not see what made the lady scream again. Her cries kept on for quite a long time, but at last the beach was silent. There was no sound on it, even the sound of a retreating footstep. And then, and only then, did Costa find the strength to run away. Later, the Athenian newspapers carried feature headlines: "Fresh guerrilla outrages," "Mutilated body of American archaeologist found in Mycenaean tomb." On a nearby beach had been found the bodies of Kyria Antidragumis and of a man who must have been one of the guerrilla murderers. A giant of a man, whose body, unaccountably, crumbled and fell apart when it was touched. End of At the End of the Corridor by Evangeline Wilner Ensley.
Egocentric Orbit by John Corey. Ere the end of his 15th orbit as Greenland slipped by noiselessly below, he made the routine measurements that tested the operation of his space capsule and checked the automatic instruments which would transmit their stored data to Earth on his next pass over control. Everything normal. All mechanical devices were operating perfectly. This information didn't surprise him. In fact, he really didn't even think about it. The previous orbits and the long simulated flights on Earth during training had made such checks routine and perfect results expected. The capsules were developed by exhaustive testing, both on the ground and as empty satellites, before entrusting them to carry animals, and then the first human. He returned to contemplation of the panorama passing below and above, although, as he noted idly, above and below had lost some of their usual meaning. Since his capsule, like all heavenly bodies, was stable in position with respect to the entire universe, and, thanks to Sir Isaac Newton and his laws, never changed, the Earth and the stars alternated over his head during each orbit. Up now meant whatever was in the direction of his head. He remembered that even during his initial orbit, when the Earth first appeared overhead, he accepted the fact as normal. He wondered if the other two had accepted it as easily. For there had been 2 men hurled into orbit before he ventured into space. 2 others who had also passed the rigorous 3-year training period, and were selected on the basis of overall performance to precede him. He had known them both well and wondered again what had happened on their flights. Of course, they had both returned, depending upon what your definition of return was. The capsules in which they had ventured beyond Earth had returned them living. But this was to be expected, for even the considerable hazards of descent through the atmosphere and the terrible heating which occurred were successfully surmounted by the capsule. Naturally, it had not been expected that the satellites would have to be brought down by command from the ground. But this, too, was part of the careful planning, radio control of the retro-rockets that moved the satellite out of orbit by reducing its velocity. Of course, ground control was to be used only if the astronaut failed to ignite the retro-rockets himself. He remembered everyone's surprise and relief when the first capsule was recovered and its occupant found to be alive. They had assumed that in spite of all precautions he was dead because he had not fired the rockets on the 50th orbit, and it was necessary to bring him down on the 65th. Recovery alive only partially solved the mystery, for the rescuers and all others were met by a haughty, stony silence from the occupant. Batteries of tests confirmed an early diagnosis, complete and utter withdrawal, absolute refusal to communicate. Therapy was unsuccessful. The second attempt was similar in most respects, except that command return was made on the 31st orbit after the astronaut's failure to deorbit at the end of the 30th. His incoherent babble of moons, stars, and worlds was no more helpful than the first. Test after test confirmed that no obvious organic damage had been incurred by exposure outside of the Earth's protective atmosphere. Biopsy of even selected brain tissues seemed to show that microscopic cellular changes due to prolonged weightlessness or primary cosmic ray bombardment, which had been suggested by some authorities, were unimportant. Somewhat reluctantly, it was decided to repeat the experiment a third time. The launching was uneventful. He was sent into space with the precision he expected. The experience was exhilarating, and, although he had anticipated each event in advance, he could not possibly have foreseen the overpowering feeling that came over him. Weightlessness he had experienced for brief periods during training, but nothing could match the heady impression of continuous freedom from gravity. Earth passing overhead was also to be expected from the simple laws of celestial mechanics, but his feeling as he watched it now was inexpressible. It occurred to him that perhaps this was indeed why he was here, because he could appreciate such experiences best. He had been told the stars would be bright, unblinking, and an infinitude in extent, but could mere descriptions or photographs convey the true seeing? On his 21st orbit, he completed his overseeing the entire surface of the planet in daylight. He had seen more of Earth than anyone able to tell about it, but only he had the true feeling of it. The continents were clearly visible, as were the oceans and both polar ice caps. The shapes were familiar, but in only a remote way. A vague indistinctness born of distance served to modify the outlines, and he alone was seeing and understanding. On the dark side of the planet, large cities were marked by indistinct light areas, which paled to insignificance compared to the stars and his sun. He speculated about the others who had only briefly experienced these sights. Undoubtedly, they weren't as capable of fully grasping or appreciating any of these things as he was. It was quite clear that no one else but he could encompass the towering feeling of power and importance generated by being alone in the universe. At the end of the 25th orbit, he disabled the radio control of the retro-rockets and sat back with satisfaction to await the next circuit of his Earth around him. The E&D of Egocentric Orbit, by John Corey. File name, Escape Mechanism by Charles E. Fritsch. TXT. Escape Mechanism by Charles E. Fritsch. Being a world unto one's self is lonely. Even the poor amoeba creature from Venus knew that. She found herself floating again in that strange half-familiar world of murky fluid where only she existed. The liquid was all around her, pressing gently on all sides with a force that cushioned but did not restrain. It was a pleasant sensation, a calming one. The cares of the outside world were non-existent and therefore meaningless. She drifted, unhampered by the fluid. There seemed to be no direction but outward. Her thoughts went out, and they returned with impressions. This was her world, and she was the center of it. It pleased her to think this. It was an alien pleasure that was mental and without physical counterpart. There was quiet, stillness, a peace she had never known. The fluid flowed about her like a great silent sea that held no sound, no movement. It seemed natural that she should be here. She was content. At the accustomed time, the auto-hypnotics in Miss Abby Martin's body forced her to the threshold of consciousness and cleared her brain of the fog of sleep. Slowly, She opened her eyes to the morning brightness of her bedroom and stared at the vacant skylight and the blue expanse of sky beyond it, not quite comprehending where she was. The cloud foam cushions of her bed gave credence to the floating sensation she had had during her dream, and for a few seconds she lacked orientation. Then her eyes wandered about the room, to the closed door of the Raybath stall, the retracted dressing table, the chronometer label that told her it was March 14, 21:23 at 30 seconds past 700 hours, the subtle intonation of her favorite music, Churton's Maze of Crystal, murmured softly from the walls. Awareness came then, and she lay back on the bed and tried to follow the intricate crystal melodies. But a frown ridged her brow, and she wondered at the strange dream instead. She had found it pleasant enough, for she rather enjoyed the languid floating sensation, the feeling of being self-sufficient, a world unto herself. Yet the very fact of the dream's existence in a world where such things were manufactured disturbed her, for she had taken no dream pills the night before, nor at any of the other times the dream had come. The incident made her almost wish that witch-doctor psychiatrics had not been outlawed 20 years ago, so she might get some inkling of the dream's meaning. But psychiatrists had been pulled forcibly from the web of society when mental derangements were put under the jurisdiction of the somaticists. Overhead, a rocket thundered, shaking the house with a gentle hand, and Abby turned her attention to the sound, momentarily forgetting the dream. Through the one-way skylight, she saw a speck of light accelerate beyond vision. She shook her head impatiently. Rush, 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 that was all people seemed to think about these days. Go to the moon, go to Mars, go to Venus. In time they might go to the outer planets and perhaps even try to reach the stars, as though they didn't have enough trouble right here on Earth. All they did, it seemed, was hunt down poor beasts from the various planets and bring them back to Earth to put in cages and tanks on display, ostensibly to learn more of the planets by studying their inhabitants. To Abby, it seemed cruel and unnecessary. Like that poor amoeba creature from Venus, she thought, remembering the day last week when she and her niece Linda had visited the zoo to see this latest acquisition. It was a creature captured from the giant oceans of the second planet.
The Man Upstairs by P.G. Wodehouse. Weird Tales, November 1953. There were 3 distinct stages in the evolution of Annette Broham's attitude towards the knocking in the room above. In the beginning it had been merely a vague discomfort. Absorbed in the composition of her waltz, she had heard it almost subconsciously. The second stage set in when it became a physical pain like red-hot pincers wrenching her mind from her music. Finally, with a thrill in indignation, she knew it for what it was, an insult. The unseen brute disliked her playing and was intimating his views with a boot heel. Defiantly, with her foot on the loud pedal, she struck, almost slapped, the keys once more. Bang! From the room above. Bang! Bang! Annette rose. Her face was pink, her chin tilted, her eyes sparkled with the light of battle. She left the room and started to mount the stairs. No spectator, however just, could have helped feeling a pang of pity for the wretched man who stood unconscious of imminent doom, possibly even triumphant, behind the door at which she was on the point of tapping. "Come in," cried the voice, rather a pleasant voice. But what is a pleasant voice if the soul be vile? Annette went in. The room was a typical Chelsea studio, scantily furnished and lacking a carpet. In the center was an easel behind which were visible a pair of trousered legs. A cloud of grey smoke was curling up over the top of the easel. "I beg your pardon," began Annette. "I don't want any models at present," said the brute. "Leave your card on the table." "I am not a model," said Annette coldly. "I merely came." At this the brute emerged from his fortifications, and, removing his pipe from his mouth, jerked his chair out into the open. "I beg your pardon," he said. "Won't you sit down?" How reckless is nature in the distribution of her gifts. Not only had this black-hearted knocker on floors a pleasant voice, but, in addition, a pleasing exterior. He was slightly dishevelled at the moment, and his hair stood up in a disordered mop, but in spite of these drawbacks, he was quite passably good-looking. Annette admitted this. Though wrathful, she was fair. "I thought it was another model," he explained. "They've been coming in at the rate of 10 an hour ever since I settled here." I didn't object at first. But after about the 80th child of sunny Italy had shown up, it began to get on my nerves. Annette waited coldly till he had finished. "I am sorry," she said, in a this-is-where-you-get-yours voice, "if my playing disturbed you." One would have thought nobody but an Eskimo wearing his furs and winter underclothing could have withstood the iciness of her manner, but the brute did not freeze. "I am sorry," repeated Annette, well below zero, "if my playing disturbed you. I live in the room below and I heard you knocking." "No, no," protested the young man affably. "I like it. Really I do." "Then why knock on the floor?" said Annette, turning to go. "It is so bad for my ceiling," she said over shoulder. "I thought you would not mind my mentioning it. Good afternoon." "No, but one moment, don't go." She stopped. He was surveying her with a friendly smile. She noticed most reluctantly that he had a nice smile. His composure began to enrage her more and more. Long ere this he should have been writhing at her feet in the dust, crushed and abject. "You see," he said, "I'm awfully sorry, but it's like this. I love music, but what I mean is, you weren't playing a tune. It was just the same bit over and over again." "I was trying to get a phrase," said Annette with dignity but less coldly. In spite of herself, she was beginning to thaw. There was something singularly attractive about this shock-headed youth. "A phrase of music for my waltz. I am composing a waltz." A look of such unqualified admiration overspread the young man's face that the last remnants of the ice pack melted. For the first time since they had met, Annette found herself positively liking this blackguardly floor smiter. "Can you compose music?" he said, impressed. "I have written 1 or 2 songs. It must be great to be able to do things, artistic things, I mean, like composing." "Well, you do, don't you? You paint." The young man shook his head with a cheerful grin. "I fancy," he said, "I should make a pretty good house painter. I want scope. Canvas seems to cramp me." It seemed to cause him no discomfort. He appeared rather amused than otherwise. "Let me look." She crossed over to the easel. "I shouldn't," he warned her. "You really want to. Is this not mere recklessness? Very well, then." To the eye of an experienced critic, the picture would certainly have seemed crude. It was a study of a dark-eyed child holding a large black cat. Statisticians estimate that there is no moment during the day when one or more young artists somewhere on the face of the globe are not painting pictures of children holding cats. "I call it Child and Cat," said the young man. "Rather a neat title, don't you think? Gives you the main idea of the thing right away." "That," he explained, pointing obligingly with the stem of his pipe, "is the cat." Annette belonged to that large section of the public which likes or dislikes a picture according to whether its subject happens to please or displease them. Probably there was not one of the 1,000,000 or so child and cat eyesores at present in existence which she would not have liked. Besides, he had been very nice about her music. "I think it's splendid," she announced. The young man's face displayed almost more surprise than joy. "Do you really?" he said. "Then I can die happy, that is, if you'll let me come down and listen to those songs of yours first." "You would only knock on the floor," objected Annette. "I'll never knock on another floor as long as I live," said the ex-brute reassuringly. "I hate knocking on floors. I don't see what people want to knock on floors for anyway." Friendships ripen quickly in Chelsea. Within the space of an hour and a quarter, Annette had learned that the young man's name was Alan Beverley, for which family heraldic affliction she pitied rather than despised him. That he did not depend entirely on his work for a living, having a little money of his own, and that he considered this a fortunate thing. From the very beginning of their talk, he pleased her. She found him an absolutely new and original variety of the unsuccessful painter. Unlike Reginald Sellers, who had a studio in the same building and sometimes dropped in to drink her coffee and pour out his troubles, he did not attribute his non-success to any malice or stupidity on the part of the public. She was so used to hearing Sellers lash the Philistine and hold forth on unappreciated merit that she could hardly believe the miracle when, in answer to a sympathetic bromide on the popular lack of taste in art, Beverly replied that, as far as he was concerned, the public showed strong good sense. If he had been striving with every nerve to win her esteem, he could not have done it more surely than with that one remark. Though she invariably listened with a sweet patience which encouraged them to continue long after the point at which she had begun in spirit to throw things at them, Annette had no sympathy with men who whined. She herself was a fighter. She hated as much as anyone the sickening blows which fate hands out to the struggling and ambitious, but she never made them the basis of a monologue act. Often, after a dreary trip round the offices of the music publishers, she would howl bitterly in secret and even gnaw her pillow in the watches of the night, but in public her pride kept her unvaryingly bright and cheerful. Today, for the first time, she revealed something of her woes. There was that about the mop-headed young man which invited confidences. She told him of the stony-heartedness of music publishers, of the difficulty of getting songs printed unless you paid for them, of their wretched sales. "But those songs you've been playing," said Beverly, "they've been published." "Yes, those 3, but they are the only ones." "And didn't they sell?" "Hardly at all. You see, a song doesn't sell unless somebody well-known sings it, and people promise to sing them and then don't keep their word. You can't depend on what they say." "Give me their names," said Beverly, "and I'll go round tomorrow and shoot the whole lot. But can't you do anything?" "Only keep on keeping on." "I wish," he said, "that any time you're feeling blue about things you would come up and pour out the poison on me. It's no good bottling it up. Come up and tell me about it, and you'll feel ever so much better. Or let me come down. Any time things aren't going right, just knock on the ceiling." She laughed. "Don't rub it in," pleaded Beverly. "It isn't fair. There's nobody so sensitive as a reformed floor knocker. You will come up or let me come down, won't you? Whenever I have that sad, depressed feeling, I go out and kill a policeman. But you wouldn't care for that. So the only thing for you to do is to knock on the ceiling. Then I'll come charging down and see if there's anything I can do to help. You'll be sorry you ever said this." "I won't," he said stoutly. "If you really mean it, it would be a relief," she admitted. "Sometimes I'd give all the money I'm ever likely to make for someone to shriek my grievances at. I always think it must have been so nice for the people in the old novels, when they used to say, 'Sit down and I will tell you the story of my life.' Mustn't it have been heavenly?" "Well," said Beverly, rising, "you know where I am if I'm wanted. Right up there where the knocking came from." "Knocking?" said Annette. "I remember no knocking." "Would you mind shaking hands?" said Beverly. A particularly maddening hour with one of her pupils drove her up the very next day. Her pupils were at once her salvation and her despair. They gave her the means of supporting life, but they made life hardly worth supporting. Some of them were learning the piano. Others thought they sang. All had solid ivory skulls. There was about a teaspoonful of grey matter distributed among the entire squad. And the pupil Annette had been teaching that afternoon had come in at the tail end of the division. In the studio with Beverly she found Reginald Sellers, standing in a critical attitude before the easel. She was not very fond of him. He was a long, offensive, patronizing person with a moustache that looked like a smear of charcoal and a habit of addressing her as "Ah, little one." Beverly looked up. "Have you brought your hatchet, Miss Brougham? If you have, you're just in time to join in the massacre of the innocents. Sellers has been smiting my child and cat hip and thigh. Look at his eye. There. Did you see it flash then? He's on the warpath again. My dear Beverly, said Sellers rather stiffly, I am merely endeavouring to give you my idea of the picture's defects. I am sorry if my criticism has to be a little harsh. Go right on, said Beverly cordially. Don't mind me, it's all for my good. Well, in a word then, it is lifeless. Neither the child nor the cat lives. He stepped back a pace and made a frame of his hands. The cat now, he said. It is, how shall I put it? It has that kind of cat wouldn't, said Beverly. It isn't that breed. I think it's a dear cat, said Annette. She felt her temper, always quick, getting the better of her. She knew just how incompetent Sellers was, and it irritated her beyond endurance to see Beverly's good-humoured acceptance of his patronage. At any rate, said Beverly with a grin, you both seem to recognize that it is a cat. You're solid on that point, and that's something, seeing I'm only a beginner. I know, my dear fellow, I know, said Sellers graciously. You mustn't let my criticism discourage you. Don't think that your work lacks promise. Far from it. I am sure that in time you will do very well indeed, quite well. A cold glitter might have been observed in Annette's eyes. Mr. Sellers, she said smoothly, had to work very hard himself before he reached his present position. You know his work, of course? For the first time Beverly seemed somewhat confused. Why? He began. Oh, but of course you do, she went on sweetly. It's in all the magazines. Beverly looked at the great man with admiration and saw that he had flushed uncomfortably. He put this down to the modesty of genius. In the advertisement pages, said Annette, Mr. Sellers drew that picture of the walk-easy shoe and the rest-a-while settee and the tin of sardines in the little gem sardine. Advertisement. He's very good at still life. There was a tense silence. Beverly could almost hear the voice of the referee uttering the count. Miss Brougham, said Sellers at last, spitting out the words, has confined herself to the purely commercial side of my work. There is another. Why, of course there is. You sold a landscape for £5 only 8 months ago, didn't you? And another 3 months before that. It was enough. Sellers bowed stiffly and stalked from the room. Beverly picked up a duster and began slowly to sweep the floor with it. What are you doing? Demanded Annette in a choking voice. The fragments of the wretched man, whispered Beverly. They must be swept up and decently interred. You certainly have got the punch, Miss Brougham. He dropped the duster with a startled exclamation, for Annette had suddenly burst into a flood of tears. With her face buried in her hands, she sat in her chair and sobbed desperately. Good Lord, said Beverly blankly. I'm a cat. I'm a beast. I hate myself. Good Lord, said Beverly blankly. I'm a pig. I'm a fiend. Good Lord, said Beverly blankly. We're all struggling and trying to get on and having hard luck, and instead of doing what I can to help, I go and to taunt him with not being able to sell his pictures. I'm not fit to live. Oh, good Lord, said Beverly blankly. A series of gulping sobs followed, diminishing by degrees into silence. Presently she looked up and smiled, a moist and pathetic smile. I'm sorry, she said, for being so stupid, but he was so horrid and patronizing to you I couldn't help scratching. I believe I'm the worst cat in London. No, this is, said Beverly, pointing to the canvas, at least according to the late Sellers. But, I say, tell me, isn't the deceased a great artist then? He came curveting in here with his chest out and started to slate my masterpiece, so I naturally said, what ho, 'tis a genius, isn't he? He can't sell his pictures anywhere. He lives on the little he can get from illustrating advertisements. And I taunt, please, said Beverly apprehensively. She recovered herself with a gulp. I can't help it, she said miserably. I rubbed it in. Oh, it was hateful of me. But I was all on edge from teaching one of my awful pupils, and when he started to patronize you. She blinked. Poor devil, said Beverly. I never guessed. Good Lord. Annette rose. I must go and tell him I'm sorry, she said. He'll snub me horribly, but I must. She went out. Beverly lit a pipe and stood at the window, looking thoughtfully down into the street. It is a good rule in life never to apologize. The right sort of people do not want apologies, and the wrong sort take a mean advantage of them. Sellers belonged to the latter class. When Annette, meek, penitent, with all her claws sheathed, came to him and grovelled, he forgave her with a repulsive magnanimity which in a less subdued mood would have stung her to renewed pugnacity. As it was, she allowed herself to be forgiven, and retired with a dismal conviction that from now on he would be more insufferable than ever. Her surmise proved absolutely correct. His visits to the newcomer's studio began again, and Beverly's picture, now nearing completion, came in for criticism enough to have filled a volume. The good humour with which he received it amazed Annette. She had no proprietary interest in the painting beyond what she acquired from a growing regard for its parent, which disturbed her a good deal when she had time to think of it. But there were moments when only the recollection of her remorse for her previous outbreak kept her from rending the critic. Beverly, however, appeared to have no artistic sensitiveness whatsoever. When Sellers savaged the cat in a manner which should have brought the SPCA down upon him, Beverly merely beamed. His long-sufferingness was beyond Annette's comprehension. She began to admire him for it. To make his position as critic still more impregnable, Sellers was now able to speak as one having authority. After years of floundering, his luck seemed at last to have turned. His pictures, which for months had lain at an agent's, careened like crippled battleships, had at length begun to find a market. Within the past 2 weeks, 3 landscapes and an allegorical painting had sold for good prices, and under the influence of success he expanded like an opening floret. When Epstein, the agent, wrote to say that the allegory had been purchased by a Glasgow plutocrat of the name of Bates for 160 guineas, Sellers' views on Philistines and their crass materialism and lack of taste underwent a marked modification. He spoke with some friendliness of the man Bates. To me, said Beverly when informed of the event by Annette, the matter has a deeper significance. It proves that Glasgow has at last produced a sober man. No drinker would have dared face that allegory. The whole business is very gratifying. Beverly himself was progressing slowly in the field of art. He had finished The Child and Cat, and had taken it to Epstein together with a letter of introduction from Sellers. Sellers' habitual attitude now was that of the kindly celebrity who has arrived and wishes to give the youngsters a chance. Since its departure, Beverly had not done much in the way of actual execution. Whenever Annette came to his studio, he was either sitting in a chair with his feet on the windowsill, smoking, or in the same attitude listening to Sellers' views on art. Sellers, being on the upgrade, a man with many pounds to his credit in the bank, had more leisure now. He had given up his advertisement work and was planning a great canvas, another allegorical work. This left him free to devote a good deal of time to Beverly, and he did so. Beverly sat and smoked through his harangues. He may have been listening, or he may not. Annette listened once or twice, and the experience had the effect of sending her to Beverly, quivering with indignation. "Why do you let him patronize you like that?" she demanded. "If anybody came and talked to me like that about my music, I don't know what I'd do. Yes, even if he were really a great musician. Don't you consider Sellers a great artist, then, even now? He seems to be able to sell his pictures, so I suppose they must be good, but nothing could give him the right to patronize you as he does. My learned friend's manner would be intolerable in an emperor to a black beetle," quoted Beverly. "Well, what are we going to do about it? If only you could sell a picture too. Ah, well, I've done my part of the contract. I've delivered the goods. There the thing is at Epstein's. The public can't blame me if it doesn't sell." All they've got to do is to waltz in their thousands and fight for it. And by the way, talking of waltzes, oh, it's finished, said Annette dispiritedly. Published too, for that matter. Published? What's the matter then? Why this drooping sadness? Why aren't you running around the square singing like a bird? Because, said Annette, unfortunately, I had to pay the expenses of publication. It was only £5, but the sales haven't caught up with that yet. If they ever do, perhaps there'll be a new edition. And will you have to pay for that? No, the publishers would. Who are they? Gruszczynski and Buchterkirch. Heavens, then what are you worrying about? The thing's a cert. A man with a name like Gruszczynski could sell a dozen editions by himself. Helped and inspired by Buchterkirch, he will make the waltz the talk of the country. Infants will croon it in their cots. He didn't seem to think so when I saw him last. Of course not. He doesn't know his own power. Gruszczynski's shrinking diffidence is a byword in musical circles. He is the genuine human violet. You must give him time. I'll give him anything if he'll only sell an edition or two, said Annette. The outstanding thing was that he did. There seemed no particular reason why the sale of that waltz should not have been as small and as slow as that of any other waltz by an unknown composer. But almost without warning, it expanded from a trickle into a flood. Gruszczynski, beaming paternally whenever Annette entered the shop, which was often, announced 2 new editions in a week. Beverley, his artistic growth still under a watchful eye of Sellers, said he had never had any doubts as to the success of the thing from the moment when a single phrase in it had so carried him away that he had been compelled to stamp his applause enthusiastically on the floor. Even Sellers forgot his own triumphs long enough to allow him to offer affable congratulations. And money came rolling in, smoothing the path of life. Those were great days. There was a hat. Life, in short, was very full and splendid. There was, indeed, but one thing which kept it from being perfect. The usual drawback to success is that it annoys one's friends so, but in Annette's case, this drawback was absent. Sellers' demeanour towards her was that of an old established inmate welcoming a novice into the Hall of Fame. Her pupils, worthy souls, though bone-headed, fawned upon her. Beverley seemed more pleased than anyone, yet it was Beverley who prevented her paradise from being complete. Successful herself, she wanted all her friends to be successful, but Beverley, to her discomfort, remained a cheery failure, and worse, absolutely refused to snub Sellers. It was not as if Sellers' advice and comments were disinterested. Beverley was simply the instrument on which he played his songs of triumph. It distressed Annette to such an extent that now, if she went upstairs and heard Sellers' voice in the studio, she came down again without knocking. One afternoon, sitting in her room, she heard the telephone bell ring. The telephone was on the stairs, just outside her door. She went out and took up the receiver. "Halloa," said a querulous voice. "Is Mr. Beverley there?" Annette remembered having heard him go out. She could always tell his footstep. "He is out," she said. "Is there any message?" "Yes," said the voice emphatically. "Tell him that Rupert Morrison rang up to ask what he was to do with all this great stack of music that's arrived. Does he want it forwarded on to him, or what?" The voice was growing high and excited. Evidently, Mr. Morrison was in a state of nervous tension when a man does not care particularly who hears his troubles so long as he unburdens himself of them to someone. "Music," said Annette. "Music," shrilled Mr. Morrison. "Stacks and stacks and stacks of it. Is he playing a practical joke on me or what?" he demanded hysterically. Plainly, he had now come to regard Annette as a legitimate confidant. She was listening. That was the main point. He wanted someone, he did not care whom, who would listen. "He lends me his rooms," wailed Mr. Morrison, "so that I can be perfectly quiet and undisturbed while I write my novel, and first thing I know, this music starts to arrive. How can I be quiet and undisturbed when the floors littered 2 yards high with great parcels of music, and more coming every day. Annette clung weakly to the telephone box. Her mind was in a whirl, but she was beginning to see many things. "Are you there?" called Mr. Morrison. "Yes." What firm does the music come from?" "What's that?" "Who are the publishers who send the music?" "I can't remember. Some long name." "Yes, I've got it. Gruszczynski and someone." "I'll tell Mr. Beverley," said Annette quietly. A great weight seemed to have settled on her head. "Halloa, halloa, are you there?" came Mr. Morrison's voice. "Yes. And tell him there are some pictures too." "Pictures?" "4 great beastly pictures, the size of elephants. I tell you, there isn't room to move." And Annette hung up the receiver. Mr. Beverley, returned from his walk, was racing up the stairs 3 at a time in his energetic way, when, as he arrived at Annette's door, it opened. "Have you a minute to spare?" said Annette. "Of course. What's the trouble? Have they sold another edition of the waltz?" "I have not heard, Mr. Bates." For once she looked to see the cheerful composure of the man upstairs become ruffled, but he received the blow without agitation. "You know my name?" he said. "I know a good deal more than your name. You are a Glasgow millionaire." "It's true," he admitted, "but it's hereditary. My father was one before me." "And you use your money," said Annette bitterly, "creating fool's paradises for your friends, which last, I suppose, until you grow tired of the amusement and destroy them. Doesn't it ever strike you, Mr. Bates, that it's a little cruel? Do you think Mr. Sellers will settle down again cheerfully to hack work when you stop buying his pictures? And he finds out that. "I shan't stop," said the young man. "If a Glasgow millionaire mayn't buy Sellers' allegorical pictures, whose allegorical pictures may he buy? Sellers will never find out. He'll go on painting and I'll go on buying, and all will be joy and peace." "Indeed. And what future have you arranged for me?" "You," he said reflectively. "I want to marry you." Annette stiffened from head to foot. He met her blazing eyes with a look of quiet devotion. "Marry me? I know what you are thinking," he said. "Your mind is dwelling on the prospect of living in a house decorated throughout with Sellers' allegorical pictures. But it won't be. We'll store them in the attic." She began to speak, but he interrupted her. "Listen," he said. "Sit down, and I will tell you the story of my life. We'll skip the first 28 years and 3 months, merely mentioning that for the greater part of that time I was looking for somebody just like you. A month and 9 days ago I found you. You were crossing the embankment. I was also on the embankment, in a taxi. I stopped the taxi, got out, and observed you just stepping into the Charing Cross Underground. I sprang. "This does not interest me," said Annette. "The plot thickens," he assured her. "We left our heroes springing, I think. Just so. Well, you took the West End train and got off at Sloane Square. So did I. You crossed Sloane Square, turned up King's Road, and finally arrived here. I followed. I saw a notice up, studio to let. I reflected that, having done a little painting in an amateur way, I could pose as an artist all right. So I took the studio. Also the name of Alan Beverley. My own is Bill Bates. I had often wondered what it would feel like to be called by some name like Alan Beverley or Cyril Trevelyan. It was simply the spin of the coin which decided me in favor of the former. Once in, the problem was how to get to know you. When I heard you playing, I knew it was all right. I had only to keep knocking on the floor long enough. "Do you mean to tell me?" Annette's voice trembled. "Do you mean to tell me that you knocked that time simply to make me come up? That was it. Rather a scheme, don't you think? And now, would you mind telling me how you found out that I had been buying your waltz? Those remarks of yours about fool's paradises were not inspired solely by the affairs of Sellers. But it beats me how you did it. I swore Rosinski, or whatever his name is, to secrecy. A Mr. Morrison, said Annette indifferently, rang up on the telephone and asked me to tell you that he was greatly worried by the piles of music which were littering the rooms you lent him. The young man burst into a roar of laughter. Poor old Morrison. I forgot all about him. I lent him my rooms at the Albany. He's writing a novel, and he can't work if the slightest thing goes wrong. It just shows. Mr. Bates. Yes? Perhaps you didn't intend to hurt me. I dare say you meant only to be kind. But, oh, can't you see how you have humiliated me? You have treated me like a child, giving me a make-believe success just to keep me quiet, I suppose. He was fumbling in his pocket. May I read you a letter? He said. A letter. Quite a short one. It is from Epstein, the picture dealer. This is what he says. Sir, meaning me, not dear Bill, mind you, just sir, I am glad to be able to inform you that I have this morning received an offer of 10 guineas for your picture, Child and Cat. Kindly let me know if I am to dispose of it at this price. Well, said Annette in a small voice, I have just been to Epstein's. It seems that the purchaser is a Miss Brown. She gave an address in Bayswater. I called at the address. No Miss Brown lives there, but one of your pupils does. I asked her if she was expecting a parcel for Miss Brown, and she said that she had had your letter, and quite understood, and would take it in when it arrived. Annette was hiding her face in her hands. Go away, she said faintly. Mr. Bates moved a step nearer. Do you remember that story of the people on the island who eked out a precarious livelihood by taking in one another's washing? He asked casually. Go away, cried Annette. I've always thought, he said, that it must have drawn them very close together, made them feel rather attached to each other. Don't you? Go away. I don't want to go away. I want to stay and hear you say you'll marry me. Please go away. I want to think. She heard him moving towards the door. He stopped, then went on again. The door closed quietly. Presently from the room above came the sound of footsteps, footsteps pacing monotonously to and fro like those of an animal in a cage. Annette sat listening. There was no break in the footsteps. Suddenly she got up. In one corner of the room was a long pole used for raising and lowering the window sash. She took it, and for a moment stood irresolute. Then with a quick movement, she lifted it and stabbed 3 times at the ceiling. End of The Man Upstairs by P.G. Wodehouse. The Book of the Dead by Frank Gruber. Weird Tales, November 1941. He was conjured back to life, this man, by magic half as old as time, by a secret formula buried deep in the dusty pages of the Book of the Dead. When Eric Hanley left his coupe and started toward the house, Susan Blythe stepped out from the vine-covered arbor and called to him. Mr. Hanley. He turned. Yes, Miss Blythe. Would you mind, she asked, motioning toward the arbor. I want to talk to you about Father. Hanley hesitated. His eyes went from the girl's face to the castle-like English house. She noted his hesitation and came a step closer. Please. I know he summoned you, and it's that I want to talk to you about. I'm afraid. Yes, she was afraid. Everything about her told Hanley that. Her wide eyes, the tautness of her face and the stiffness of her slender body. He moved toward the arbor. What is it? I know your father's been overworking, but it's not the overwork. Well, perhaps it is. You were with him in Egypt. I want you to tell me what you found there, what it is that has changed him so. Hasn't he told you of his discovery? She shook her head. No, but I know it's something important. He's locked himself in his workroom for more than 2 weeks now. He won't let anyone in, and he won't come out. Martha has to leave his food at the door, and when he does think to eat it, he sets the dishes outside the door again. He won't even let me talk to him. He won't see anyone, except Professor Shepherd." "Shepherd!" exclaimed Hanley. "I didn't think he would have anything to do with Shepherd." A little shiver seemed to ripple through Susan Blythe. "I don't like Professor Shepherd." His eyes, Hanley's face hardened, but he withheld his opinion of Professor Martin Shepherd. It would only have worried Susan Blythe more, for Hanley had been quite sure the last time he had seen Professor Shepherd that the man was mad. That had been 3 years ago. He said, "I'm surprised your father's taken up with Professor Shepherd." Yet the moment the words were out, he realized that he wasn't surprised at all. 2 weeks ago, he had quarreled with Professor Blythe. "All right," Blythe had snapped at him. "If you won't help me, I'll get someone who will." A frown creased Hanley's forehead and Susan Blythe saw it. "It's true then, what I've suspected. He's engaged in an experiment. Something evil?" The girl's guess caused Hanley to blink in surprise. His difference with Professor Blythe had been because of something that might be construed by an outsider as evil. He took a step away from the arbor. "Perhaps I'd better talk to your father. I want you to, but I want you to promise that you'll tell me what he's doing when you come out. Will you do that?" Hanley bit his lower lip uneasily. "I may be forced to give my word to him, in which case—" "Don't promise him," exclaimed Susan Blythe. "If it's unreasonable, don't promise anything, please." Her eyes were bright with tears that threatened to cascade down her face. "I'll try," Hanley mumbled, and then backed hurriedly away from her. He almost ran to the big English house. Old Martha, grown grey in the service of the Blythes, let him into the house. "Professor Blythe telephoned me to come and see him, Martha," Hanley told the housekeeper. "Thank the Lord," breathed Martha. "Maybe you can make him stop that awful work he's doing." "Awful, Martha?" The housekeeper shuddered. "The smells that come from the laboratory. You'd think he was embalming some." Hanley left her in the hall. He hurried through the house to the door of the laboratory at the rear. When he reached it, he raised his fist and knocked loudly. He had to repeat the knock before an irascible voice inside snapped, "What the devil do you want? I told you not to disturb me." "It's Eric Hanley, Professor." Hanley heard an exclamation inside the laboratory, then after a moment the door was pulled inward. The overpowering smell that struck Hanley caused him to reel back. Professor Blythe's lean hand reached through the aperture and catching Hanley's wrist pulled him into the room. Come in," he snarled. "We haven't got all day." "Ah," said another voice, "the brilliant young Egyptologist, Mr. Hanley." Hanley glowered at Professor Shepherd, under whom he had studied 12 years before. Even then, Shepherd had been eccentric. It was, in fact, but a year after Hanley's graduation from the university that Shepherd himself had resigned. At the insistence of the university board, it was rumored at the time. Behind Hanley, Professor Blythe was bolting the laboratory door. Hanley, turning, said, "You went on, Professor Blythe. Why did you call me then? You know what I said." "I know what you said," Blythe said harshly. "I know what I said too, that I was on the verge of a discovery that would rock the world, and I would be false to my calling if I did not pursue it to the ultimate conclusion. Well, I have, Hanley." A cold wind seemed to blow against Eric Hanley's spine. His eyes went to the sarcophagus that stood upright against the far wall. The hinge top was open and the sarcophagus was empty. His head swiveled automatically to the table that stood just behind Professor Shepherd. There was a long, large object on the table, and although it was covered with a sheet, Hanley knew what the object was. Muscles stood out in bunches on his jaws. He shook his head slowly. "It's impossible." "Impossible?" cried Professor Shepherd. "Why should it be impossible? Everyone knows that the ancient Egyptians knew more about embalming and preservation than the moderns." Witness the sarcophagi of— Wait a minute, Shepherd. Professor Blythe cut in. He came toward Hanley, and the latter, looking into his eyes, thought for a moment that Blythe was going to take up where they had let off several weeks ago. But after a moment, Professor Blythe's eyes hardened again. He said, "Eric, you had no faith in the papyrus. You gave it up because it was unintelligible." "It was mere gibberish, and you know it," Hanley declared. "I've studied the 18th dynasty papyri in the Egyptian Museum at Cairo, and I know that this one we found is either a forgery of a later period or the work of a maniac or fool of the 18th dynasty. There were both in that period, you know," he finished with a note of irony. Professor Blythe inhaled deeply. "And there are fools today. You're one, Hanley, and I'll admit that I was too for a while. Just because we found the papyrus in an 18th dynasty tomb, we took it for granted that it had to be of that period. That's where we were wrong, Hanley. We should have known from the accoutrements of the tomb that it had been prepared for a savant of that day, a great savant. His colleagues wanted to do him an especial honor, perhaps not an honor, an experiment. They buried with him the original Book of the Dead." Hanley gasped. "What are you talking about?" "The Book of the Dead goes back to the 14th, farther than that, Eric, to the 4th dynasty. 1800 years before Christ. That's why you thought the papyrus unintelligible. Well, I've read it at last, and I give you my word that the text of it is entirely different from the later Book of the Dead, which deals mainly with instructions for the soul of the dead in its journeys. This papyrus, my papyrus tells—" "Don't!" cried Professor Shepherd. "Don't tell him, Blythe. He's a scoffing upstart who wouldn't believe even if he saw it." Eric Hanley's eyes glinted. "Let me see it. I'll believe my own eyes." Professor Blythe led him to a desk on which was spread out, held down at strategic points with weights, an ancient brittle strip of papyrus. Hanley leaned over the hieroglyphics, and the smudged finger of Professor Blythe pointed out symbols to him. "That's where you made your mistake, Hanley. There were 1500 years between those dynasties. Recall how much the medieval and modern languages changed in that many years. Compare your Latin of today with that of the time of the Roman Empire. Compare your Chaucerian English with the English of today. You have a translation of this papyrus?" Hanley asked bluntly. Professor Blythe hesitated, then reached under his tan smock and brought forth a folded sheet of paper. He handed it to Hanley, who opened it and glanced at the typed transcript. He had read less than a paragraph when he exclaimed in amazement, "This is absurd. Surely you're not." Behind him, Professor Shepherd chuckled, and Hanley whirled in time to see the former let fall the edge of the sheet, covering the long object on the table. Hanley was conscious again of the acrid smells in the room, and as the significance of it all struck him, his face blanched. "You're not contemplating?" He stared in bewilderment at Professor Shepherd's evil face, then continued, "On bringing back to life the mummy?" Professor Blythe came up beside him and gripped his arm. "You saw the sarcophagus, Eric. In fact, you helped me smuggle it out of Egypt. You knew that it was in an unusually splendid state of preservation. You attributed that to the dry locale in which we found the tomb. You didn't know about the Book of the Dead." "Let me have it straight," Hanley said slowly. "I can't grasp it." "All right, my boy," said Professor Blythe in a more composed tone. "You've already guessed, but I'll verify your guess. The sarcophagi contained the mummy of an unusual person, a distinctive one for the 18th dynasty. We knew that from the hieroglyphics and the accoutrements of the tomb. A king or noble, we thought at first. We were wrong. The mummy is the mortal remains of a much more important person, Ramahadin. Ramahadin, the last of the great high priests?" Blythe nodded. "When he died, the decline of Egypt began. There was never another great savant of whom there is record. We knew that, and let it go at that. We didn't try to determine the cause. Well, we found it when we opened the sarcophagus. We thought it was so large because there were other fitted casings inside. There weren't. There was just the mummy and a mass of papyri, which it will take years to study. So far we've studied only the one, the Book of the Dead, which was buried with Ramahadin. The reason? Because Ramahadin's followers in their despair decided to bury all knowledge with the Master, and the greatest of all that knowledge is the Book of the Dead, the translation of which you hold in your hand. But this purports to tell how to bring Ramahadin back to life, when the world again needs this knowledge. "That time is now," cried Professor Shepherd, and behold, he suddenly caught hold of the sheet on the table and with a violent jerk swept it off, revealing the object on the table. Eric Hanley uttered a low cry and then reeled back. On the table, clad in yellow, musty robes, lay the body of a man. Hanley took a step forward, stared down at the olive-colored skin, the firm flesh. Cold perspiration broke out on his body. "I don't believe it," he said. "Neither did I at first," cried Professor Blythe. "No mummy was ever found in such a state of preservation after 24 centuries. But the papyrus tells the secret. The embalming of the dead was a closely guarded secret even in the 18th dynasty. The art died out completely just a few centuries later, and even in the 18th dynasty, it was not what it was 1,000 years prior, 1500. The instructions of the original book were not carried out. The only explanation is that the Book of the Dead was lost even then, for centuries. Ramahadin probably discovered it, deciphered it, and entrusted the translation to one or two of his disciples, who followed its secrets in the preparation of Ramahadin's body, then in honor to him, or tribute, buried the book with him." Eric Hanley blinked and gazed in awe at the immobile features of the man on the table. "He looks as if he were only sleeping." "He is sleeping," said Professor Shepherd. "Now." Hanley looked up sharply. "What do you mean?" "I mean, we brought him to life. What do you think we've done here these last 2 weeks? Read the Book of the Dead?" Hanley put his face down to the head of the man on the table. Yes, he was breathing, slow, measured breaths. A frown creased Hanley's forehead. This man was alive, but he couldn't be unless they were playing a trick on him, perpetrating a hoax. He looked again at the faces of the two scientists, and slowly he shook his head. Then he inhaled deeply and appealed to Professor Blythe. "You can't do this, Professor. You can't bring a man dead for 24 centuries to life, to face the modern world. You don't know what will happen, and you'll be responsible." "Bah!" snorted Professor Shepherd. "I don't know why the devil Blythe asked you here anyway. The responsibility's ours, and so is the credit. Remember that, Hanley." He caught up a small copper cylinder. "All right, Blythe." "Wait," cried Professor Blythe. "Perhaps we'd better strap him down." "You can't tell." "Nonsense," retorted Shepherd. "There are 3 of us here. We've dilly-dallied long enough. Here." He held the copper cylinder to the nostrils of the sleeping man, twisted it and removed the cap. A thin stream of bluish vapor curled out of it. Hanley felt the short hair on the back of his neck stand up. He wanted more than anything in the world to run out of that room, but couldn't. He was a scientist as well as Blythe and Shepherd. He remained, his feet rooted to the floor, head craned forward, his eyes intent on the man on the table. For a moment, nothing happened, and Professor Shepherd exclaimed sharply. And then the body twitched and moved. The eyelids flickered up, exposing eyes as black as obsidian. They stared straight at the ceiling for a moment, then rolled sideways and fastened themselves upon Eric Hanley. The full lips parted and air was sucked into the mouth. The mouth opened and a single word came out, a sharp, guttural word. "Dolmacho." Professor Blythe took a step forward. "Dolmakin," he cried. The black eyes left Hanley's face and fixed themselves upon Professor Blythe's taut, white face. Dolmakin Sidi, he said. Professor Blythe whirled upon Eric Hanley and exclaimed, "He understands our debased Egyptian." He turned back to the ancient Egyptian. "Ramahadin, Sidi. Ramahadin, yes. Who are you? Where am I?" The Egyptian sat up suddenly, and his eyes shot wildly about the laboratory. Then a groan escaped his lips. "I do not understand," he said in his harsh, ancient Egyptian tongue. "My servants, where are they?" "Dead," said Professor Shepherd. "They have been dead for 24 centuries. And you have been dead. We've just brought you back to life." For a long moment, the Egyptian stared at Professor Shepherd, his eyes gradually dulling. "It must be so," he finally conceded. "You would not dare otherwise. Not to Ramahadin. The experiment succeeded." "Yes," said Professor Shepherd, "you did not die at all. You were merely placed in a state of suspended animation. Your savants prepared your body for death, and you were dead. For 2400 years, and now you are alive." Ramahadin's eyes continued to roam about the laboratory. "What is all this? Who are you strange-looking creatures? Who is the pharaoh?" "A boy is king of Egypt," Professor Blythe said. "A boy named Farouk. This is not Egypt, however. This is America, land beyond the sea. The barbaric country beyond Sicily. Rome? No, Ramahadin. Rome is alive but almost dead. I forgot. You do not know. The glory that was Greece faded shortly after you died. The Romans became the greatest people of the earth. They conquered Egypt and sent their legions to all parts of the known world. They crushed Carthage and the land of the Jews, and then in their turn, they were defeated. The Teutonic tribes of the north overran Europe. And who defeated them? Asked Ramahadin. They were assimilated. War has ruled the earth ever since you were buried. The world is at war today, the greatest war of all time. Men fly through the skies. That is a lie, cried Ramahadin. Men cannot fly because they cannot grow wings. They built machines. One machine can carry 50 people for 5,000 miles. Ramahadin stared at Professor Blythe. Then his eyes shifted to the face of Professor Shepherd, and in turn to Eric Hanley. All nodded. Men learned to fly, said Eric Hanley, so they could drop bombs upon other men, terrible bombs that destroy entire cities. Man conquered the earth, the sky and the water, but he could not conquer man himself. I am hungry, declared Ramahadin. Bring me food. Professor Blythe went to the house telephone. Martha, he ordered, bring a tray of food to the door. Set it down outside and then leave. No, only for one. He hung up and turned back, just as Ramahadin put his feet upon the floor. America, he said. This must then be the country of Atlantis, the unknown land. Yes, I guess you could call it Atlantis, Hanley said. But it is today the greatest country in the world, the richest and the most powerful. And it is at war. No, but we are aiding the Britons in their war against the Teutons and the Romans. We are sending them ships and airplanes. The Romans, bah, snapped Ramahadin. They have always been at war. One tribe always fought the other, and when neither had anything to fight about, they went to sea in their galleys and became pirates. There is no civilization but Egypt's. Greece is too young, but I forget. What kind of civilization do you have in this America? The greatest the world has even known, said Hanley. We have conquered disease and pestilence. We have built machines that fly through the air. We have invented instruments by which we can talk to men in Egypt 5,000 miles away. We can talk through the very air itself, thousands of miles. But you are still fighting other men? Bah! There was a knock at the door, and Professor Blythe opened it cautiously. He reached out and, bringing in a tray, closed the door again. The Egyptian came forward eagerly. He looked at the food upon the tray, grunted and reached for it with both hands. He ate ravenously. When he had finished, he belched. Now I would see your world. Hankey's lips tightened. He looked at Professor Blythe. The scientist's mouth twitched. I'm afraid. Why not? Interrupted Professor Shepherd. Didn't we bring him back to life to see how he would react to our modern civilization? No, cried Hanley. Not yet. He must see it gradually. Pah, snorted Ramahaddin. I will see it all at once. Lead the way. You can't, protested Hanley. Ramahaddin gave him a cold look. Who is this stripling? He demanded. Who is this youngster who dares to question Ramahaddin? He is a very able scientist, Professor Blythe said. He is. I am Ramahaddin, declared the Egyptian. All scientists bow to me, Professor Shepherd snickered. You're a mummy, Ramahaddin, a mummy we brought to life. The world doesn't even know you exist. You dog, cried Ramahaddin. Down on your knees. He scooped up an empty plate and suddenly hurled it at Shepherd. The professor ducked and the plate missed him by less than an inch. Ramahaddin snarled and picked up a chair. Hanley stepped forward and caught his arm. Ramahaddin jerked himself free and whirled upon Hanley with the raised chair. Hanley sidestepped and smashed his fist against the Egyptian's jaw. Ramahaddin reeled back. The chair crashed to the floor and he stared at Hanley. You dare to strike Ramahaddin? He cried in a tone of awe. You dog, you dare. Please, interrupted Professor Blythe, listen to me. Ramahaddin, it is true. This is a new world. You have been dead 2,400 years. Things have changed. We don't want to shock you by showing you too much at once. I am Ramahaddin, the Egyptian said persistently. I have the knowledge of the ages. There is nothing you could show me or tell me that would shock me. I have meditated on it all. Your flying machines, Pa, they do not frighten me. Your clothing is bizarre, that is all. And speaking of clothes, said Hanley, you've got to put some on. You can no longer go in public without suitable apparel. Fetch me clothing, then. I will make that concession. Professor Blythe, frowning, went to a closet. He brought out one of his own suits, a somewhat soiled shirt and socks and shoes. With his assistance, Ramahaddin was able to dress. He looked then like any swarthy man, whose counterpart could have been seen by the hundreds in any large city. New, show me your America, Ramahaddin said, when he was dressed. I wouldn't, Hanley said quickly. You can't keep him in here a prisoner, Professor Shepherd exclaimed. Blythe's forehead creased. Then he shrugged and moved to the door. Ramahaddin brushed past him. Hanley overtook him in the hall, leading to the living room. He was too late, however. Susan Blythe rose from an armchair and looked in surprise at Ramahaddin. Hanley said quickly, Susan, this is an acquaintance of your father's. He speaks only Egyptian. His name is Ramahaddin. Susan bowed to the Egyptian. She said to Hanley, When did he get here? I didn't see anyone come up today. He was here all night, Professor Blythe said hurriedly. He arrived last night after you had retired. He's an Egyptian scientist. Professor Shepherd and I are consulting with him. Whose woman is this? Ramahaddin said suddenly in Egyptian. She is my daughter, Professor Blythe said. What strange clothes she wears. Ramahaddin grunted. She is too thin, but I will accept her. Cold wind seemed to blow upon the back of Eric Hanley's neck. He saw the glitter in the ancient Egyptian's eyes, and he said softly, This is a different civilization, Ramahaddin. Women are no longer sold or given away by their fathers. Pah! Snorted Ramahaddin. Women are cheap. Not in this world, chuckled Professor Shepherd. I was married to one once. She kept me poor, buying clothes for her. Then you were a fool. A purple Phoenician robe is the best any woman can want. How do men acquire women in this new world? They marry them with the woman's consent, Hanley replied curtly. Very well then, tell this woman I will marry her. Eric Hanley started to speak, but Professor Blythe was ahead of him. "That, too, must wait until you know more of the world you've come into," he said, and it was very apparent that his words carried weight with the Egyptian. Possibly Ramahadin recognized knowledge as power, one scholar to another. "Anyway," went on Susan's father, who was blessed with a sense of humor, which was beginning to assert itself now that the first shock of the success of his experiment was wearing off. "I can't imagine where one would shop for a Phoenician robe, purple or otherwise." This last remark being in English puzzled Susan, but being a scientist's daughter, she shrugged her shoulders and gave Eric a look as if to say that she had told him she feared for her father's sanity in the midst of such extraordinary experiments. Chapter 2. Later it was all explained to her, and although Eric had expected her to view the whole miracle with horror, she seemed to take it in her stride, although both she and Hanley regarded Professor Shepard's association with her father as one of evil. Blythe seemed to have forgotten his disagreement with Eric Hanley and accepted him as one of the circle responsible for the bringing of Ramahadin into a modern world. The scientists contended that their primary interest was in seeing how the ancient Egyptian reacted to that world. Once they had satisfied themselves that the unholy formula from the Book of the Dead would actually work. Also, its possibilities were boundless. Professor Shepard would have started for Egypt at once to unearth, steal, borrow, or buy other sarcophagi to experiment with their contents, but world conditions forbade. Men seemed intent on destroying civilization, not on studying the secrets of its origins. There remained to them Ramahadin himself, and the Egyptian presented a phenomenon extraordinary past all telling. He went about the modern world with a sort of calm superciliousness which pleased Shepard, but annoyed Blythe, and they all were startled when some 3 days after his resuscitation or reincarnation, he appeared able to speak perfect English. "Of course," he said when Professor Blythe's astounded comments on this was made, "have I not the knowledge of all the ages?" "Including yours?" Susan, he still regarded as about to become his property, but the girl's way of meeting this astonished and amused both her father and Eric. She treated the powerful high priest of all knowledge as a callow youth, who might make love to her, but who couldn't possibly be old enough to know his own mind. This attitude at once puzzled and annoyed Ramahadin, but served its purpose, that of keeping the Egyptian at the distance Susan desired. They all treated him as a guest, and took turns showing him the world to which he had returned after 2,400 years. Eric Hanley had some fears of government intervention. A checkup of all aliens in the country was being made, but Professor Shepard pooh-poohed this. "He is a visitor staying with us," he said, "and that will be enough in the meantime. We can certainly fix it up with the authorities later. One thing I have already observed in this country," said Ramahadin, "is that you go to a great deal of trouble to enact laws, then to just as much trouble to ignore them, or get around them, or to know some way of fixing the authorities." "Of course," said Professor Shepard, "that's the way we get along." "I don't agree," replied Professor Blythe. "Some of our citizens may get along that way, but it's not the way a democracy such as ours has become great." "Wait till you understand us a bit better," said Eric Hanley. That understanding in itself was interesting, since two distinct forces were at work promoting it. Shepard's idea was to use the Egyptian's great powers to bring to culmination vast schemes of his own, to help him gain fame, money, and authority. This authority was to be in the world of science, but was to dominate, as the others soon realized, the underworld. He and Ramahadin spent many hours in a laboratory which Shepard maintained in a secret place away from the Blythes, and he tried more and more to disassociate himself from the older man. One result of this was to restore Eric Hanley entirely to Blythe's good graces, and fear for the future of Ramahadin and their astounding experiment with the Book of the Dead made this bond even tighter. It included Susan, who wasn't a scientist's daughter for nothing, and who realized the profound effect Ramahadin's appearance might have on the world. Professor Blythe tried to remonstrate with Shepherd. "You must not seek from Ramahadin secrets not shared by all of us," he said. "Our knowledge of the forgotten lore of ancient peoples must be pooled. It must be given out by us gradually and, yes, reverently." Shepherd only laughed. "I know much now," he said. "That could control the fate of our country and the world." As Shepherd seemed able to win more and more of Ramahadin's confidence, Eric Hanley began to have profound fears, and he and Susan formed a dangerous plan. It was to attract Ramahadin to their way of thinking, to keep him more and more in their company, to show him more and more of the everyday vital life of the great new world around him. And to do this, they both realized it would be Susan who must pit herself against Shepherd's influence. She would have to put aside her distaste for the swarthy stranger, and the risk was great that the price she would have to pay would be high. Susan it was who persuaded Ramahadin to spend long hours with the Blythes. Here he held many discussions with her father about social progress through the ages, analyzed the history of many peoples who had risen and fallen during the long years since Ramahadin had lived upon the earth. "History has followed a pattern," the Egyptian expounded to them. "Peoples have succeeded or failed, as the gods willed, but also according to the might of their minds. This is a good world here in Atlantis." Among themselves, Ramahadin Al alluded to the country of his emergence from the past as Atlantis. Although his miraculous mastering of English and his fantastic ability to absorb facts made it possible for him to talk glibly to others of the Middle West, the mental processes of the Deep South, etc., that his mind held just as detailed and intricate knowledge of world-shaping events of the past was apparent. How this vast wealth of learning was to be infiltrated into modern America was the problem before them. Ramahadin's own scholarly mind seemed to be winning the ascendant over his domineering spirit, and his interest in the news of the New World War was unceasing. He would compare Hitler with other dictators of 1,000 years ago. He realized and comprehended the modern mechanical means of slaughter, but maintained that now, as always, it would be man's spirit that would win. A certain slyness returned to his manner when he realized how keenly Susan was feeling the effect of the war. She became tense with anxiety when more and more of Europe was overcome, and the growing war spirit of America caused her many sleepless nights. "You would have this stopped?" he asked. "I could conjure up spirits who would combat the essence of evil abroad on this planet," he said. "But," and the tone of this voice stopped her eagerness, "my price is one only you can pay." The conversation ended there with the entry of Professor Shepherd, but Susan turned it over and over in her mind. Was it to be given to her to pay a price that would save humanity? Was she, Susan Blythe, modern young America in person, to be a sacrifice to ancient Egypt? Her association with Eric Hanley had generated a feeling not only of mutual interests with the brilliant young scientist, but of a growing love. And her heart was his, yet both realized they must keep the high priest on the side of humanity, not of the forces of evil. Shepherd they saw more rarely as time went on, and Ramahadin and he worked together less often. With this arrangement, Shepherd was keenly dissatisfied, and he and Professor Blythe had a violent disagreement over the custody of both the translation and original papyrus of the Book of the Dead. "It is ours jointly, of course," said the older man, "but it shall remain in my safe until I am satisfied that spread of its knowledge is warranted." "The formulae I need," said Shepherd, "and I mean to have. You must allow me access to the safe." "All in good time," said Professor Blythe, and stood his ground in spite of Shepherd's threat of violence. Their altercation was interrupted by the entrance of Susan, Eric, and Ramahadin, who had been on a visit to one of the great new industries manufacturing war implements. "I cannot but grieve," said the Egyptian, "that the vast knowledge that man has achieved since I last was on earth is still turned to the art of waging war. It should not be. Conquest is power, And power is what we all crave, said Professor Shepherd. I want Professor Blythe to use the power given him by the knowledge contained in the Book of the Dead, but he refuses. The Book of the Dead no longer exists save in my mind, replied Ramahadin calmly. I destroyed it, its translation and its secret formulae. You what? Gasped Professor Blythe, and his eyes turned toward the safe. That was only too easy to open, said the Egyptian. I felt that you men were not great enough, not worthy enough, if you will, to have such a secret in your possession. Other secrets of yours I have, shouted Professor Shepherd, whose anger had prevented his speaking at the Egyptian's portentous announcement. I shall use them as I will, to destroy or save mankind as I decide. One great secret of my knowledge you can never possess, announced Ramahadin, because it is of the spirit, not of the intellect. I know the law of Taxeticon, said Shepherd. That will neutralize the power of high explosive. You know only a part of it, replied Ramahadin. You instructed me in the theories of harnessing the pull of gravity, retorted Shepherd. That will govern all airship construction. Such knowledge must be shared, Shepherd. Such was our agreement, broke in Professor Blythe. It is mine, and mine alone now, cried Shepherd. I can use it as I will. Ramahadin has shared with me the hypnotic powers of his cult of high priests. I can rule men's minds. He has given me the secret formula by which Gravitas and his medieval College of Mind doctors changed human brains. I can mold men's very souls. He has shown me the secrets of the power of the stars over the movements of vessels upon the sea. From here in America I shall rule the world. I, Emery Shepherd, shall be more powerful than Hitler, wiser than— It is true, broke in Ramahadin. I have told you much, too much. I realize, but from it all you have not learned the greatest lesson of all, that it is not wise to shout aloud your knowledge. We realize the danger of your power, my friend, and that in itself reduces much of its value. Let me tell you that since I have gone about this country of yours, I have become convinced that in it is the spirit which will save the world of the future, and nothing as puny as you will stand between it and its purpose. I have spoken. Even as his voice faded out, Ramahadin seemed to take on the stature of the priest of old, and his listeners were as awed and incapable of speech or action as were his satellites of untold centuries before. When the spell was broken, Shepherd lay on the sofa in a coma, and his breathing was scarcely perceptible. When he wakes up, said Ramahadin, his mind will be a blank. He should not have challenged the law of all the ages. It is too bad I had to destroy all his present knowledge, but he was too weak a man to possess mine, which, unfortunately, I did not at first realize. And with a shrug, he dismissed the whole matter from his mind. Chapter 3. Susan was sitting on the hotel porch high on the mountainside. Opposite her was Eric Hanley, and the man whose powers of wizardry had been demonstrated to them only a few days before. Susan herself could hardly believe that the swarthy gentleman in impeccable evening dress, whose figure she could just make out in the gathering dusk, could be the same creature that her father and Professor Shepherd had conjured from the past. They had come to this mountain resort to escape the city's heat, and now in the clear air were sitting in front of the hotel watching the daylight fade. Far below them they could see the headlights of cars as they followed the winding road through the dense forests and along the cliffs where roadways had been cut. They would see a light at one point, watch it vanish, then reappear at the next bend or opening farther on. Like the souls of men, said Ramahadin. They pass through one existence, go out into infinity and return again where men may see them. Not quite, came the voice of Professor Blythe, who had slipped into a chair beside them, for if we were to cut away the trees and level the intervening hills we should be able to see the lights continuously. Men's naked souls would continue on unceasingly. And that, said the voice of Ramahadin from the darkness, is the power I can sway, And you 2 men and 1 woman, alone of all the world, will know the truth of the phenomenon which will soon shake the earth. His voice seemed all-pervading, yet must have reached their ears alone, for groups of people further along the hotel porch seemed oblivious of its portent. Susan's hand found Eric's in the darkness. Was her hour of decision at hand? But reassurance came from the darkness. "From you, Susan, I ask nothing further than you have given me," went on the high priest. "You have shown me that a woman who is true and steadfast can be worthy of her place in this world of America. You I leave to Eric, and with you both the knowledge that faith in ideals such as yours will survive. Tonight I leave you. I go high into the mountains, and for me there will be no return, no second conjuring up by the book of the dead. I was brought back to show the world the way out of oppression, and after that I shall go out once more into darkness. For I, and I alone, can invoke the spirits of the dead to save the living. Against the forces of evil rampant in the world, I shall conjure up the spirits of the oppressed from all ages and generations. The shades of the martyrs, the ghosts of all men who died for freedom, the spirits of those who perished in every righteous cause since the dawn of time shall come trooping at my call to force back the power for evil that threatens the free men on the earth today. For I am Ramahadin, Ramahadin the Great, Ramahadin the keeper of the secrets of all the ages, and my will shall prevail. Keep your faith, you men of science, for faith and knowledge alone will save the world." Susan felt again the enormous power she had sensed the day that Professor Shepherd had defied Ramahadin, and heard herself murmuring words she scarcely knew she remembered. "Keep ye the faith our fathers sealed us, whoring not with visions over wise and over stale." Chapter 4. Eric and Susan were listening to the radio. It was weeks, months later. Sometimes it seemed as if time itself had ceased altogether. Over the air was coming a dramatic account of the final battle which settled the world conflict, an eyewitness. An intrepid correspondent for the powerful press of America was telling of what he had seen that climactic day when right at last triumphed. "It seemed as if superhuman strength were given the defenders of our way of life," the voice proclaimed. "Nothing daunted them, nothing stopped them. It was as if the spirits of their fathers returned again and led their sons to victory." Eric and Susan looked at each other, and remembered that the high priest had said that they alone of all the world would recognize the truth. The Mystery of Uncle Alfred, by Mindret Lord. Weird Tales, November 1941. He was devoted to those pigs, absolutely devoted. Perhaps that had something to do with his sudden, fantastic disappearance. When the estate of my uncle, Alfred Fry, is finally settled, I shall give the farm to George Harris. I would not spend another night in the house for all creation. But Harris is a strange, elemental sort of man. He hated Uncle Alfred while he worked for him, and now that my uncle is gone, he hates him still. I think it actually amuses him, and as a matter of fact, I am almost certain that I heard him laugh aloud and shout, "Peeg!" in a mocking falsetto, on that last amazing night that I spent at the farmhouse. There was the clatter of sharp hooves on the bare floor of the hall, and the unmistakable grunting snuffle of a hog. The incongruous sound passed along the corridor to the end where Harris's cubbyhole of a room was. I strode to my door and flung it open, and it was at that moment I heard Harris's roar of mirth and the malicious "Peeg," as if he were calling the swine to dinner. I accused him of it later, but he denied it. If that had been all, I might have been able to persuade myself that my imagination was responsible, but it was not all, not by any means. As a child, I have a vague memory of a tremendously fat man attending the funeral for my mother and father. This, I think, must have been the first time that ever I saw him, but I am sure that I did not set eyes on him again for over 15 years. Although there is much of my unhappy childhood that I have forgotten, Uncle Alfred's grotesque figure must have stood out in my memory in all its terrifying bulk. After all those years, I met Uncle Alfred as the result of a rather uncomfortable coincidence. Having left the university with an excellently engraved but otherwise worthless degree, I was at length fortunate enough to obtain a job in New York City as a process server. In most cases, to serve a defendant with a summons requires little more skill than that which might be expected of an errand boy, but it does occasionally happen that considerable ingenuity is necessary. Such a case was that of Uncle Alfred. When my employer gave me the summons for Alfred Fry, he told me that he had been trying to serve it for months and that he had exhausted every dodge in his head. "Try anything you can think of," he said. "I'm beginning to believe the man doesn't exist."